Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry had ancient magic and didn't start Hogwarts until 5th year? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Summary: Harry Potter and the Traces of Ancient Magic. By grace 758. One with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. And the Dark Lord shall mark him as his equal, but he shall have power the Dark Lord knows not. What if the power Harry possessed was the ability to see and wield ancient magic, just as Percival, Rackham and Isidora Morganach did long ago? However, that ability comes with a caveat, a sacrifice. As the magical core develops the ability to see and wield ancient magic, it remains dormant until 15, not producing any signs of accidental magic until this time, causing the wielder to be unable to use magic until their mid-teens. How would this change Harry Potter's life and all of the wizarding world? Join me as I explore this tantalizing mystery of ancient magic and the life of Harry Potter. The Boy Who Couldn't Do Magic. June 1991. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley of No. 4, Private Drive, were proud to say that they were perfectly normal, thank you very much, and they expected as much from the two boys that lived with them. Their precious son Dudley seemed well on his way to following in their footsteps, and in their opinion there was no finer boy anywhere. On the other hand, Harry Potter, Petunia, Dursley's nephew, whom she was forced to adopt after her estranged sister was murdered for getting far too deep into her strange world of wizards and witchcraft, was anything but. His hair was always a mess, inherited from that terrible layabout father of his, didn't work for an ounce of his money, unlike her wonderful husband Vernon, who was the esteemed director of Grunnings, a firm which made drills. No matter how many times she took him to the barber, it always came back looking the same, messy, frizzy, shaggy. It simply wouldn't do. So for the last few years she had taken to cutting the boy's hair herself, using kitchen shears. She made it as short as she possibly could, while leaving a longer bit at the front to cover that awful scar of his. Harry himself hated these haircuts and would complain and cry every time she cut his hair. But no matter how much he cried, complained and wished it would, the hair never grew back. Harry despised living with his aunt, uncle and cousin. Despite No. 4 Private Drive having 4 perfectly fine bedrooms, he was forced to live in the cupboard under the stairs, which barely had enough room for his small mattress, and certainly had no room for anything else. When Harry awoke on his cousin's birthday, he entirely expected to be sent to stay with his old cat-loving neighbor Mrs. Fig once again, as he always was when the family had an outing together. He didn't particularly like it over there. It smelled funny, the food was terrible, and he had seen enough pictures of cats to last a lifetime, but he looked forward to his reprieve from dealing with the Dursleys, especially Dudley, the birthday boy, and his friend's favorite game was Harry hunting, where they would chase him relentlessly through the house or the playground at school. Sometimes Harry could outrun them, being much slimmer and faster than his overweight cousin. But sometimes they caught up with him and would kick and punch him until they got bored and left him alone. However, to Harry's surprise, Mrs. Fig had apparently broken her leg and Harry would be allowed to come with Dudley and his friend to the zoo. He had never been to the zoo before, and was quite excited, even if it meant dealing with Dudley. The zoo had been very interesting, full of animals Harry had only ever seen before in pictures. But the most peculiar thing had happened in the reptile section. He had been able to hear a snake talk to him. And he had talked back to it. It was the strangest thing. But they had quite a lovely chat about the snake's home country of Brazil and how it so wished to go back there. Harry wished he could help the poor snake, stuck behind the zoo's glass, but what could he do? Especially when Dudley had come over and shoved him to the ground, banging on the glass, frightening the poor thing. The worst part of all was when Dudley's friend Piers Polkus told the Dursleys that he had seen him talking to the snake. Harry wasn't sure what to say. He was certain this wasn't normal, and the Dursleys despised anything that wasn't normal, but he had no idea how it had happened at all. But when they got home, Harry was locked straight in his cupboard for over a week, only being let out twice a day to use the bathroom and bring food back into the cupboard with him. Harry never spoke of the snake incident again. July 1991. Dudley Dursley had taken to strutting around the house in his Smeltings Academy uniform and hitting Harry with the cane that came with it every chance he got. Smeltings was the prestigious private school that Vernon Dursley had attended when he was young, and the doting parents fawned over their little boy all dressed up in the same sort of uniform Vernon had once worn. Harry Potter, however, would not be going to Smeltings, he would be going to Stonewall High, a local state secondary school well known for its violence, bullying, drug abuse, and startlingly low test scores. The school colors were shades of gray to match the gray walls of the building. However, instead of going out and buying a gray uniform for the school, Petunia Dursley decided to dye some of Dudley's old, oversized clothes gray. Harry felt he would look like a small elephant in those, and while he was glad to be attending a different school from Dudley, he was certain that between his terrible haircut and that atrocious uniform he was bound to attract plenty more Dudleys at Stonewall. Harry's 11th birthday was July 31st, and as usual, despite Dudley having received 38 presents and a trip to the zoo for his birthday, Harry received a nod, more of Dudley's baggy old clothes that had holes and stains all over them, and a punch in the gut from Dudley himself. No cake, no happy birthday Harry, just him, his cupboard, and a pile of old clothes he would have to wash himself before he could even think about figuring out how to wear them. August 1991. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office contemplating what he should do about Harry Potter. All of the letters had been sent out for every 11-year-old child who had exhibited accidental magic at any point in their life throughout the United Kingdom. The responses had come back. 39 children were set to attend Hogwarts that year, an all-time low for Hogwarts, but which was understandable considering the chaos, turmoil, and constant deaths throughout 1979 and 1980 when these children would have been born. In fact, it was wonderful that any couple had managed to give birth to and rear children through that time. However, among those 39 names, one was missing. One child who everyone had expected would be attending that year. Harry Potter's name was not on the list. The only explanation Dumbledore could possibly imagine was that Harry Potter, the wizarding world's savior, the most famous boy in all of Wizarding Britain, the son of James and Lily Potter, was in fact, unimaginably, a squib. It had always been a possibility, of course. Every wizarding family had the potential to produce a squib. But Harry Potter, the child that had caused Lord Voldemort's tyrannical reign and incessant blood-purist war to come to an end, who had, according to legend, vanquished the Dark Lord himself as a mere infant? That child was a squib? The world would never believe it. He could barely believe it, even though he knew that Voldemort's vanquished with the ancient magic invoked by Lily Potter's sacrifice than anything the child had done. But what did this mean for the prophecy? Had Voldemort chosen wrong? Was Neville Longbottom the true chosen one of the prophecy? But Voldemort had not marked him as his equal. But how could Harry be his equal if he could not even use magic? What power could the boy possibly have to face against the strongest Dark Lord the world has ever seen? No, he could not pit a helpless muggle against a powerful madman, but what else could the prophecy have meant? Was Sybil Trelawney truly a fraud? Had she only pretended to prophesy in her interview with him? But it had seemingly come true. However, that had only been because it had been overheard by Severus Snape, and the coincidences and dominoes fell as they did. A million thoughts raced through his wise old mind, theories and plans twisting and contorting, no longer certain of the future now that their savior was powerless. He could only hope he was wrong, and Lord Voldemort would never return. His thoughts drifted to Lily and James. Lily, who had come from a Muggle family, a Muggle-born, brought into the fantastical world of magic, only for her only son to not inherit the magic she so treasured. How would she have felt were she alive? How would James Potter have felt, knowing his only son was a squib? James came from a long line of pureblood wizards, and while they were not blood purists by any means, their family certainly valued magic, especially James. James took pride in his magic. It defined the entirety of his being, from the magical pranks he and his friends would play, to his ability to transform into a deer, to the flying broom he would ride on to play Quidditch, to the cloak of invisibility that still lay hidden in Dumbledore's own office, which had been passed down in the Potter family for generations. Would he have passed that cloak on to his son if he knew he was a squib? Albus imagined that James would be rolling over in his grave over the misfortune of his only child to have to miss out on everything he had ever cared about or taken pride in. Dumbledore had no choice. Harry wasn't on the list. He had never expressed any sort of magic. He could not attend Hogwarts. Just as he had written to Petunia Dursley so many years ago, Muggles and squibs could not attend Hogwarts. But should the boy who lived be an exception? Should he be brought to Hogwarts despite his inability to participate in classes? He thought of Rubeus Hagrid, who had lived on the Hogwarts grounds for the last 50 years, serving Hogwarts faithfully and happily despite being forbidden from performing magic. Then he remembered Argus Filch, spiteful and bitter towards the students he served, his desire to be close to the magic torturing him with his inability to access it, forced to watch naive, ignorant children flaunt their magical prowess before him, embittering him further in his jealousy. Dumbledore did not want that for Harry Potter. He decided he would write to Arabella Figg, the woman Dumbledore had tasked with being his eyes and ears on Private Drive. She too was a squib, and while he did not want Harry to be told of his heritage just yet, she could perhaps empathize with his situation, be for him what most squibs do not have: someone who understands them. Arabella Figg had successfully integrated herself in both the wizarding and muggle worlds. She was the most successfully functional squib he knew, and he wanted that for the boy. Yes, he would write to Arabella and tell her of the situation, and he would give it a year or two, or perhaps more, before he tasked himself with revealing the truth to the boy. He deserved the truth, of course, but Albus preferred for him not to have to bear the weight of it for a few more years. The true changes begin September 1991 at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. 39 bright-eyed 11-year-olds began attending, being sorted mostly evenly between the four houses, and started their magical classes, all without Harry Potter. The legendary boy who lived's absence was felt throughout the school. Everyone had expected him to be there. Draco Malfoy had been told by his father and grandfather to befriend the powerful child that had defeated their previous master. The young Weasley boys searched for the legend up and down the Hogwarts Express, to no avail. Whispers and rumors permeated the school as theories about what could have happened to the boy spread like wildfire once term had begun. Some theories were simple and mundane. Maybe everyone had just gotten their years wrong and his first year would actually be next year. While other theories were far more outlandish, such as believing he was dead, kidnapped, or had never existed at all. A young Muggle-born witch by the name of Hermione Granger was particularly perturbed by Harry Potter's absence, having read about him in books before coming to the school. She had been looking forward to meeting a living legend of her own age and was off-put by the lack of response to his absence. She went about questioning the teachers and other students about it as often as she could, filled with righteous indignation. Unfortunately, this did not do much to ingratiate her to her peers, who already felt that she was an irritating know-it-all. Her persistence continued until Albus Dumbledore himself pulled her aside and assured her that he knew exactly where Harry was, and he was perfectly all right. He then left her with the riddlesome statement that the boy who lived had found himself in quite the opposite situation as her, but that did not mean there was anything to be feared for him. She puzzled over what exactly he meant by that for weeks. Meanwhile, Harry began school at Stonewall High, and just as he had feared, there were many Dudleys to be found, both among the students and the teachers. Just as Dudley had warned him of, the newer students were quite mercilessly hazed within their first week of school. Harry thought he would never get the taste of dirty toilet water out of his mouth. The worst part of all was that not only did the teachers not intervene, turning a blind eye to the bullying, but they seemed to actively encourage it. One teacher in particular pointed out, in front of Harry's split-grade class, just how terrible his hair looked and that he wasn't even wearing a proper uniform, making Harry target number 1 for the second years in his class. By the end of the month, Petunia Dursley was told by the head teacher that Harry needed a proper Stonewall uniform as it was disrespectful for him to not be wearing one, and his hazing had gone on far longer than they would usually expect. They believed this was due to his improper uniform. Disgruntled about the request, Petunia bought Harry a proper Stonewall uniform, but ensured that even though it was new, it was still 4 sizes too big for him, so nothing changed for Harry. The one thing that had changed, however, was his time spent with Mrs. Figg. The next time he was sent to her house by the Dursleys, after her broken leg was well enough to walk on with crutches, she treated him to order in pizza and chocolate cake she had made herself. Strangely, her house no longer smelled like boiled cabbages, and while her cats were still everywhere, they were much easier to deal with when Mrs. Figg wasn't shoving dozens of pictures of them in his face. Instead, she spent their time together telling him about her childhood and her parents, a topic which had never come up before. She told him about how terribly they had treated her because she was different from them. Her own siblings would ridicule and taunt her. Her entire family saw her as less than, and it made her young life very difficult and painful. She said she knew the Dursleys treated him in a similar way, and if he didn't tell the Dursleys about it, he was more than welcome to use her home as an escape from them at any time. From then on, Harry saw Mrs. Fig and her home in a different light. He had always used walks around the neighborhood as an escape and cousin, that much didn't change. Only now, about once or twice a week, those walks would have a secret destination, and he would spend time with the kindly old woman whose house never smelled bad anymore and whose food was suddenly much better, whether it was order in or homemade. In time, even her cats, especially the older ones, Tibbles, Snowy, Mr. Paws and Tufty, began to grow on him. October 1991, on Halloween night, Harry spent time with Mrs. Fig eating sweets and watching old black and white horror movies as she dished out to the trick-or-treaters. It was the best Halloween Harry had ever had. It was certainly much better than being chased around by Dudley carrying whatever weapon he had decided his Halloween costume needed that year. Meanwhile at Hogwarts, the new defense against the dark arts teacher Quirinus Quirrell informed the Great Hall that a troll was loose in the dungeon. The prefects escorted the children to their dormitories while the staff searched the dungeon. However, unfortunately, the troll was not in the dungeon when the teachers got there and had cornered first-year Hermione Granger in the girls' bathroom. She had not been aware of the troll as she had been crying in the bathroom since her charms class earlier that day when Ron Weasley had said some rather hurtful things to her. By the time the teachers had tracked the troll to the bathroom and incapacitated it, Hermione Granger was no longer conscious, and blood had pooled around her small body. Matting in her bushy, curly hair, she was bruised and battered, with limbs sticking out at odd angles. Her face was nearly unrecognizable. The young girl was brought to the hospital wing where she stayed for over a month in a magically induced coma. Her Muggle parents were informed of her condition and were brought to the school as quickly as possible, having to be blindfolded as they were brought in so they would not be fooled by the enchantments surrounding Hogwarts that made it appear as a ruin to Muggle eyes. The Muggle couple had many choice words for the staff and headmaster for allowing something like this to happen. This never would have happened to her if she was attending a normal school. Where did a troll even come from? Their daughter had been attending this school for only 2 months and she was already in the hospital. Dumbledore reasoned with the Grangers and placated them by allowing them to stay and live at the castle until Hermione had made a full recovery. He even sent teachers to the dental office in which they worked to confund their bosses to allow them to stay away with full pay. December 1991. Despite the many broken bones, fractures, dislocations, perforations, skin damage and blood loss she had sustained from being beaten and thrown around by a mountain troll, Hermione Granger was able to make a full recovery by early December. Some of her first words when she woke up to her parents and many distraught, caring classmates by her bedside were of concern over having missed classes. She was assured that no one cared that she had missed a few classes and assignments, and they were certain she could catch up in no time. From that point onwards, no one called Hermione annoying or a know-it-all. The other girls in her dormitory were much kinder to her, and Ron Weasley even gave her a private, awkward apology when no one else was around. As the month of December progressed, the students grew restless as they awaited the Christmas holidays. Before they could begin, however, Albus Dumbledore orchestrated Neville Longbottom discovering the mirror of her eyes, and explained to him how it worked. With his future plans in shambles, he thought it would do no harm to prepare the boy, just in case the prophecy had been about him. Although Dumbledore sincerely hoped it had not been, Neville Longbottom was not at all the ideal candidate for this role. He was skittish and nervous, bumbling and clumsy, fearful and sheepish. It was any wonder why the Hat had chosen to put him in Gryffindor at all. If this was truly the boy that Albus had to work with, he would have his work cut out for him. He had been hoping for a personality more like that of Lily or James, which he had believed Harry Potter would possess if he ensured he was raised humbly. The only promising thing about Neville so far had been what he saw in the mirror. He saw himself as strong and brave and powerful. It was certainly a start if he desired to be. The trouble would be getting him there. On Christmas morning, Harry Potter awoke to a mountain of presents under the Christmas tree, none of which were for him. His only present was a ruddy brown paper bag containing a single 50-pence coin, even less than he had gotten last year when they had given him a pair of Uncle Vernon's old socks and a coat hanger. While Dudley was in the midst of opening his many presents and his parents were enraptured with watching him do so, Harry slipped away, put on his coat and walked to Wisteria Walk, a tray wrapped in tinfoil in hand. He arrived at Mrs. Fig's house and rapped on the door. "I've told you. You don't have to knock here, just come on in, Harry," came the woman's voice from inside the house. Harry smiled as he made his way inside. The decorations in her house were modest, and many were covered in cat hair, but Harry preferred them to the abundance of expensive decorations Aunt Petunia put up every year, many of them bought new just so it wouldn't appear that she was reusing last year's look. There were a few presents under her small tree which sat on a table, and all of them were addressed either to Harry or one of the cats. Harry gave Mrs. Fig what he had brought for her, a tray of brownies he had made while preparing dinner one day. He explained that he didn't have any money and couldn't get her anything else, and he wasn't artistic either, so there wasn't much he could make her, but he wanted to bring her something. But the old woman only smiled, pulling Harry into a hug and telling him they were lovely, and really he didn't have to bring her anything. Harry felt quite differently as he turned his attention to the brightly wrapped packages that bore his name. Of course he had to bring her something, when she had done so much for him. From Mrs. Fig Harry received a blank journal, pens and pencils, a football, a box of Christmas sweets and a book of fairy tales Harry had never heard of called the Tales of Beetle the Bard. She explained that they had been her favorite when she was a child. Harry was speechless at the generosity, his heart swelling nearly to burst. He hugged the frail woman as tightly as he could without risking hurting her. It was the best Christmas Harry had ever had, of stones and footballs. Chapter notes: as Harry lives in England, when football is mentioned, this is referring to British football, not American, which is what soccer is called in Britain. Also, I do skip from December to June intentionally. I will only be using the early years to display the direct changes that happened due to Harry not attending Hogwarts, such as Hermione and Ron making different friends, Dumbledore's plans not going according to plan, Voldemort shenanigans, etc. The pacing will likely slow down once we reach year 5. June 1992. The rest of the Hogwarts school year went by without much issue. Final exams came and went. Hermione Granger of course excelled in every class despite her time away. Her best friends, whom she had become close to after waking from her coma, Faye Dunbar and Sally Ann Perks, attributed their ease in taking their exams to Hermione's study schedule helping to keep them on track. Lavender and Pavarti, it seemed, had not done quite as well, as they complained about how difficult the exams had been in their shared dormitory. "Well, we offered to study with them," Faye snarked under her breath, throwing her long strawberry blonde hair over her shoulder. "It's their fault for slacking instead of taking us up on it." Sally Ann giggled quietly, pushing her large glasses higher up RMI one side, and said nothing as she read her book, but she privately agreed, and Faye smirked as she met her eye, knowing her friend well. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, Ron Weasley and his two friends Seamus and Dean bemoaned their own exams. Ron was certain he had failed something, while Seamus replied that at least he was lucky he didn't blow anything up. He was sure he'd be in for remedial potions and charms next year. Dean laughed. He had found the exams difficult, but he would be surprised if he didn't pass. "I still don't understand how you managed to blow up a feather with Wingardium Leviosa." "Well, clearly he said Leviosa and not Leviosa," Ron retorted, and they all burst out laughing, until Neville came into the room. They awkwardly said hello and gave short answers when he asked them how they did on their exams. The three friends soon left the dormitory to escape the tension that hung in the air, leaving Neville alone. Shortly after exams had concluded, Albus Dumbledore found himself called away from Hogwarts with a very urgent letter from the Ministry. He had a bad feeling about this situation, although he wasn't sure if it was concerning whatever he was walking into at the Ministry or what he was leaving behind at Hogwarts. It quickly became evident that it was the latter, as no one at the Ministry had any idea why he was there. He returned to Hogwarts as quickly as possible, not entirely certain what he would be returning to as he hurried up to the forbidden third-floor corridor. Hagrid's dog was indeed asleep, so something had happened. He leapt down into the devil's snare, fire already in hand, made his way to the flying key room to see the brooms were untouched. He sighed as he transfigured his hat into a hawk which swooped into the air, capturing the poor key whose wings were already crumpled. It seemed only one person had come down this trapdoor today, and they had certainly not needed the use of a broom to capture the key. The chess game also seemed in pristine condition. No cracks or chips off of any of the pieces. He waved his wand, speaking several incantations as he rendered the statues momentarily powerless before allowing them to come to life once again once he had made it through the door. Laying on the floor before him in this room was the very troll that had injured Hermione Granger earlier that year, knocked out with a large bump on its head. Coming to the potion room, Albus grabbed the smallest bottle, took a swig, placed it down as it refilled itself, and passed through the flames, coming face to face with a gruesome sight. Just as Severus Snape had suspected, Quirinus Quirrell was indeed in league with the Dark Lord, but what Albus had not expected was to find the inhuman snake-like face of Voldemort protruding from the back of his head. Quirrell stared intently into the mirror of her eyes as Lord Voldemort's eyes locked on him. The two engaged into a spectacular battle of transfiguration and spellcasting, a dance between them transforming each spell cast into a new creation until finally the mangled soul of Lord Voldemort fled Quirrell's body. The poor man was deserted by his master, left with a disfigured scalp, which while it no longer resembled a noseless face, did not look like the back of a head anymore either. The man crawled across the ground towards him, raving and screaming, a madness in his eyes. That hadn't been there a moment ago. Albus remembered Hagrid having told him about the attacks on the unicorns in the forest, that some creature had been drinking their blood. Dumbledore looked on the sad creature before him with pity as he stupefied him and levitated his body up out of the room, leaving the Philosopher's Stone safely inside of the mirror of her eyes. Quirrell was brought into ministry custody and a trial would be held in the next month to determine whether he should be sent to Azkaban or St. Mungo's. However, despite the testimony and evidence Dumbledore presented, Cornelius Fudge and the others at the ministry refused to believe that Voldemort had possessed the man's body. Perhaps in his madness he thought so, he believed he was acting on you-know-whose orders when he attempted to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but they would not even entertain the idea that the ghost of Voldemort was still out there attempting to return to life. That was simply not possible, ghosts couldn't do that. Albus left the ministry dejected but unsurprised. Cornelius Fudge, the current minister for magic, had always been a soft man, willing to do anything to appease the masses but unwilling to act on his own sense of justice. Time and again the man came to him asking for advice, unable to make any decisions on his own. He refused to accept the truth. And it would be to his downfall. Albus told him as much as he left, with no prophesied savior and the ministry so firmly against making a stand. Perhaps he would need to resurrect his old army, the Order of the Phoenix, sooner than he had thought. But not yet. Before he could bring others in on this, he needed a real plan. Meanwhile, Harry Potter had found the last couple months of school at Stonewall to be a bit more bearable than the rest of the year. Mrs. Figg had come to the school one day posing as his aunt on his father's side and had given the head teacher a firm talking to about Harry's treatment in the school. After that, the other teachers, even the terrible ones, were forced to step in when they saw him being bullied. It didn't put an end to it, but it made it less constant, which was far more bearable. It also made Harry comfortable enough to bring his football to school and practice with it. He couldn't use it at the Dursleys' house as they would certainly confiscate it, destroy it, or give it to Dudley. As long as he stayed in view of the teachers, he felt safe to use his ball on the yard. Unfortunately, even though no one tried to steal or destroy his ball, he still had no one to play with. He had to learn to play with a football on his own, which was not an easy thing, but after a few weeks he had taught himself some tricks. He learned how to kick the ball up in the air so he could bounce it off of his knees, chest and head, bouncing it around his body like a hacky sack. He also liked to use the trees on the yard as pylons and run as fast as he could between them, kicking the ball as he went. He found he was quite fast and agile, likely from years of running from Dudley and his gang, and it had become his new favorite thing to do. It wasn't long before the head of the Stonewall football team, Archie Bancroft, took notice and asked him to join the team. Of course, there wasn't time to play any more games this year, but he could meet the team and begin practicing for next year. The other players were not entirely thrilled when Archie brought him to meet them, but after practicing with him for a bit, they gained some respect for him, at least on the field. By the end of the year, a few of them came to consider themselves his friends, particularly Noah Atkinson and Edward Carter. Noah was in his year and Edward in the one above, but both of them were in his split class. They took to fancying themselves as his bodyguards. After all, he couldn't play well if he got beat up, now could he? Because of them and Archie, the rest of the bullying stopped. They even backed him when Dudley and his gang came by Stonewall to taunt him and maybe start up a game of Harry hunting. Harry did all the talking, but it felt good to have a couple pretty strong kids behind him in case anything went sideways, which it didn't. Dudley looked between Harry and his friends and thought better of his plan to mess with him, leaving him alone. Of course, he had an earful when he got back to the Dursleys' house that day. Something about how he had humiliated Dudley in his proper private school attending friends in front of a bunch of Stonewall lowlifes. How dare he threaten Dudley? Which he hadn't, but it didn't matter. Dudley had felt threatened and thatted. But it didn't bother Harry much. He had so much going on in his life outside of this awful house now. Nothing they said bothered him anymore. He took the abuse and then shut himself in his cupboard to write in his journal. He had Mrs. Figg, Noah, Edward, Archie and the rest of the football team. Who cared what the Dursleys thought of him? He certainly didn't, not anymore. Harry had never been happier, and while the Dursleys were still terrible, for once, he was glad he was Harry Potter. July 1992. At the end of Quirrell's trial, it was decided that he should be sent to St. Mungo's for continuous, potentially lifelong, treatment, if no improvements were made. The primary reason for which being his ramblings about Voldemort. Dumbledore supposed it could not be helped, but it just spoke to the intentional ignorance of the Ministry that they took the words of a man whose life was destroyed by Lord Voldemort and locked him up and called him insane for it. Meanwhile, Harry was having the greatest summer vacation he had ever had. No more Harry hunting and long days cooped up in his cupboard or roaming the neighborhood just to get away from the Dursleys. He had Mrs. Figg and his new friends. Noah had invited him over to his house already and Edward had made plans with him for next Saturday. Noah's parents had given Harry an odd look when he had arrived, likely because of his clothes and odd haircut, but they seemed quite fond of him by the end of his visit. However, during one of his walks to Mrs. Figg's house in mid-July, Harry could swear someone was watching him. But when he looked around, no one was there. For a split second he thought he saw something round and green in the bushes, like a pair of tennis balls, but then it was gone. He tried to shake the feeling as he arrived at number 1302 Wisteria Walk and entered the house without knocking, but as soon as Harry opened the door, Mr. Paws and Tibbles ran out the door, something which was very uncharacteristic for the elder felines. Mrs. Figg followed them out as they scratched at bushes across the street. The old woman then began yelling at the bush, shaking her handbag at it. Strangest yet, when she and the cats returned to the house and Harry asked her what that was about, she was evasive and wouldn't give him a straight answer, which was very unlike her. She looked uncomfortable with his questioning and quickly changed the subject to refreshments. He watched her closely for the rest of his visit that day. She was keeping something from him, and he had no idea what it could possibly be or why. The Woes of a House Elf. July 1992. Dobby was a good house elf, as best as he tried to be. Even though his masters, the Malfoy family, sometimes made it no, bad Dobby. Dobby should not think poorly of his masters. The Malfoys are good masters, of course. However, Dobby could admit that he was quite glad that his masters did not have their own master any longer. He who must not be named had made life very difficult for house elves, especially those that belonged to his followers, as Dobby did. The night that he who must not be named had been defeated by the great Harry Potter, house elves from all sorts of families celebrated in secret, both those from families who fought him, and especially from families who followed him. Abraxas Malfoy, the oldest of Dobby's current masters, had made Dobby to do very terrible things. Had made Dobby to cover up very terrible things. Dobby is a good house elf. He obeyed his master. But the vacant stares, the blood, the gore, the lifeless bodies, they haunted Dobby. Dobby was very grateful to Harry Potter for defeating his master's master, for now he was only told to do simple things around the house, the way any good house elf should. Of course, the Malfoys may be cruel. No, Dobby must not think poorly of his masters. He will have to shut his ears in the oven again for having such thoughts. As a house elf who was meant to be neither seen nor heard unless he was called upon, Dobby had overheard many conversations between his masters Abraxas Malfoy and his adult son Lucius. Last year they had a plot to find a new master. They thought that the great Harry Potter would rise to become the next fearsome Dark Lord in time, so they instructed young Master Draco, the son of Master Lucius, to befriend the boy that year. However, great Harry Potter had not attended Hogwarts last year, and they were uncertain as to why. This year, however, they had a new plot, a most terrible plot, to make most terrible things happen. Before he who must not be named was defeated by great Harry Potter, he had entrusted Masters Abraxas and Lucius with a most precious object to him. A diary, which was said to contain his younger self, before his name could not be named. If placed in the possession of someone innocent and naive, this diary had the power to open a chamber most horrid and evil in the depths of Hogwarts, unleash a monster most fearsome, and bring death and destruction to all enemies of he who must not be named. Dobby tried to be a good house elf, to be faithful and honest to his masters, to follow their commands both said and unsaid. But Dobby feared for Harry Potter, the greatest enemy of he who must not be named by far. His gratitude to the boy that had changed his poor servant's life for the better battled with his need to please his masters. Eventually, Dobby could fight himself no longer and opted to disobey first and punish himself for it later. His masters would not notice nor care. Dobby punished himself all the time anyways. Dobby did not know why Harry Potter was not at Hogwarts the year before, but he absolutely must make sure he would not be there in this coming year. He must protect great Harry Potter from the terrible plot that was soon to befall Hogwarts. The locating magic of owls made it easy to find Harry Potter, and after that Dobby watched. Dobby was confused by many things he saw as he watched. Many Muggle things and not many wizarding things. The great Harry Potter spent time with Muggles, and only Muggles it seemed, until he walked into a house and out of it ran two cats, one of which was clearly part Kneazle. They found him quickly and were followed out by an old woman who shook her handbag and shouted at Dobby. "You can't be here, you are not allowed," she told him. "This is a strictly Muggle neighborhood and you are being far too obvious, elf." "Please miss, I am looking for Harry Potter, miss." "Harry Potter is most certainly not to see you," Mrs. Fig insisted. "Now I expect you to magic your way out of here and not come back." Dobby did as he was asked, but he would not be gone for long. Meanwhile, over the course of July, Harry Potter grew more and more suspicious of Mrs. Fig. He had tried to bring up the incident of her yelling at the bush a few times afterwards, and each time he was met with changing the subject, distractions and his questions being brushed aside. There was of course always the possibility that the old woman was just getting to that age where the mind didn't work quite as well anymore, and that explained her yelling at a perfectly normal bush. However, if that was the case, then Harry was certain he would have seen other signs of odd behavior, and it didn't explain the cats running to the bush first, or the green orbs Harry had seen just before. He didn't like having this secret between them. He didn't like feeling so suspicious of the kindly old woman that had opened her home to him so readily, and yet they did, and he was. To make matters even worse, Harry overheard a rather strange conversation between his aunt and uncle. In hushed voices, Uncle Vernon asked why he had not gone to the school, and Aunt Petunia told him that she wasn't sure. She added that perhaps they had gotten lucky, and he was normal after all. He had certainly never exhibited the same sort of strangeness that his mother had. Aside from the incident at the zoo, there had really been no signs at all. Their conversation ended with Aunt Petunia saw a letter to that old man. Then he hurried away when she came towards the door so he wouldn't be caught eavesdropping. More secrets, likely unrelated to why Mrs. Fig was yelling at a bush, but his aunt and uncle were keeping things about him from him, and it felt very much the same. However, some good did seem to come out of it. About a week later, Harry was given Dudley's second bedroom as his own room, despite Dudley's cries and pleads that he needed that room. Aunt Petunia had said he was getting too big for his cupboard, but he had been too big for that cupboard for years. She looked at him strangely from then on as well. He chose to ignore it for now as he settled into his own full room. It had room to stand up and walk around. His mattress was much bigger and had a bed frame. He had a dresser, somewhere to store his clothes that wasn't in a heap at the end of his mattress. He lay down on his new bed and stared up at the ceiling, finding it strange how high it was, that he couldn't touch it from where he lay even though he was so high off the ground. He had shelves and a side table, all normal commonplace items that seemed such a luxury to him. He marveled at all of the good things he had in his life now. What a year this had been. The positive changes, however, were of course too good to continue as Harry's 12th birthday arrived, and it seemed his aunt and uncle had forgotten about it altogether this year on account of Mr. and Mrs. Mason coming over for dinner that day. Mr. Mason was the CEO of a construction company, and if a deal was signed between them that day, then Grunnings would supply all of the new drills for the company, meaning a massive payment to Vernon's firm. The Dursleys rehearsed what they would do and say once the potential clients came over, while ensuring that Harry understood that his place that day would be in his new bedroom and pretending he wasn't there and didn't exist. Mustering some courage, Harry asked if it would be all right if he just spent the entire day out of the house. It would be much more like he didn't exist if he just wasn't even there. Uncle Vernon's eyes lit up. He seemed to like that idea. You know, if you do that, boy, there'll be no supper for you. You can't just come waltzing back in while we're in the middle of it. Harry agreed to that. He didn't eat much normally anyways. And I have no idea when we'll be finished. They could be here quite late, you know. Well, I have friends now. From Stonewall. I could ask to stay at one of their houses for the night if their car is still in the drive when it gets dark. While Uncle Vernon didn't seem to believe he really had any friends, he was quite happy to be rid of Harry for the night and sent him out the door as quickly as he could once Harry grabbed his things. Harry, of course, was not close enough with Noah or Edward to really ask to stay overnight out of nowhere, but he knew Mrs. Figg likely wouldn't mind, and it could give him an opportunity to try to figure out what she could be hiding. Just as he had thought, Mrs. Figg was overjoyed to have him stay overnight, but she had some choice words for his uncle for allowing him to roam about all day until dark with no supper. As if just to spite him, Mrs. Figg made enough food that night for 6 or 7 people despite there only being the 2 of them there. When it was time for bed, she made up the guest room for him. The room was usually used to house her female cats that she bred from. Mrs. Figg's job was selling kittens. She told Harry she'd moved the cats into the closet and locked the door so they wouldn't disturb him. They wouldn't be moving right now anyways, given their size at this stage of pregnancy. After a few hours of lying in bed waiting, Harry crept up out of his bed and made as if to go to the loo, glancing into Mrs. Figg's room as he went. She was certainly sound asleep, snoring away as he began to look through her things in the living room. He felt bad to do it. And he wasn't even certain of what he was searching for. He just knew she was keeping something from him, and he was going to find out what. Harry didn't have to search long before he came across something a bit odd. In a cupboard next to the love seat were an arrangement of strange books. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Felida Spore, Wizards at War. A History of Wizarding Conflicts by Armando Dippet, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander, The Enchanted Garden. A Guide to Magical Horticulture, and the Tales of Beetle the Bard, the very same book she had given him for Christmas. Among others. Harry's first thought was that Mrs. Figg merely enjoyed reading fantasy, but these books were strange for fantasy. They discussed these things as if they were real, as if the historical events claimed in History of Magic and Wizards at War were true, with dates and everything. The books about magical plants and animals were worded as if these were real things, as if there truly were flowers that could bounce and vines that could creep along the ground like snakes. The book about magical animals talked about giant spiders that could speak, snakes made of ashes, and birds native to Britain and Ireland that ate fairies. Harry put the books back and closed the cupboard. They must be just part of some expanded lore for a fantasy series he hadn't heard of before, like Lord of the Rings or Narnia. He carried on in his search and came across a drawer full of papers, letters written on thick paper and a rolled-up newspaper. He read some of one of the letters and realized that whoever this Albus Dumbledore was, had written to Mrs. Figg about him. The letter had called him a squib. He had no idea what that was. Perhaps it was a misspelling of squid, although that wouldn't make much sense either. He was about to shut the drawer when he saw something on the newspaper move. He pulled it out and on it was a picture of a woman behind a large pot, almost like a witch's cauldron from children's cartoons and Halloween decorations, only it was stirring itself, and the black and white picture was actually moving. Harry opened the newspaper, peeling through the papers looking for batteries. He touched the picture. It didn't feel like a screen. The picture was just moving entirely on its own. Harry shook his head, shoving the paper back into the drawer. This was all too surreal. He went back to the room he was staying in and sat on the bed, taking off his sellotape glasses and rubbing his face. Then he heard a purring sound from the closet. The pregnant cats were in there, he remembered, locked in there where he couldn't see. He put his glasses back on and peeked through the crack between the door and the doorframe. Inside he saw 3 feline creatures, but they were certainly not cats. They were much too big to be cats, even pregnant cats. They were much more like small lions or lynxes than house cats, their tails tufted at the ends much like a lion. This was all too much, too many secrets, too many strange things. He needed to get out of this house, but the strange things were out there waiting for him as well. In the bushes he saw two shining green eyes watching him. "Come out," he shouted. "What are you?" From out of the bush came a small wrinkly creature with very large green eyes, a long pencil-like nose and strange ears shaped like bat wings. "I am Dobby," the creature said to him, "Dobby the house elf." The Truth Comes Out, August 1992. "I am Dobby," the creature said to Harry in a high-pitched voice, "Dobby the house elf." Harry stared at the strange creature by the light of the street lamps above them. It wore only a dirty pillowcase, it seemed, with rips in it for its arms and legs. "What's a house elf?" Harry asked, almost pinching himself to ensure this wasn't some strange fever dream. "An elf, sir, bound to serve one house and one family forever." "So, you serve Ervant?" "Yes, sir. Dobby is but a lowly servant, so such an honor it is for Dobby to meet you, sir. So long has Dobby wanted to meet the great Harry Potter." Harry laughed. "Great. I'm nothing special. I'm pretty much a servant in my house too. Why did you want to meet me?" "Dobby wanted to meet you, to tell you, sir, it is difficult, sir." "Tell me what?" Harry asked, surprised by the very normal conversation he was having with such a strange creature. Dobby suddenly began to tremble as he said very seriously, "Dobby has come to protect Harry Potter, to warn him, even if he does have to shut his ears in the oven door later." "Why would you have to do that?" "The wizard family Dobby serves, sir. They would not want me to tell you." "Wizard family?" Harry interrupted the elf again. "What do you mean, wizard family?" "Wizards, of course." The elf cocked his head. "Humans that can do magic, just as you are, sir." "I'm not a wizard," Harry protested. "Magic isn't real." Although he felt a bit silly saying that to an elf. He thought back to the strange books he had found in Mrs. Fig's house, the moving picture on her newspaper. Was Mrs. Fig a wizard? Or whatever the female version was? "Harry Potter is not a wizard, sir?" Dobby asked. Dobby had thought. "So there are wizards, and magic. Can you do magic?" "Of course, sir. Dobby is a house elf." "Can I see it then?" Harry could barely believe his eyes as the elf snapped his fingers and the elf vanished, appearing again right behind him. "Wow, that's incredible. You said you thought I was a wizard. Can I do that too?" "Harry Potter would need to learn, sir." "How could I learn?" Harry asked eagerly. "Where could I learn it?" No, Dobby squeaked. "This is all going wrongly. Harry Potter cannot go where he can learn. Harry Potter must stay where he is safe. He is too great to lose. There is a plot to make most terrible things happen. Harry Potter must not go to Hogwarts." "What's Hogwarts?" "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, sir. Harry Potter must not go." "You must swear to Dobby that you will not go, sir." "All right. I swear." Harry tried to placate the frantic elf. "I've never been to this, Hogwarts, before anyways. I go to Stonewall High, not some magic school." Then Harry remembered the conversation he had overheard his aunt and uncle having. Could this, Hogwarts, be the school they had been talking about? They had expected him to go there, and it seemed this elf also expected him to. Could all of these strange things, all of these secrets really be connected? There was only one more thing he needed to know. Dobby, have you been watching me for a while?" Dobby nodded. "So it was you then that was in the bushes before as well, when Mrs. Fig came out and yelled at it?" Once again the elf nodded. "Why was she yelling at you?" "She did not want Dobby to talk to Harry Potter, sir." "Why?" "Dobby does not know, sir, but Dobby is very glad that Harry Potter has agreed that he will not be going to Hogwarts this year, sir. Dobby must keep great Harry Potter safe. Dobby will be watching, sir, to make sure Harry Potter keeps his word." Then the elf snapped his fingers and disappeared once again. This time it seemed he was gone for good. It was all connected, every secret, every lie. How far did this all go? This secret world of magic with elves and strange cats, moving pictures in a school he apparently should have attended. Harry was desperate for answers, so he went to the only place he knew he could find them at this time in the early morning, the books in Mrs. Fig's living room. Harry stayed up for many more hours poring over the magical books, soaking in every new detail of these strange secret things. Harry wasn't usually the sort to spend so Much time reading, but these hidden secrets felt forbidden to learn about, and that made it quite exciting to read them. After a few hours, Harry passed out on the love seat with magical books around him, his glasses still on his face. That was how Mrs. Fig found him once she awoke on August 1st. She kicked herself for not locking those books up or putting them out of the boy's reach. She just hadn't thought about it. She supposed the boy had a right to know, but Dumbledore likely would not be happy he had found out. She started on breakfast, wishing a good morning to each of her elder cats and the kittens she had yet to find a home for yet as she awaited the ire of the newly 12-year-old boy in her living room. Just as she finished breakfast, into the kitchen he came, a righteous anger in his eyes as he demanded the truth from her, and she gave it. At least the answers that he asked for. She wouldn't tell him any more than that. The hardest question of all was when he asked her why he hadn't gone to the magical school, Hogwarts. She had him sit and start to eat before she would answer him. How cruel, for this boy to learn of this magical world and then to learn that he can have no real part in it. "Well, Harry, you are just like me, like you?" he asked. "Yes, Harry, I'm what witches and wizards call a squib." "Squib," he said, "that's what it said in the Oh. Oh, you've been reading my mail as well, have you? You rascal." "Sorry, but, well, what is a squib?" She sighed. "A squib is a person that's born to magical parents but can't do any magic themselves. I've told you about my parents before. That's the reason they treated me as they did, because I couldn't do magic. It's considered quite shameful for magical parents to have a squib child." "I'm sorry, but then, my parents, were they magical?" "Oh yes," she told him, "I knew your parents, they were both quite good at magic." That comment brought on an entirely new bout of ire from the boy, which she really couldn't fault him for. She knew things about him that she had never told him before, never been allowed to tell him really. And she was certain that she wasn't allowed to now either, but the cat was out of the bag already. Why make it worse with her silence? She told the boy what he asked, all he needed to know. She recounted stories of his parents to him, of times they had spent together, leaving out the war they had fought or his place in it. He was far too young for that, and Dumbledore would have her head if she told him. He grew silent after some time as the weight of these realizations dawned on him. This secret world and his place in it. As a squib he could never truly be a part of that world, but now that he knew about it, he would never be able to see the Muggle world the same way again. Caught between two worlds and not truly belonging in either, that was the life of a squib. The rest of the summer passed much the same as the first half. The only real changes being that Harry now spent more nights over at Mrs. Fig's house, telling the Dursleys he was staying with his school friends. And now the Neasels, which Harry learned were what the large pregnant cats were called, were allowed to roam the house freely even with Harry there. Their names were Ginger, Sable and Tawny. And Harry also learned that while Tibbles and Snowy were normal male cats, Mr. Paws and Tufty, who was female, were part Neasel. Harry got to help Mrs. Fig care for the part Neasel kittens when they were born, and he learned many things about them and other magical creatures and plants. Mrs. Fig decided that it would be best if she not tell Dumbledore that Harry knew just yet. Nothing would really change with the boy simply knowing. She didn't want to stir the pot with the news. She would tell him when it became necessary or important, but for now she deemed it not so. She made it a commitment to not tell Harry about his parents' deaths or about you-know-who, or his part in the ending of the last GR. She really hadn't done anything wrong, and Dumbledore just didn't need to know. Meanwhile, Lucius Malfoy was contemplating who he should give the Dark Lord's diary to. Someone innocent and naive, his father had told him, someone easily manipulated. This plan was multifaceted with its intentions, all of which would be to the Malfoy family's benefit. First was allowing for the Dark Lord, or at least a version of him, to return to the world, although he was not entirely certain of how this would work. All he knew was that the diary contained a younger version of the Dark Lord, and he would be able to act through whoever they chose, so long as they chose correctly. Second, the Chamber of Secrets, that great, forbidden chamber of legend, left behind in the school by Salazar Slytherin himself, would be opened again, ridding the school of mudbloods, blood traitors and all enemies to their cause. Third, the chaos and potential death that would come about from the diary could give Lucius the grounds to have Albus Dumbledore, the biggest thorn in their side, removed from his position as headmaster. Lucius was not quite sure who he and the other school governors would get to replace him, but anyone would be better than him. Fourth, that blood trading, muggle-loving stain on the wizarding community, Arthur Weasley, had been systematically conducting raids on the homes of all pureblood families with any connections to the darker side of magic. He knew it was only a matter of time before his home too was invaded, and having that diary no longer in their possession would be to their advantage. The rest of their darker belongings they could sell or give to Borgin and Burkes to hold onto for a time, but the diary? No, that was something different, something special. It could not simply be given to just anyone. The decision, however, was almost made for him when he brought his 12-year-old son to Diagon Alley to buy Gilderoy Lockhart's entire collection of books for his second year of Hogwarts. As it turned out, Gilderoy Lockhart himself would be teaching defense against the dark arts that year, and by the looks of him, he would need to hire a tutor for Draco during the holidays to ensure he was being taught properly. While there, one of Arthur Weasley's many children got into a physical altercation with his son. Then after he had stepped in and had some choice words to say to the family, Arthur Weasley himself, grown man as he was, had the gall to physically assault Lucius as well. He thought that family could sink no lower. What a disgrace to the name of wizardry. Once he had righted himself, his mind was made up. He slipped the diary inside of one of the schoolbooks of Arthur's youngest child, his only daughter, who would be starting her very first year of Hogwarts. She was certain to be innocent and naive, the perfect candidate for the diary. Whatever that diary had the capability to do, whatever happened to that girl, it would be on her father's head. The Chamber of Secrets, September 1992. The new school year began at both Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and Stonewall High. Ginny Weasley started her Hogwarts career, being sorted into Gryffindor, the same as all 6 of her brothers and many generations of Weasleys before her. Ginny was tough. She had to be having 6 older brothers. No one would ever hear her complain about being scared or nervous, even when she was. She couldn't, not when the twins would make fun of her for it. Ron would pick on her for it, and the 3 oldest would coddle her like she was the most delicate flower. No, Ginny was tough. No one would hear her complain or cry or admit to any sort of weakness. No one, that is, except her diary. Ginny wasn't entirely sure where it had come from, but she was certainly glad she had it. She had him. Her diary was not like most, where you would write out your thoughts to get them out of your head and that was it. Ginny's diary talked back to her. His name was Tom, and he was wonderful. He never teased her or made fun of her. He listened to all of her problems, the thoughts she would never share with anyone else. He listened when she complained that the famous Harry Potter had not come to Hogwarts again, even though she was really hoping he would, and that maybe he would even be in her year. He reassured her when she told him about how terrible the other girls in her dorm were. They were so girly and dramatic about everything. She felt they had nothing in common, so she was having a hard time making friends. He gave her tips and pointers on her schoolwork. Tom was very smart. He must have been made that way, whoever had enchanted this diary. Ginny didn't know how she would have gotten through the first month of school without him. Hermione Granger had also returned for her second year at Hogwarts, and she was quite glad she had. She met up with her friends Faye Dunbar and Sally Ann Perks on the Hogwarts Express and told them how close her parents had come to pulling her out of school. They were so worried after what happened the previous year with the troll that they didn't want her going back to Hogwarts. Hermione had managed to talk them out of it, however, assuring them that nothing bad would happen this year. They had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile at Stonewall High, football season started up right away, with Harry's first match with the team being the first weekend of September. He was excited and nervous for it. He had been continuing to practice with Noah and Edward all summer. He only hoped it had been enough. Harry didn't even bother telling the Dursleys about his game. At best they wouldn't have cared, and he didn't want to think about what the worst case would have been. Mrs. Figg, however, did come to his game and was there to witness the Stonewall Brick Masons' landslide victory over the other school, and Harry was a part of that as much as the rest of the team. He had even scored 2 goals himself. The head of the team, Archie Bancroft, came up to him after the game, put a hand on his shoulder and told him how glad he was to have Harry as a part of the team. As the month of September came to a close, Harry found himself curled up on Mrs. Figg's loveseat reading through Wizards at War, the more interesting of the 2 magical history books Mrs. Figg owned. Harry was nearly at the end of the book, coming to a war that had taken place in the 1970s, which felt far too recent to Harry to be in a history book that was only 20 years ago. However, Harry found that the page which should have discussed much of what happened during the war and how it ended, were missing. Along the crease between the pages were the remnants of a page having been torn out. Finding himself curious, Harry pulled out History of Magic and flipped through it until he found the section which should have talked about the same war. However, that page too had been removed. Harry brought the 2 open books to Mrs. Figg. She seemed surprised and said she didn't know what could have happened to them. The books were second-hand. After all, it could have been anything. Maybe the previous owner just really liked those parts and wanted to keep them, or maybe they hated it and had thrown it away. Or maybe one of the cats had gotten to the books. Whatever it was, she wasn't sure. Harry narrowed his eyes and walked away. He didn't trust that answer. There was something about this particular war that was important. He just knew it, and Mrs. Figg was trying to keep it from him. If she wouldn't help him, then he would have to figure it out for himself. October 1992. Harry attempted to search through Mrs. Figg's belongings in the living room once again, just as he had in the summer, only to find nothing. No missing history book pages, no new magical newspapers, and no letters from that Albus Dumbledore person. Even the ones he had found originally were no longer there. He couldn't remember what all the letter had said other than calling Harry a squib, and he was hoping to get a chance to reread Mrs. Figg about Dumbledore, and she told him that he was the headmaster of Hogwarts who would write to her occasionally to see how she and Harry were doing. That he was one of very few wizards that genuinely cared about the well-being of squibs like them. Harry was certain there must be something more than that, but he knew he wouldn't get anything else out of Mrs. Figg. Meanwhile, on Halloween night at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the pet cat of Argus Filch, the squib caretaker, had been petrified, and a message was written on the wall in red. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air beware. November 1992. Within a week there was another petrification. This time it was a first-year Muggle-born boy named Colin Creevey. Fear permeated the castle. Tension filled the air. Albus Dumbledore feared what would happen next. He feared for Hagrid. He had been blamed the last time the chamber had been opened, and he still lived here. He likely would be blamed again. Dumbledore had a hunch, and his hunches were usually quite good, that Tom Riddle, the future Lord Voldemort, had opened the chamber 50 years ago. It only made sense to him that the same person must have done so this time as well. It was not such a stretch to think so, after what had happened only a few months ago with Quirrell. However, he was still safely being kept at St. Mungo's, so the question remained. Whose head had that man gotten into now? Meanwhile, at 1302 Wisteria Walk, Harry was checking Mrs. Figg's mailbox every chance he could get without the woman becoming suspicious of him. Every night he stayed over, which had grown to 3 or 4 times a week. Harry would rise early in the morning and wait for the postman. But every time he walked straight past the house to the next. Harry was hoping to intercept Albus Dumbledore's next letter to Mrs. Figg, but it seemed no mail ever came. However, when Harry saw an envelope in the bin, he knew he must have missed something. Then he remembered, Albus Dumbledore was a wizard. Perhaps they had some sort of magical way of sending the post. He supposed he didn't have a choice. He asked Mrs. Figg how wizards sent mail. He peppered in a few other questions about wizards as well, hoping the question about the mail would blend in with them. Owls. They delivered post by owls. Real, live, feathered owls. Nothing flashy or magical. The post didn't teleport like Dobby the elf did. Still, Harry had no idea how he could intercept an owl. December 1992. Harry realized after his question about the post that despite reading all of Mrs. Figg's magical books, he still didn't know very much about witches and wizards or how they lived their lives. How his parents would have lived, how he would have been raised, had they not been killed in that terrible car accident. Many of his visits to Mrs. Figg's house were now spent asking her question after question about witches and wizards. Did they have jobs? Did they use the same money? Did they really need money when they could create anything? Could magic create food? Could magic create a person? Could they bring people back to life? How did the moving pictures work? What was Hogwarts like? How did they travel to Hogwarts? Could witches and wizards teleport like house elves? Then why did they take a train to Hogwarts? How else do witches and wizards get around? How do brooms, portkeys and the flow system work? If they can get places immediately, why do they need trains and cars? What do you mean they don't use cars? But my parents died in a car crash. How could they have if they didn't need cars? Mrs. Figg became silent. and then stood to busy herself with making tea, a telltale sign to Harry that she wouldn't answer his question. Harry's body felt cold. Yet another secret, more things kept from him that specifically involved him. Of course, Mrs. Fig had never told him his parents had died in a car crash, but she had never denied it either. It was the Dursleys. They had told him. Harry jumped up out of the chair he sat in and ran out the door, leaving his common sense back in Mrs. Fig's living room. He ran all the way to Private Drive and burst through the door, finding the little family sitting pleasantly, the three of them together on the couch, watching the telly. "You told me my parents died in a car crash," Harry shouted, disrupting their perfect family scene. He could have had that, he should have had that, and now he didn't even know why he didn't. Why was he raised here? What had happened to his parents? Could they secretly be alive somewhere? "Don't you raise your voice to us, boy," Vernon roared right back, standing in anger, but Petunia stood as well, holding an arm out, fear in her eyes. "That's right," she told him. "They died in a car crash. Your father drank and ran through a light. Another car smashed right into the side. You're lucky to be alive." "Stop lying," Harry demanded. "Witches and wizards don't drive cars. What happened to my parents?" Vernon and Petunia gasped. "Who have you been speaking to?" Petunia uttered in barely more than a whisper as Vernon grabbed Dudley and led him out of the room. "Who told you those things?" "It doesn't matter who told me. My parents were a witch and a wizard, and they didn't drive cars, so how did they die? Are they even dead at all? How much have you been keeping from me? Are you a wizard, then, as well?" "No, I'm not," Harry told her, "but that's not the point. What happened to my parents?" "Oh, thank heavens." Petunia clutched at her chest. "I had hoped, when you didn't go to that terrible school, that maybe that meant you were normal." "I'm not normal," he interrupted her. "I'm a squib. There isn't anything normal about that." To Harry's surprise, Aunt Petunia was smiling, and a tear was falling down her pale cheek. "No, Harry, you're normal. You can't do any of that freaky magic. You won't be going to that freak wizard school. You're just like me." "I don't want to be anything like you. Just tell me what happened to my parents." "They were killed," Petunia told him bluntly, her smile gone. "That's what happens in that world. Magic is dangerous, and they got themselves killed for it." "Is that true?" Who killed them?" "Some evil wizard. He used magic and killed them. That same dangerous magic gave you that hideous scar. You should be thankful you aren't part of that world. You'd likely go the same way." Harry ran back to Mrs. Fig's house. He couldn't stand the way Aunt Petunia was looking at him. He demanded to know if what his aunt had told him was the truth. "At least it wasn't me that told you," she remarked as she came towards him and embraced him. "I wanted to save you that pain, the weight of such a heavy truth. War, murder, it's too much for such a young man to have on his shoulders." "Is that why the history pages were ripped out?" Mrs. Fig sighed and nodded. "Yes, I wanted to spare you until you were older. I'm old enough now." The old woman laughed. "Of course you would think that. I thought so too when I was your age, old enough to run away and live on my own. But you're still just a child. You don't need the world on your shoulders just yet. Play football, see your friends. These truths and the details of that war will be waiting for you when you're older." Harry wasn't happy with that answer, but he accepted the half-truth for the time being, and wept, grieving all he had lost, all he could have had, if not for some evil wizard and a stupid war. Of water and snow. December 1992. Harry's football season continued through the winter. The fields were shoveled, and the games continued. The cold wouldn't bother them much once they had started running, but they certainly fell a lot more. Mrs. Fig continued to come to every game he had. She even began to bring some of her cats, alder coats and tiny boots. His team members had started referring to her as his grandma when they saw her in the stands, and Harry hadn't corrected them. He wasn't sure what he should say. "No, she's not my grandma, just an old lady down the street I'm particularly close with. She came to his games when his actual family didn't." He really knew nothing about his actual grandparents. Aunt Petunia never talked about her parents, and he knew nothing about his father's side. For all intents and purposes she might as well be his grandma. Meanwhile at Hogwarts, a week before Christmas, Justin Finch Fletchley, a second-year Muggleborn, and nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor house ghost, were petrified right next to each other. Now two Muggleborns, a ghost and the resident Squib's cat, had been petrified. Muggleborns feared for their lives. huddling together as they walked through the halls, never going anywhere alone. Hermione Granger, out of a sense of justice, curiosity and self-preservation, began looking into the Chamber of Secrets. Getting her hands on every book that even mentioned it that wasn't in the restricted section and going through them page after page alongside her friends. While Faye and Sally Ann weren't Muggleborns, they weren't about to let their friend get attacked if they could do something about it. Together the three fearless Gryffindor girls asked every teacher that would give them a minute. Hermione managed to get something actually useful out of Binns during class. While Sally Ann put on the waterworks for McGonagall after Transfiguration, saying how worried she was for Hermione. She was worried, she didn't lie, but she might have exaggerated just how upset she was only a little bit. They learned many interesting things about the Chamber of Secrets. They learned it was created by Salazar Slytherin, that it was said to contain a monster intended to rid the school of those whom Slytherin deemed unworthy to study magic, and it had apparently been opened before. Although McGonagall wouldn't tell her any more than that, apparently that was before even her time at Hogwarts. January 1993. After coming back from Christmas holidays, Hermione got straight back to work on finding more information on the Chamber of Secrets. She set out to discover the ages of all the members of staff, without asking them as that would be rude. She had to find out who was older than McGonagall and might know more about the first time the Chamber of Secrets was opened. It was difficult to tell how old adults were, and by the end of her search, she was surprised who was older and who was younger. Most of the other staff members were younger than McGonagall, some of them even having been taught by her, but Binns and Dumbledore were of course older. Sprout was about the same age, and surprisingly, Hagrid was older, having been born in 1928 while McGonagall was born in 1935. With 3 new leads, Hermione and her friends set about figuring out how they could ask them about the Chamber of Secrets and get some real answers. February 1993. Dobby had kept good on his word to check up on Harry from time to time to ensure he had kept his word and not gone to Hogwarts. Harry just sighed when he saw the familiar green eyes peering between the branches of a snow-covered bush in Mrs. Fig's backyard. With a smirk, Harry grabbed a handful of snow and threw it at the elf. Dobby shrieked and jumped out from the bush. "That is cold, Harry Potter, sir. That's what makes it fun," Harry said as he threw another ball, the elf dodging this time. "Fun? Dobby has never had fun, sir, especially not with a wizard. Like an equal." Dobby's eyes glistened as Harry knocked the elf over with another snowball. "I told you, I'm not a wizard. You throw them back at me too, that's how we have a snowball fight." "No, sir, Dobby couldn't possibly throw it at me." "Well, all right, sir." Dobby grabbed a handful of snow and threw it as lightly as he could at Harry's feet. "No, not like that," Harry sighed. "You've got to throw it harder, you've got to try and hit me, then I try to dodge it, that's what makes it fun." Dobby tried again, throwing. "Better this time." "Yes. Just like that. Now keep throwing at me, try to hit me more than I hit you." As they continued to throw snow, Dobby grew more confident, throwing the snow harder, running faster. After some time playing, he even began to involve his magic, teleporting away from the snow Harry threw and magically raising snowballs into the air to fire rapidly at Harry. The two laughed as they were soaked through with cold snow, but neither seemed to care. Eventually Mrs. Fig called them both inside for tea and a change of clothes. Mrs. Fig gave Dobby a fresh pillowcase and a blanket as she put the other to wash for him. Harry thought about the magic Dobby had used as they drank their tea and warmed up. It was easy to forget when his only connection to magic was Mrs. Fig, just how amazing magic really was, and just how much he wished he could use it. While he was glad to know the truth, part of him wished he didn't know anything at all so he wouldn't know what he was missing. Meanwhile, Ginny Weasley, terrified, confused and filled with guilt, tried to destroy her precious diary. Saturating the pages in water, allowing the sink to overflow, slamming it into the sink, shoving it onto the faucet, trying anything to damage it. "What are you doing, Ginny?" She heard Tom's voice in her head. "It's you, isn't it? You're the one doing all of this." I'm doing this." "Ginny, please. No, I can't do this anymore. Get out of my head." And she threw the diary far away from herself and ran out of the bathroom. The thrown diary found itself passing through the head of the ghost of Myrtle Warren who haunted that particular girl's bathroom. The ghostly teen was so distraught believing that someone had intentionally thrown a book at her, she flew into a toilet, clogging it and flooding the bathroom even more than it already was from Ginny attempting to soak her diary. Argus Filch was not at all pleased with the mess and stomped about angrily as he mopped it up, only for the water he cleaned up to be replaced with more. Eventually he gave up, stomping away. He would wait for her tantrum to be finished before he tried to clean it up. Ridiculous ghosts. Most students simply stepped over the water pouring out of the second-floor girls' bathroom or laughed when they heard Myrtle sobbing. Some poked their head in to see what had caused such a mess but didn't do much else. Myrtle cried and the diary lay untouched until a rather peculiar first year happened upon the mess. "Hello," she said into the bathroom. "I couldn't help but notice you're feeling rather down today. Could be a nasty case of rackspurts." "Rackspurts?" Myrtle asked with a hiccup. "Oh yes, you might not even know when you've got one. They're invisible, you see. They fly in through your ears and make your brain go fuzzy." "I haven't got any rackspurts, that's just silly." "Then why are you crying?" Luna Lovegood asked the distraught ghost. "Oh, it was terrible. Someone came in and threw a book at me, right through my head. Must have thought it was so funny. Let's throw books at Myrtle because she can't feel it." "Oh dear, that does sound quite terrible, but you know, it could have been the Nargles." "Nargles?" "Yes, I've been having some trouble with Nargles lately. The school's full of them. They've stolen my books, you see. Perhaps they stole my book and then threw it at you. They're quite mischievous, you know." "Are you just making fun of me?" Myrtle demanded. "Oh no, not at all. Can I see the book? It could be one of mine." Myrtle pointed the strange little blonde girl to the book that had fallen. She picked it up, a strange feeling coming over her as she did. This isn't one of my books, but it case spurts. I can feel them. This book is probably what brought the rackspurts into your head. I imagine it's quite hard for rackspurts to get inside of a ghost's head. I will have to clear them out of this. I do hope you feel better soon." Moaning Myrtle smiled and thanked her as she left the bathroom with Tom Riddle's diary. The following day, Luna had her first class of the day with the Gryffindors, and she was quite excited for it. Ginny Weasley, who was in Gryffindor, was quite nice to her, not exactly a friend, but she sat next to her and listened to her when she talked, which was much more than what the girls in her own house of Ravenclaw did. Once she had sat down next to her, she excitedly pulled out the small book and told her how she had cleansed it of its rackspurt infestation in her dorm room that night, but to be careful as she could have missed some. Ginny stared at the book strangely. She must have missed some after all. She would have to cleanse the book again at lunch. However, Luna never got the chance to, as by the end of class the book had disappeared from her bag. Those terrible Nargles were at it again, stole it from right under her nose this time too. The following week there was another attack, with 3 victims this time, the worst one yet. Eric Helmet, a 5th-year Hufflepuff, Maria Flynn, a 4th-year Gryffindor, and the Fat Friar, the Hufflepuff house ghost. Eric and Maria were both Muggleborns and were known to have been in a romantic relationship. Eric was found in front of the mirror on the 4th floor, while Maria and the Fat Friar were just down the hall from him, with the Fat Friar frozen in a position of protection in front of Maria. Ginny Weasley cried when she heard about it and swore never to write in that terrible diary again, but she kept it with her this time, to make sure no one else could find it. The Horcrux and the House Elf. April 1993. Harry finally got the opportunity to read some of Mrs. Figg's mail. He had seen her reading it that day, with a rather perplexing look on her face. He had watched closely as she brought it to her bedroom and put it in the drawer of her nightstand. He ensured that he stayed the night again, waited until Mrs. Figg was asleep, and then crept into her room. Mr. Paws leapt up on the bed and Tufty curled herself around his feet, both eyeing him. He tried to shoo the half-Neasels away, hoping they wouldn't wake Mrs. Figg. He had to know what that letter said. He slowly opened the drawer, pried the letter out, closed the drawer, and then rushed out of the bedroom, his heart beating fast. He opened the letter in the living room, just to make sure it was what he was looking for. It was. The signature of that Albus Dumbledore sat at the bottom of the letter. Before he read any more, he ran to his room, petting Ginger and Tawny as he went. They too stared at him, but he paid them no mind as they sauntered out of the room. He turned his eyes to the letter in his hands. "Dear Mrs. Figg, I trust this letter finds you well. I am writing to you with a heavy heart, as recent events have given rise to concerns that weigh heavily upon my mind. It seems that dark forces are once again at work within the halls of Hogwarts. I suspect that Voldemort may be behind these sinister occurrences, though I cannot yet identify the puppet through which he operates. This is the second consecutive year that such malevolent activities have occurred, prompting me to consider if there's a connection to the years Harry was meant to begin his studies. Please continue to send me frequent updates on both Harry and yourself. Should Harry display any signs of latent magical ability, it is imperative that I be informed immediately. We may yet have need of him in the days to come, though I shudder at the thought of pitting a mere muggle against the likes of Voldemort. In closing, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support and dedication. The road before us may be fraught with peril, but I have every confidence that together, we shall prevail. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry's hands shook as he took in what the letter said. More secrets, more lies. He heard Mrs. Fig and the cats walking down the hall, and he decided he didn't care that they had woken her. He had questions that couldn't wait until morning. He stood in the doorframe, letter in hand. Mrs. Fig stumbled over her words as she tried to explain. Harry shouted, demanding to know how long she had been telling this, Albus Dumbledore, about him. Who even was she with her unwavering support and dedication? To this man? Who was he that the headmaster of Hogwarts wanted him to be pitted against this, Voldemort? She had no satisfactory answers to give him. All the secrets, all the lies, even from her, the person closest to him, had. Everything they'd had all been a lie. A ploy to keep him close so she could feed information about him to this stranger? He'd had enough. He grabbed his bag, filled it with clothes and took off into the night, uncertain of where he would go or what he would do, just needing to get away. Meanwhile, Ginny Weasley had been plagued by nightmares. She hadn't written to Tom in weeks, and yet he would visit her in her dreams. He would be sweet and gentle, caress her face and tell her that he missed her, asking her why she had been away so long. She would tell him to leave her alone, that she knew what he'd done. Then he would change. His eyes would turn red, his voice would turn harsh. What I've done? He would say, don't you mean what you've done? Then images of the people that had been petrified would flash before her eyes. Mrs. Norris, Colin Creevey, Justin Finch Fletchley, Nearly Headless Nick, Eric Helmet, Maria Flynn, the Fat Friar. All frozen, pale, like statues, with eyes unfocused. You did this to them. No, you opened the Chamber of Secrets. No. You set the basilisk on all of those people and Filch's cat. No. You did it. You made me. Who would believe you? Go ahead, Ginny. Tell them. Tell the teachers that your diary made you attack people. They'll lock you up. Send you to St. Mungo's or Azkaban. I'm all you have, Ginny. I'm the only one that understands. The only one that really knows you. Please, Ginny. I miss you. Won't you write to me again? I'm all alone in that diary. Nearly every night Ginny would have these dreams and wake up crying. He was right. It was her fault. She had attacked all of those people. She could say he made her, but no one would believe her. And even once she began to realize what was happening, she continued to talk to him, letting him in more and more. She had stopped talking to him now, but so many people had already been hurt. It was all her fault, because even though she had no control of herself when she did it, even though she knew now how bad he was and everything he had made her do, she missed him too. She missed the old Tom, her best friend that she would talk to every day, that would listen to her problems and give her advice. She so longed to write to him again, even knowing everything. She was weak and selfish, and it was her fault that people had gotten hurt, and she knew it was only a matter of time before she gave in to her desires and wrote to him again. She felt sick to her stomach, she couldn't eat, didn't want to sleep, she hated herself. She hated what she had become. She just wished someone would help her, save her from Tom, save her from herself. But she couldn't tell anyone. Tom was right. They would lock her up. Tom was always right. Meanwhile, Harry was walking alone a few blocks away from Wisteria Walk and Private Drive. The chill of the night air helped to clear his mind, but she still didn't want to go back. He had too many questions, there were too many secrets and lies, and he didn't want to face them at that moment. After some time he heard a crack, and he looked down next to him to see Dobby walking along T. Harry sighed and asked the elf what he was doing there, to which Dobby responded that he was ensuring that Harry Potter was still keeping his word and was not going to Hogwarts. Of course I'm not going to Hogwarts. What would I do there? I keep telling you, I'm not a wizard, I'm a squib. Then where is Harry Potter going? Harry sighed once again. I don't know, actually. Dobby, you might be able to help me with that. Can you teleport other people with you? Dobby nodded. Great. I want to go somewhere magical. Harry Potter must not go to Hogwarts. I know. Not Hogwarts, somewhere else. Anywhere else, with magic. Dobby agreed, took Harry's hand and vanished from the Muggle Street. Harry did not find the sensation of teleporting very pleasant at all, and he could go his entire life without having to do that ever again. Once he steadied himself and was certain he wasn't going to vomit, he looked around. The street they stood on looked very different from the one they had left. Harry felt as though he had been transported into a fairy tale. The cobblestone street was lined with quaint, old-fashioned buildings, each bearing a sign indicating what they sold. Potages, cauldron shop, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, magical menagerie, Elope's owl emporium, among others. This, Harry Potter, sir, is Diagon Alley. It is nighttime, sir, so many of the stores will be closed. That's all right, Dobby, thank you. I'd rather be here at night anyway. Harry spent the next hour wandering down the street with Dobby, peering into every window hoping to see something magical. He was not disappointed. Many shops had items floating throughout them, tending to the merchandise sold inside even while their owners slept. The Owl Emporium had real owls, which presumably would be bought to deliver mail, which Harry still felt was quite odd, even in a world of magic. And deep inside one shop called Ollivander's, Harry saw an odd silvery glow. He asked Dobby what that was, but the elf said he couldn't see it. Harry just assumed it was too small and too deep in the shop, and they continued on their way. Harry peered into every shop window, a feeling of longing welling up inside of him. He could have had this. He should have had this. Magic and wonder surrounded him on this street while he was stuck with the Dursleys on Private Drive. He had Mrs. Fig, but he felt like he didn't know anything about her anymore. His eyes burned with unshed tears, and he wondered if he would have been better off not knowing. Mrs. Fig had tried to keep it from him, and he had been mad at her for that, but it seemed that all knowing brought him was the pain of knowing what he was missing. He could have continued to live his Muggle life being none the wiser to the magical things of this world. If not for this elf. And if not for his incessant need to know. Harry asked Dobby to bring him back to Wisteria Walk. He had someone he needed to talk to. He went inside number 1302, but no one was home. Together Harry and Dobby searched the streets for Mrs. Fig, Harry feeling more and more guilty by the minute. They finally found the old woman 5 streets away, her shawl wrapped around her bony arms, tear tracks streaked down her face. She ran to him and embraced him when she saw him, scolding him for worrying her so much. Harry apologized for running off so fast as Dobby teleported away. They sat on the curb and talked about what Harry had learned and the questions he now had. What Mrs. Fig did tell him was that Voldemort was the man that had killed his parents during the war nearly 12 years ago and given him the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead that Aunt Petunia hated so much. She reassured him that the bond they had developed was real and she truly cared for him, although Harry didn't even need to ask after seeing her look for him so desperately. What she would not tell him was anything more about Albus Dumbledore. She wouldn't tell him why he was so invested in his life or why he would want Harry to fight Voldemort. She wouldn't tell him what her connection with the man was and wouldn't say one way or another if he was the reason Harry knew her at all. She claimed that those were not her secrets to tell, and really he wasn't supposed to know anything, but he certainly should not know that. Once again Harry was forced to accept a half-truth, but Harry decided this time that he was okay with that. He went home with Mrs. Fig deciding that this relationship he had with her was more important than knowing the whole truth right now. He would find out the rest one day, he was sure. But he was done with seeking it out. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. May 1993. Hermione Granger had found out months ago that asking the teachers or Hagrid for information was a lost cause. None of them wanted to give her and her friends any answers. They all, even Hagrid, had told them it wasn't their business to be meddling in such affairs. She thought that was quite rich considering she was a Muggleborn, the apparent target of these attacks, so she felt it was her business. Thank you very much. However, not even that persuaded them. Recently Hermione had instead turned her attention to discovering the type of creature that lived in this secret chamber. If she knew what it was that they would be facing, then perhaps they could defend themselves. After many hours of researching, discovered she did, it all made sense. Spiders fled from the scenes of the attacks. All of the roosters had been killed. The victims had been petrified, and all had a way of not seeing the creature directly: water, a camera lens, mirror, through a ghost. The symbol of Slytherin was a serpent. How could she not have seen it earlier? The creature was a basilisk. Spiders flee before it. The crow of a rooster can kill it. It all fit. Hermione took to the library that evening, evading the teachers and their strict safety protocols, with Sally Ann following, to confirm her suspicions. She brought as many pocket and handheld mirrors as she could find with her. She ripped out the page of the book. She wouldn't usually deface Hogwarts literature, but she could be petrified at any moment. Especially now that she was on to them. She gave Sally Ann a mirror as they made their way back, and passed one out to Penelope Clearwater, a fifth-year Ravenclaw, as they passed her in the hall. It turned out that Hermione was quite right to be paranoid, as the basilisk came for them that evening. It emerged from the bathroom into the nearly deserted hallway. Hermione, Sally Ann and Penelope caught sight of the creature through their mirrors and were instantly petrified. Faye Dunbar was up in arms when she heard that her two best friends had been attacked. She went to every teacher she could think of and demanded that something be done about this. She even went to talk to Hagrid, one of the teachers they had attempted to interrogate about the last opening of the Chamber of Secrets, to no avail. However, when she got there, Professor Dumbledore and the Minister for Magic himself, Cornelius Fudge, were entering the hut. Faye intended to become an Auror after she graduated, just like her parents were, so she saw this as an opportunity to practice those skills. She snuck up to the window and listened in on their conversation. Hagrid was being arrested for opening the Chamber of Secrets. Faye never would have suspected someone like him. He just didn't seem to have the brains to pull something like this off, especially twice. Then, in the greatest twist of all, Lucius Malfoy entered the hut and informed Dumbledore that he was being removed from his position as headmaster. Faye almost stood up hearing that. They needed Dumbledore. Hagrid was right when he said, "If you take away Dumbledore, there'll be Killens next." She was certain there would be. Lucius Malfoy had found it more difficult than should have been necessary to have Dumbledore removed as headmaster. Despite the many of the other governors believed that removing Dumbledore would only exacerbate the situation, and that he was necessary to protect the school. What a lot of simpering fools. As such, Lucius had needed to find other, more convincing ways of persuading them to vote as he wished. A threat here, a bit of blackmail there, and he had them all in the palm of his hand. When the time came to vote, they all did exactly as he wished, and he himself personally visited the school to ensure the old man's removal. Meanwhile, Harry's football season had nearly come to an end. They were quite high in the ranking, higher than Stonewall had been in nearly 4 decades. Archie had taken to calling Harry his star player. There was only one game left, and if they won this, then they would win the entire season. They would be the winning school amongst all those in this part of England. Harry rushed to get ready at the Dursleys that Saturday morning. Aunt Petunia noticed him and asked him where he was going. He hurriedly told her that he had a football game he had to go to, and then quickly left the house before she could assign him a chore or give him some other reason why he couldn't go. Harry looked to the stands as his team walked onto the field. There was Mrs. Fig and her many cats, taking up 5 seats all on their own. And surprisingly, at the very back of the stands, sitting quite stiffly, was Aunt Petunia. She had actually come to his game. He shook himself. He couldn't think about that. He had to focus on the match. It was a difficult game. Both teams had scored many goals. The end of the match was drawing near, and they were tied. It could be anyone's game, but at the last moment, Harry rushed forward, scoring the winning goal just as the time ran out, scraping his knees up quite badly while doing so, but it was worth it. The Stonewall side of the stands rose up to cheer. Harry's team members picked him up onto their shoulders, cheering his name. Mrs. Fig was standing with the rest, and even Aunt Petunia had stood to lightly applaud him. Harry allowed himself to be carried off and bandaged up, satisfied with himself, basking in the glow of his victory. Only a couple days before the month of May ended, an announcement echoed throughout the school in McGonagall's voice. All students to return to their house dormitories at once. All teachers return to the staff room immediately, please. While all of the other students rushed to their dormitories, 2 second-year Gryffindors, separate of each other, ran to the staff room. Faye Dunbar went because she had found the balled-up piece of paper in Hermione's hand and thought it might help the teachers to know that the creature was a basilisk. Ron Weasley went because he realized that his younger sister was missing, and he wanted to find out if this announcement meant she had been petrified. The two met in the hallway and shushed each other as they crept up to the staffroom door to overhear what was going on. McGonagall announced to the other teachers that the monster had taken a student into the Chamber of Secrets itself. A new message had been written in red on the Hogwarts wall, directly underneath the first. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. McGonagall was certain it was Ginny Weasley. Ron's face grew very pale, and Faye was about to open the door and say something when Gilderoy Lockhart sauntered over. He shrugged when he saw them and burst into the meeting. The other teachers then assigned Lockhart to Ginny's rescue, as he had been saying he knew where the chamber was. When the man left the staff room, Ron and Faye followed after him. Ron wanted to help rescue his sister and Faye wanted to warn their teacher of what sort of monster lay in wait in that chamber. However, Lockhart shooed them away as he ran to his office. They followed the man regardless and found that he was packing up to leave. Ron demanded that he stay and help, but the professor paid them no mind, shoving past them and running away from Hogwarts. The two rushed back to the rest of the teachers. Faye desperately told them about the monster and Ron begged them to help. But they had no more idea where the chamber was hidden than they did. Knowing what the monster was would do nothing to help them find it. "But, my sister, I'm sorry, Mr. Weasley," McGonagall told him sadly. "We have already contacted your parents, they will be here shortly." Later that day, Professor Dumbledore was bombarded by owls in his childhood home. The other 11 governors, aside from Lucius Malfoy, wanted him to be reinstated immediately. They had heard that Arthur Weasley's daughter had been killed and they greatly regretted their decision to remove him as headmaster in the first place. Several of them admitted that they only voted against him due to Lucius Malfoy's threats and blackmail. Albus returned to Hogwarts as quickly as he could, flowing to the 3 broomsticks and then making his way to the castle from there. On his way towards the gate, a young man rushed past him. Dumbledore turned to speak with the young man, likely fleeing the school in terror after what had happened, but he could not allow students to wander off on their own, especially during a time like this. However, when the young man turned to face him, he was met with familiar red eyes and a smile that sent chills through his bones. Albus pulled out his wand, but before he could do anything with it, Tom Riddle disapparated, waving goodbye as he did so. Immensely shaken and entirely confused, Dumbledore continued up towards the castle, stopping only when he saw something black on the ground. He picked it up and read the name it bore, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Less than an hour ago, Ginny Weasley lay in the Chamber of Secrets, alone and cold. So cold. She wanted a blanket, she wanted to call out to somebody, anybody, but she couldn't move. She was so cold. Her body was heavy, stiff, she could barely lift a finger. She stared at the diary that lay next to her. That terrible, cursed diary. Tom knelt down next to her and caressed her face, just as he had done in her dreams. He whispered softly into her ear, "Thank you, Ginny. You have given me the greatest gift of all. Your life for mine. Thanks to you I will be able to leave the pages of that cursed diary. It's all your fault, you stupid, stupid girl." Tears welled up in Ginny's eyes. What had she done? Was this it? Was this the end? She hadn't gotten a chance to truly live yet. There was so much she hadn't done, so much she wanted to do. This couldn't be all her life was. What sort of legacy was she leaving this world with? What was her impact? Giving her life for a cruel, sadistic man. Ginny shut her eyes, allowed the tears to fall, and never opened them again. Tom Riddle rose up. He was free, truly free. He was tangible, with a real body. He grabbed Ginny Weasley's wand, took the diary with him, just to be safe, and made his way out of the chamber, thanking the basilisk for all her work these last few months. He made his way through the castle, thankful for the Hogwarts robes that materialized with him. Once he had made it outside, he walked briskly towards the gate, but before he walked through he looked at his diary. This cursed book that his other self had trapped him in for 5 decades. Could he truly be free from it? He cast the book aside and took slow steps away from it. He felt no pull, he did not feel any weaker, he was truly free from that wretched book. He continued on, leaving it in the grass, almost as a sort of calling card. He couldn't help himself. What he did not expect, however, was to run into Albus Dumbledore himself right out of the gate. With a smirk and a wave he disapparated. Tom was determined to succeed. Where his older self had failed, he would not be bested by an infant. He would not destroy his features and mind in pursuit of immortality through Horcruxes. He would not call his followers Death Eaters. What an awful name. What happened to the Knights of Walpurgis? It was so Muse would be better, stronger. He would learn from his older self and would not make the same mistakes he had. He would have patience that old, insane man lacked. He would bide his time, and when the moment was ripe, like a snake, he would strike. The aftermath May 1993 grief could be felt along every corridor of the halls of Hogwarts the following day. Dumbledore stood up in front of the school and announced to every child there that Ginny Weasley had been killed in the Chamber of Secrets. Letters had been sent out to their parents and they would all be sent home a month early, until they could ensure that Hogwarts was safe. They were not sure what would become of their following year. The students were merely told to look out for their owl. Classes had been cancelled and each house stayed together without needing to be told to. They stayed in their dormitories and common rooms until mealtimes, when they all filed in together in a large group. The only people missing from their house were the four Weasley boys: Percy, Fred, George, and Ron. They, along with their parents, Arthur and Molly, had not left Dumbledore's office since they had discovered the news about the youngest member of their family. Dumbledore had conjured beds for the family in his office, but not one of them was used that night. Molly had not stopped crying the entire time. Her cries reverberated through the office and could be heard on the floor below. She screamed and begged that it would not be so. That her youngest child, her one and only daughter, darling little Ginny, was gone. She had been taken from them. Maybe she shouldn't have sent her to school, should have kept her back a year, something, anything. Arthur reasoned that they didn't know this would happen, but that only made Molly feel worse. The brothers cried silently as they listened to their mother's wails. Their oldest brother Bill was set to arrive the following day and Charlie by the 1st of June in 2 days. A few times Ron had taken to punching and kicking the beds Dumbledore had conjured. Angry at Lockhart for leaving. Angry at the teachers for doing nothing. Angry at whoever had taken his sister away from them and caused all of this. His parents didn't even tell him to stop, so he punched the wooden bed frame until his knuckles bled. When Dumbledore returned from his announcement at breakfast, Molly rose from her crumpled position on the ground, grabbed the front of the headmaster's robes and shook him. Arthur tried to pull her away, but she shook him off. She demanded to know who or what had done this. She had read in the paper that Hagrid had been arrested earlier that month for opening the chamber. Was it him? What had happened to her little girl? Albus had kept the identity of the perpetrator from the students. He wasn't entirely certain what the appearance of this much younger Voldemort meant. He had theories, and if any of them were correct, then he did not need to broadcast just what this young Riddle was to the student body. However, to this grieving family, this heartbroken mother, they deserved more of the truth than what he had given to Hogwarts. The Chamber of Secrets was not opened by Hagrid. He sighed as he took her trembling hands in his. Not this time nor the last. The one who opened the chamber and took Ginny into it was the same man who framed Hagrid and caused the death of Myrtle Warren 50 years ago. You may know her as Moaning Myrtle. I don't care about that ghost, Molly bellowed. What happened to my Ginny? Who did this to her? Lord Voldemort, Albus stated plainly, causing the entire family to flinch at the name, or as he was once called, Tom Riddle. Dumbledore then pulled the diary out of his pocket. I believe that Ginny somehow wound up in the possession of this old diary Mr. Riddle wrote in while he was at school here. I believe that a sort of memory of him was held inside of this book, and when Ginny came to possess it, it enchanted her and then stole her life for its own. What are you saying, Dumbledore? Arthur asked very seriously. I am saying that Lord Voldemort has returned, in a form most will not recognize him in, and unfortunately, Ginny was his first victim. Later that day, Lucius Malfoy, followed by his house elf Dobby, came to call on Dumbledore. He was infuriated to see him returned, and even more so that his attempt to have the man removed from his son's school caused him to lose his position as school governor. He attempted to put the man in his place with thinly veiled threats, only for the old coot to meet him with some of his own. It was irritating but well played. He left in a huff with Dobby following behind. He must return to the manor and tell his father about this. On the final day of the month of May, the school held the final feast of their shortened year. Upon the request of Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Dumbledore invited whoever was interested to a memorial they would hold for Ginny. Over half of the school and all of the teachers came to her memorial. A large rock had been carved into with her name and a moving image of her face smiling and laughing, the way Molly wanted to remember her. Many cried throughout the proceedings, as her parents and brothers recounted stories about her. She was brave and daring, always wanting to keep up with her older brothers. She was sweet and caring, always aware of how everyone else was feeling, yet they had somehow missed what was going on with her. She was funny and quick-witted, always having a smart quip when you least expected it. She had a temper like her mother and passion for the things she cared about like her father. She loved Quidditch and stories about famous witches and wizards, especially the famed Harry Potter. Bill had arrived the day before and was able to be present with them for this, but Charlie was absent. It couldn't be helped. He would be arriving the next day and by then the students would all have left. This was their only chance to allow everyone to honor Ginny, and they did. The other girls in her dorm spoke fondly of her. She was always nice to them, even though she mostly kept to herself. She was tomboyish and fun, very smart. Her teachers each gave their own testimony to her character. Flitwick recalled what a spitfire she had been in his class, through sobs and tears. Luna Lovegood went up to speak as well. She was dangling with all sorts of odd things like radishes and butterbeer corks. Her eyes were red and puffy. She spoke of how Ginny was the only person in the school that had been kind to her. She listened to her when others didn't. She sat with her in classes without looking down her nose at her. She would miss her very, very much, but she knew she would see her again one day. Ginny was now where her mother was. She thought her mum would quite like her. They would see each other again. Lastly, her parents went up once more. Arthur spoke while Molly clung onto his arm. "Thank you, all of you, for coming to honor Ginny with us today. We are so glad that she touched so many lives during her short time at Hogwarts. Her time here was too short. She should have had more time with all of you. Her death was sudden and unexpected, but it was not the first, nor will it be the last of its kind." Dumbledore made to step forward, but Arthur sped up what he was saying, and it was too late for him to stop him. "Our daughter was murdered by you-know-who. He who must not be named, by Voldemort. He is back, and he used my daughter's life to do it. Both Molly and I lost family to this man and his followers in the last war. We both lost our brothers in the fight, and now we've lost our daughter. We refuse to lose any more, and we felt all of you, and your parents, had a right to know. Ginny deserves for her death not to be in vain. Don't let this warning fall on deaf ears. Thank you all. Be safe, you and your families." Dumbledore tried to approach Arthur after the service about what he had revealed, only to be shut down in a mo. "No, you listen to me, Dumbledore. Our daughter was murdered by the same man that ripped our families apart all those years ago. We weren't prepared for it then. We need to be now. We have a chance. We need to get people before he does. Be ready for him, so we won't lose anyone else." With a somber twinkle in his blue eyes, Albus began to walk with Arthur and tell him about the Order of the Phoenix. June 1993. Even though Harry spent much of his time with Mrs. Fig, he still did live at 4 Private Drive. Even though he knew she wouldn't mind, Harry didn't want to impose so much on Mrs. Fig, and he did need to change his clothes and do laundry every once in a while. Not to mention that regardless of how much time he spent out of the house, he was still expected to complete the same amount of chores. For the last few months, whenever Aunt Petunia saw him, she gave him a strange look. She used to look at him with disdain or anger, but now it was more like sadness. He tried to avoid her eye as much as he could while he was in the house. It helped that he had an entire room he could be in, walk around in all on his own. When he left the house, he did so early enough in the morning that he could sneak out before they woke. He was quite silent when he wanted to be. However, one night he awoke with a strange feeling, and looked to his doorframe to see Aunt Petunia standing there, watching him. Her presence startled him, and he jumped up in bed. She seemed almost affronted that he had woken up. "Why are you watching me?" he asked her. She pursed her lips. "You've been here for a long time now. Nearly 12 years. He nodded, not sure where she was going with this. "I missed a lot of time. If only I'd known sooner that you were normal." "I'm not normal," he told her once again. "I just can't do magic, but that isn't normal when both your parents can." Well, it was quite abnormal when your mother could when our entire family had never even heard of magic before. I guess so, when you came to us we assumed you would be just as strange, just as abnormal. Magic is dangerous, you know. That terrible boy once crushed me with a tree branch. We couldn't be sure what you would do, had hoped we could stamp it out of you, but it seemed we never had the need. You've been normal this entire time and we've treated you like you're not. It wasn't quite an apology, and Harry didn't expect he would ever get one of those from the Dursleys, but it was something. Acknowledgement that they had not treated him properly. Somewhat of an explanation as to why they had treated him as they did. They were afraid. Afraid of the power he could hold. Afraid of what he could do to them, so they hated him. Yeah, most people don't keep kids in cupboards under the stairs. Her face was stricken once again by the look she had been giving him for months, and Harry realized what it was: guilt. No, they don't. You have a room now, that should be enough. Good night, Harry. Good night, Aunt Petunia. Broken glass and broken hearts. June 1993. When Hermione's Muggle parents came to pick her up from King's Cross Station, they had many questions for her. Why was the school closing early? How had a student died? Why had she not written to them for nearly all of May? After a lengthy interrogation that continued through their drive back home and into dinner, Hermione revealed little by little, hoping a small amount of truth would be enough for them and she could keep much of what had happened to herself. But it wasn't enough, and they kept going back to the death of the young girl and that the school had closed early. By the end of dinner, Hermione had been forced to relinquish every bit of truth to her parents. She told them about the Chamber of Secrets and the basilisk, and that she and her friend Sally Ann had been petrified. She told them about the targeting of Muggleborns and what Ginny Weasley's father had said at her memorial. She told them who Voldemort was and what he had done nearly 15 years ago. With everything out in the open, her mother was in tears, telling Mr. Granger that she knew something hadn't been right when she didn't write back. After what had happened the first year with the troll attack, she just knew something had to be wrong. Her father was angry that they had not been notified when she had been petrified, and even more angry that she had been unconscious in the hospital for nearly a month once again. Mr. Granger insisted that they as her parents needed to stay informed of what was going on in this wizarding world she was a part of, so Hermione begrudgingly signed her parents up for a daily profit subscription. This seemed to placate them for now, although Hermione was very worried about some of the comments her father had made, saying he wasn't sure if he wanted her going back to Hogwarts next year, even if they were open again. That night Hermione cried herself to sleep, terrified and anxious for the future, and hoping that nothing else would happen and she could return to Hogwarts once again when it was deemed safe. Meanwhile, at number 4 Private Drive, the dynamics of the Dursley family had been changing, and Harry wasn't sure how he felt about it. Since their short conversation in the middle of the night, Aunt Petunia had been almost nice to him. She had offered to finish a chore he had been nearly done with so that he could leave to hang out with Noah and Edward a few minutes early. She had asked him one night what he would like for dinner, and while she hadn't actually made it, saying they didn't have the ingredients for it. Even though Harry knew they did, it was nice to be asked. She had even asked him to come sit in the family room with her and Dudley on a weekend. Dudley was home from Smeltings. They were watching the telly, and after a few minutes she asked Harry what he would like to watch. Harry considered that. He wasn't even sure what he liked to watch, as he had never been allowed to choose before. In a spur of the moment, he told her he liked to watch football. She had then actually changed the channel to reruns of the final match of the British football season that year. It was a match between Manchester United and Aston Villa. Harry was enraptured by the superb footwork and excellent teamwork shown by Manchester United, that is until Dudley began to whine. He cried and screamed that it was unfair that his show was turned off for stupid football. Harry shouldn't get to decide what was on the telly. He never watched the telly. Aunt Petunia tried to placate him, offering for her Duddekins to play any of his computer games, or to watch what he wanted on the telly in his own bedroom. But that wasn't good enough for Dudley. He stomped around and screamed, so loudly that Harry couldn't hear a word the commenters were saying. Harry stood up and told his aunt that Dudley could have his show back. He couldn't hear much anyway, and rushed up to his room to get away from the noise. The following day, the Sunday just before Dudley was to go back for his final week of Smeltings, the large boy burst into Harry's room as he lay on his bed, throwing his football in the air and catching it. Dudley started grabbing his own old broken toys and throwing them at Harry. He quickly jumped out of the way as the glass of Dudley's first ever television set shattered across his bed. "You think you can just have whatever you want now, do ya?" Dudley yelled as he chucked a bent air rifle right into the bedside lamp on the side table, causing it to shatter. "This is still my house. This is my bedroom. The telly is mine. Everything is mine." Then he took hold of the case of dusty books that had never been touched and shoved it over onto the ground, causing the books to scatter and the room to shake with the impact. "Go ahead, you're right," Harry taunted as he quickly avoided every toy thrown at him. "Everything is yours, all of it. Brea, go ahead. It's all your stuff." Anyway, Dudley looked furious, until his eyes landed on Harry's football that had rolled to the wall after Harry jumped off the bed. Seeing his eyes, Harry launched himself towards the ball, but Dudley was much closer and grabbed it before he could. Then he grabbed a large piece of glass from the shattered TV and stabbed it right into the center of the ball. "No!" Harry yelled, as Dudley screamed and shook a now bloody hand. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had made it up the stairs at that moment and stared in at the scene. Dudley immediately began to blubber to them about how Harry had hurt his hand and was breaking all of his things. Uncle Vernon charged forward into the room, face red, mustache twitching as he shouted at Harry. Anger welled up inside of Harry at the injustice of it all. And he was about to yell right back at Uncle Vernon, not caring about the consequences, until Aunt Petunia grabbed his uncle's beefy arm and said softly, "Vernon, he didn't do it. Leave him be." "Well, but Dudley." "Yes, we'll get his hand fixed up, now let the boy alone, Vernon. He's already got a mess to clean up, that's enough." Vernon harumphed but turned around and left Harry's destroyed room with a still blubbering Dudley in tow. Harry picked up the remains of his now quite deflated football, which still had the shard of glass sticking out of it. Aunt Petunia looked at him sadly, looking like she wanted to say something, but she didn't as she left the room. Harry spent the rest of the day cleaning up the disaster that Dudley had made of his bedroom. He nicked himself a few times on the shards of glass and pieces of lamp, but by the end of it, everything looked relatively normal again and he had an entirely new set of sheets on his bed. Harry brought the old sheets outside to shake any remaining glass on them onto the street before bringing them to the laundry room. When he got back to the room, sitting on the end of the bed was a small pile of band-aids and a new football. This one was red and yellow and bore the Manchester United team logo and the year 1992-93 feet. They must have won that match. He would have to find a time to watch the rest of that game, and Harry had a feeling that he would get to. Meanwhile, with the help and passion of the Weasley family, Dumbledore had been able to reform the Order of the Phoenix. Many of the members from last time returned, at least those that remained, and even a few new members had joined. Among the new members were the Weasley parents, of course, as well as Harold Perkins, Arthur's subordinate in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office, Amos and Martha Diggory, neighbors and friends of the Weasleys who themselves had a son at Hogwarts, and Xenophilius Lovegood, another neighbor of the Weasleys. Xenophilius in particular had been pushed to join the Weasleys' efforts to take down the man that had killed their daughter by his own daughter Luna. He exclaimed to them passionately that his magazine The Quibbler was entirely on their side, although they weren't sure how much good a conspiracy theory magazine could do them. They appreciated the thought all the same. Lastly, Alistair Moody, a retired Auror that had been a member of the previous order, had brought his newest protege, a metamorphagus named Nymphadora Tonks who had just completed her first year of Auror training under his tutelage. For the time being, they were using the Weasleys' home as their base of operations to hold meetings. Molly tried to keep herself busy, cooking and cleaning for the Order members that came through her house, but she was frequent to bouts of crying at the mention of anything that reminded her of Ginny. Bill and Charlie were both living at home once again, back in the childhood bedroom that they shared. Bill had taken the death of his sister very hard, all of the boys had, but Bill in particular felt an immense amount of guilt. His sister had died, he had gone to her memorial, and while there he had realized that he did not know who his sister truly was as a person. He remembered when she was born, the tiny little baby girl, then the feisty little toddler, then the annoying little girl that was always pestering him. He entertained her on occasion, she really seemed to like hearing about him and whatever he was up to. She would ask him question after question, and yet, he had never asked her any questions in return. Who really was she as a person? More than the tiny little girl he had once known her as. He had been gone for so long for his job as well. He had barely seen his family these last 3 years, especially his siblings. He found it hard at times to picture her face any older than 7. There were so many years between them, but that was no excuse, and now she was gone and there would be no reclaiming that lost time. Bill was therefore determined to spend as much time as he could with his remaining family members, especially his brothers. Even if the time he spent with them was not enjoyable, he would not make the same mistake again. Each of his family members was processing their grief differently. Little Ron, who was almost as young as Ginny was always so angry, it seemed anything would set him off. His room had been trashed many times over since they had been back home. The gnomes in the backyard didn't dare venture into their yard anymore, fearing the boys' wrath. Bill had helped him toss them. It was therapeutic in a way. The twins, Fred and George, never left each other's sides, even more than usual. Their usual cheeky grins replaced by a hollow gauntness about their expressions. No strange sounds or explosions came from their room. They told no jokes, merely wandered the house in tandem with one another, watching the order members pass through with a steely look in their eyes. It saddened Bill to see them in such a state. They had always been such jokesters, and he hoped their humor was not gone for good. However, they were in much better shape than Percy. His passionate, overachieving little brother who would ramble on about the importance of academics and following rules, and his ambitions for the future, had not spoken a single word since Ginny's death. He spent much of his time shut in his room, staring at his desk. Bill sat with him. At first he tried to coax him into talking, but now he sat with him in silence. Charlie, the brother Bill had always been closest with, being so close in age and having shared a room, spent as much of his time out of the house as he could. He would wander around the yard, checking on the chickens and staring up at the sky. Bill had gotten him to talk a few times. He was more willing to than their other brothers. He was heartbroken at Ginny's loss, as all of them were, but he said the worst part of it all was that it was not just Ginny they had lost. No one was the same anymore. Ron was angry. The twins didn't laugh or joke anymore. Percy was practically comatose. Mum was always crying. Dad never tinkered with his inventions anymore. He was always following after Mum, holding her when she cried, trying to be the strong one and hold everything together for the rest of them. But when Mum went to sleep and he didn't have to be her support anymore, he would sit at the kitchen table holding a picture of Ginny and cry silently. Charlie said he couldn't bear to be around it all, to see what their family had become, so he spent all of his time outside, imagining he was back in Romania with his dragons. "When are you going back?" Bill had asked him. "I don't know. Soon. It's been nearly a month now. The other dragon tamers keep writing me, asking what to do. They're quite lost without me. I need to get back to something normal, you know. But I know Mum wants everyone together right now. I get it, but I can't stay here forever. I don't want to. Ginny wouldn't have wanted this for us, what we've all become. There's a new dragon about to hatch soon. I want to be there to see it. IG at Ginny, or Gin if it's a boy." Later that evening the order held another meeting, and both Bill and Charlie attended. They discussed the concerning lack of updates on either of the Voldemorts. Neither the old nor the young one had made any moves yet, but they were ready for when they did. Hagrid was still in Azkaban despite Albus' many conversations with the minister about the subject, and even though Ginny had been killed after he had been taken away. Fudge thus far refused to listen to reason, and absolutely refused to believe that there was a younger version of Voldemort walking around. Dumbledore was now going through Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement instead. She seemed more willing to consider that his imprisonment might have been a mistake. She had a niece and nephew currently attending Hogwarts. As such, she was personally invested in assuring that the school would be safe for a possible reopening in September. If Hagrid was not the culprit, it was important that they catch the real one. As the meeting neared its close, Bill stood up with an announcement to make. He told the members of the Order and his parents that he had accepted a permanent job in Britain with Gringotts so he can stay close to home and be a part of the Order. Molly immediately stood up and ran to him, embracing him in a tight hug as she cried, "Oh Bill, I'm so glad. I never want any of my children out of my sight again. Now all that's left is for Charlie to get a job in Britain and we'll all be together. There are British dragons, aren't there?" Bill met Charlie's eyes over his mother's head. His expression was stony and guilt-ridden. Charlie looked away and stared down at the table. Bill didn't have the heart to correct his mother, and he let her cry into his chest as she continued to ramble on about keeping their family together. Of Cats and Dragons, July 1993. The Order continued to have little luck gathering any leads about either Voldemort, but they continued searching for any clues as to what they were planning. The last Albus had heard about the elder Voldemort was that he was hiding out somewhere in the forests of Albania. Earlier in the year, a contact of his in the country had encountered a den of vipers stealing and hoarding dark magical artifacts. One snake in particular seemed to possess an almost human-like intelligence as it directed the other snakes to attack him. He had managed to escape, and when he returned to the site afterwards with reinforcements, the vipers were all gone, but a curse remained on the cave, which was triggered when they arrived. No snake could have enchanted that cave to attack them in the way that it did. It seemed Voldemort had possessed that snake the way he had done to poor Quirrell. Albus was glad that he had not managed to find any other wizards foolish enough to give him aid, but his gathering of dark artifacts worried him, as did his capability to curse the cave. He was growing stronger. However, since that report all those months ago, Albus had heard nothing. Alistair asked about the Philosopher's Stone during a meeting in early July, wondering if he could potentially make another attempt on it. Dumbledore explained to all those present that the stone was safely being kept at Hogwarts in a place where only he and Nicholas Flamel knew where. He had taken it out less than half a year ago for Flamel's use, and he assured them all that it had remained undisturbed since then. Arthur asked once again about the younger Voldemort and how strange it was that he had committed one murder and had not been heard of since. That was not at all like the old days where people went missing every week. You must remember, of course, that Voldemort was quite a bit older when he began his attacks. Dumbledore reminded them all. Before that he spent many years studying the dark arts and growing in power. This young Voldemort has not lived out these years yet. And perhaps is doing the same as his predecessor. Unfortunate as it is, Ginny's death was a necessity for him to return as he did, and now he is likely lying low. Perhaps we will not hear from him again for many years. Dumbledore paused what he was saying as shouting permeated the house. The Order members rose to see what the commotion was about and found Molly and Charlie Weasley shouting at each other. "They need me over there, Mum. We need you here. We're your family, not them. You can't just leave after what happened to Ginny." "It was over a month ago, Mum. I want to go back to something normal." "Nothing is normal anymore," Molly roared. "Your sister was murdered." "I know. But look around you, Mum. Our family is falling apart. Look at what we've become. Ginny wouldn't have wanted this for us. Ginny wouldn't have wanted to be dead, but the least we can do for her is live in her memory. You couldn't even be bothered to attend her memorial." "I got there as fast as I could, Mum. I had work. I was out of the country." "Bill was working out of the country as well, much farther away than you, and he got to us sooner." Bill wanted to step forward and say something, but he was afraid of being pulled into the conflict. He didn't want to damage his relationship with either of them in such a volatile moment. "Well, you care more about those dragons than your own sister." "Don't you dare. Of course I cared about Ginny. I love my family." "You've certainly got a funny way of showing it, wanting to leave all of us during the worst moment of our lives." "You know what, you're right. I don't want to stay here and watch you all waste away over this. I hate this. No one is the same anymore. I just want something to be normal again. I need to move on with my life," and he grabbed his things and headed for the door. "Charles Septimus Weasley, if you walk out that door right now, don't you dare come back." "Molly, no." Arthur stepped forward between them, but Charlie stared past him at his mother, a steely look in his eyes. "Fine, then I won't," he said as he slammed the door behind him. Arthur tried to run out after him, but Charlie had already disapparated. "Molly, what have you done?" Arthur asked with a weak voice. "I haven't done anything. He's made his choice." Meanwhile at 1302 Wisteria Walk, Harry had been telling Mrs. Figg about the changes in the Dursley household. How Aunt Petunia was suddenly being much nicer to him. He showed off his new red and yellow football and told her about the tragic fate of the football she had gifted to him a year and a half ago. Mrs. Figg sighed at the hope in his eyes as he tossed his new football in the air, and she told him a story from her own life. When she was young and it was discovered that she was a squib, her family had rejected her. Her parents had mistreated her, her siblings avoided talking to her. She was so alone in that home that she ran away to start her own life. She had a very hard time for a long time. She went through periods of homelessness and difficulty finding work. She had no Hogwarts or formal Muggle education, so no job wanted to hire her. She had been homeschooled by her mother until she was 11, and then after that they stopped caring. During this time of hardship, her family never reached out to her or tried to find her. She imagined that they were quite happy to be rid of their squibbed disappointment of a daughter. Eventually, after many failed attempts at starting a career working for someone else in the Wizarding or Muggle worlds, she decided to work for herself. She lived in a humble Muggle apartment at the time, and owned a cat. His name was Little Bean and he had long since passed on. He was the first true friend she had made for herself in her lonely life, but, as she recalled, he was very stupid. It was terribly funny at times, but it made her wish she could have an intelligent Kneazle cat, but that wouldn't be very WGST Muggles. It was then that her business idea came to her. What if she could breed a cat that was part Kneazle and yet still looked like an ordinary Muggle cat? She began breeding her cats. While she was still working a terrible Muggle job that she hated, but once interest grew in her half-Kneazle cats and she began to make real money at it, she quit that terrible job and began working for herself. She made enough money as a Kneazle cat breeder that she was able to buy her own house, which allowed her to buy more Kneazles and house them much more efficiently now that she had her own space to whatever she liked with. It was at this time that one of her sisters reached out to her wanting to reconnect. She had not heard a thing from her when she had needed her family the most, yet once she was doing well in life, had her own home and business, that was when she reached out. Of course, at the time she had been very happy to hear from her and had welcomed her sister back into her life with open arms. They began to see each other a few times a month. It was quite nice. However, she soon began to notice that they always saw each other at her house, never her sister's. Her sister had a husband and children, and she very much would have liked to meet them, but there was always some reason, some excuse why they couldn't go to her house. But as soon as Mrs. Fig's house was offered, the excuses went away. Whenever her sister would come over, Mrs. Fig began to make it a point to talk about how much she would like to meet her nieces, nephew and brother-in-law, and how she would love to come over to her house sometime. The more she asked to see them and join in her sister's life, the less she heard from her. Mrs. Fig was also quite upset that it seemed her sister couldn't bear to be seen with her, even after she had reached out to her herself, and made less efforts to speak to her as well. It had now been over 2 decades since she had spoken to her sister, and the contact they had made it all the worse when she left her life again. "I'm sorry that happened to you," Harry told her sincerely. She smiled sadly at him. "Oh, it was many years ago now, don't you worry about me. But my point in telling you this is to warn you. Don't get too attached to this change in your aunt, it may not last, and I don't want to see you hurt for it on the other side of whatever has come over her lately." "Oh, I know," Harry half laughed. "She's still Aunt Petunia. I don't expect her to suddenly actually like me, but if this makes life easier at number 4 even for a little while, then I'm not about to put a stop to it." Mrs. Fig wrapped her arms around the nearly teenage boy, wishing she could just take him into her home, and he would never have to go back to that terrible house and those terrible people again. But Dumbledore would never allow it, and he was protected from you-know-who there, something he would need now more than ever now that there were 2 of them. In late July, it was announced that Arthur Weasley had won the Daily Prophet Grand Prize Galleon draw, something he barely remembered entering. Suddenly they were given a substantial amount of money, more than the impoverished family knew what to do with, and Daily Prophet reporters and photographers were flocking to their home, asking them what they intended to do with the money. The thought of taking their first ever family vacation crossed Arthur's mind. They had never been able to afford to do so, and perhaps the boys could use something a bit lighthearted to take their minds off of everything that had happened. However, it was clear that Molly would not be able to stand taking a family vacation when 2 members of their family were not present. She had refused to send any letters to Charlie or even think about apologizing. As far as she was concerned, he had been selfish, and he should be the one to apologize for it. Yet, she cried for him now nearly as much as she did for Ginny. No, Molly would not want to have a family vacation. After a long, hard conversation, they made the decision to keep some of the money for themselves, but to give the rest of it to Dumbledore, with the express purpose of using it to fund the Order of the Phoenix. At first, Albus refused to take the money, insisting that their family needed it more, but Molly would not hear of it. What she wanted more than anything else was for Ginny's murderer to be brought to justice, and Dumbledore was the only one who cared to do anything about it. When the Daily Prophet next came knocking at their door, asking what they would be doing with the money, they told them quite honestly that the money would be put toward locating the man that had murdered their daughter and bringing him to justice. The photographers insisted on taking a picture of their family, so Arthur rounded up the boys for the photo. No one was in a state to be having their picture taken. There were no smiles on any of their faces. Molly burst into tears in the middle of it as the thought of a family picture missing 2 members of their family was too much for her to bear. Arthur had caught Ron in the middle of feeding Scabbers, and the rat had gone running out the door amongst the reporters. Ron had to grab the stupid rat to avoid him getting trampled on by all of the Daily Prophet employees in their living room. One of Charlie Weasley's co-workers brought the newspaper to him, telling him that his family had made the news. The headline read, "Grieving Family Wins Grand Prize." Charlie refused to look at it, shooing his co-worker away. But by the end of the night, he grew curious enough and stole a glance at it when no one was looking. They looked just the same as when he had left them, miserable, hollow, with no life in them. Mum went from posing for the picture to bursting into tears over and over again. The only one doing anything of real interest was Ron, who ran through everyone and bent down to grab Percy's old rat Scabbers. But once he was standing with the rest, his face too was empty and despondent. He turned away from the paper and tried to forget about it. His heart broke for them, it truly did, but he had to grieve Ginny in his own way. He had a life he was building for himself out here. Why couldn't they understand that? He needed to come back to his dragons and this little family of tamers he had made for himself. He picked Ginny up into his arms, the orphaned Romanian longhorn dragon that had recently hatched. He picked up a baby bottle of chicken blood and began to feed her. He was very happy to be back, and glad that he had returned in time to see her hatch. If he had come back any later, he would have missed it. And now he had this little life solely dependent on him, which he knew was exactly what he needed to give him something to live for. Happy Memories, July 1993. In the murky waters of the North Sea, surrounded by perpetual mist and foreboding darkness, lay a place feared by wizards and witches far and wide. Azkaban, the notorious wizarding prison, stood as a bastion of despair, its very name invoking dread in those who hear it. Within its grim walls, Azkaban housed the most vile and depraved of magical beings. From dark wizards to vile creatures, its cells filled with those deemed too dangerous or wicked to roam free. Amongst this congregation of the foulest beings wizarding Britain had to offer, 2 men sat in damp, dirty cells, perpetually cold despite the summer sun's persistent rays beyond the cloud of darkness and gloom that hung over the small island. 2 men who were innocent of the charges laid upon them that had brought them to this tortuous place. Rubeus Hagrid rubbed his hands together to warm them as he gazed out at the spectral guardians of the prison. His eyes, once a shining, sparkling black, like beetles, were now dull, hollow and empty. He was careful as the Dementors passed not to allow any happy thoughts to enter his mind, lest the insatiable creatures swoop down to devour the joy from his soul. It had been over 2 meters been rotting away in this terrible place. Dumbledore had come to visit him a few weeks ago, assuring him that he would get him out of here, that he would prove his innocence. He believed him, but it had been so long. Every minute in this dreadful place felt like an eternity. It had been so long since he had been warm, so long since he had been happy, so long since he had curled up with Fang by the fire of his cabin, eating rock cakes and drinking tea. Oh no, he had made a mistake. The tattered, ghastly forms of the spectral beasts twisted in his direction, swooping down upon his cell as he backed up away from them, protesting. Their skeletal hands grasped at the bars of his cell and the cold of their presence sunk into his bones. Something was pulled from him and all he was left with was despair. He would never leave. He would be here forever. No one was coming for him, and there was no home to go back to. There was only Azkaban. In another cell, much higher than Hagrid's, a gaunt-looking man with sunken gray eyes, scraggly, unkempt black hair and beard, stared at his newest cellmate. The last one had died of a heart attack, and this one seemed determined to starve himself to death. "Your skin and bones," he croaked, his voice not often used, throwing a slightly moldy bun at the man across from him. "Eat something." But the other man didn't answer, merely staring blankly through him, eyes empty, with nothing left behind them. The man would be no worse off if the Dementors sucked out his wretched soul and were done with him. Sirius Black sighed as he turned away from the sad excuse for a man. He was determined not to end up like that. He had something that man didn't, something that kept him going, that kept the light shining in his eyes. The dark, deranged light of a madman, but a light nonetheless. Sirius Black had been in this cell far longer than Hagrid had, but was just as innocent. For 12 years he had wasted away in this god-forsaken place. Any happy memories he had once had were foreign to him. He couldn't remember what he had liked or loved before coming here. They had taken all of that away from him. But there was one thing they couldn't take, the one thing that kept him going. He was innocent of what he was sent here for. He was innocent of betraying his best friends to Voldemort and causing their deaths. He was innocent of blowing up a street of muggles. But there was someone who wasn't. There was someone who was guilty of those very things. Someone who would pay for what he had done. Vengeance. That was what drove him, what brought light to his eyes. It wasn't a happy thought, so the Dementors couldn't take it away from him. He would fantasize about escaping, murdering Peter Pettigrew and then killing himself, the end of this awful existence. But he couldn't go yet. He had to cling on to this life for as long as it took for him to end Peter first. The sound of human voices drifted to his ears. Inspections. A stout man in a green bowler hat walked cautiously down the hall, reading a newspaper, talking about some terrible tragedy in the world outside this place. The outside world, what a foreign concept to him. He longed for a glimpse into it, and if it was tragic, surely the Dementors couldn't take it from him. He walked slowly up to the bars that stood between him and freedom and asked the man if he could have his newspaper. The man seemed quite taken aback but gave him the paper all the same. On the front page was a very sad family, with a headline reading "Grieving Family Wins Grand Prize." The youngest boy in the photo fumbled through the others to pick up a rat. Anger filled him at the sight. Peter's animagus form was a rat. He reminded himself that this was just a common pet rat, not Pettigrew. But a part of him didn't care. This rat in the photo acted as a placeholder for his vengeance, and he stared at the photo for hours, filled with murderous intent, imagining himself in that room with that family, yanking the rat from the boy's hands and killing it. However, the more he stared at the photo, the more the rat reminded him of Peter. He thought he was going crazy. It was a black and white moving photo. He could barely make out the details. He must be imagining it. He must be imagining the markings in its fur, the shape of its ears, the tilt of its snout. Then he saw it. The rat's front paws had an uneven number of toes. When Peter had framed him for the betrayal of his best friends, the murder of 12 muggles and his own murder, he had cut off his own finger. It couldn't be, but it was. That rat was in fact Peter Pettigrew, hiding out as an ordinary house pet. He had to get to him, but how? He had fantasized about escaping many times, but how could he do it? Then he looked at his emaciated cellmate. Suppose Sirius starved himself as well. How much thinner would he be in his animagus form as a dog? Perhaps just thin enough to slip through the bars of this cell. He smiled a cruel and wicked smile, devoid of any happiness or joy. He would have his vengeance. He would commit the murder that he was imprisoned for, and then he would finally embrace death and be rid of this life. There was nothing left for him here, nothing. Except Peter Pettigrew. Meanwhile, in Private Drive, Petunia Dursley found herself sitting in the living room alone. Vernon had taken Dudley out on some manly outing and had left her and Harry behind. Harry was still asleep in his bedroom, and once again she had found herself moments ago staring at him. Her nephew. Her sister's child. Lily's child. Nearly 13 years old, having lived with her for 12 of those years. For all the issues she and Lily had had, she was her sister and she had died, and all she had left of her was her son. And yet, how had she raised him? In fear of what he could do, what he could become. Irritated by the reminders of his parents he bore in his appearance. Hiding him away where she would not have to look at him. Doing the bare minimum to care for him, thinking that was good enough. After all this time, now she knew that he was not like his parents at all. The danger and freakishness in them was not in him. He was like her, just a normal person with no special powers or wonderful magical school to go to. He had been left out of that world just as she had. But she had spent so many years treating him as other, she didn't know where to begin now that she knew he was just like her. She had left the boy's doorway, her eyes stinging with tears, and had dug out pictures she had not dared to look at for years. She brought the box to the living room and allowed the tears to fall silently as she gazed at her sister's young face next to hers. Their parents. Standing behind them, a hand on each of their shoulders. Another picture showed only the two of them, Lily 10 and Petunia 12. Petunia's thin, gangly arm around her sister's petite shoulders. blonde and fiery red hair touching as they held each other close. It was at that moment that Harry walked downstairs. The sight of his aunt displaying actual emotion was strange and uncomfortable. When she noticed him, she quickly wiped away her tears, and he flinched back, expecting a tirade of shouts, telling him to leave her alone, but it never came. She looked at him with that same sad, guilty look once again and beckoned him over to the couch. "I've never shown you this before," she told him in little more than a whisper. "I haven't taken these pictures out in years. I don't know what came over me, but I thought you might like to see them." Harry waited a moment. He still expected for Aunt Petunia to realize what was happening, for her demeanor to switch, for her to begin yelling at him. Despite her recent changes, this seemed like too much from her, much more than he should dare to hope for. No yelling came, so he turned his attention to the box. Inside it were many loose photos and multiple entire photo albums. Some of the photos were in color, like the one that his aunt held of two young girls, while M and white. As he shuffled through the box, hungrily soaking in these precious memories, moments in his mother's life, Aunt Petunia told him things about the photos. She told him how old she and his mother, Lily, were in each picture. She told him about her parents, his grandparents, who were actually killed in a car crash nearly a year before he was born. She described what they were doing in some of the pictures. It seemed the two of them used to spend a lot of time playing outside together, or at least that's what their parents photographed. In the background of one of the photos was a young boy with black hair, about the same age as the girls in the photo. Harry wouldn't have even noticed him there if Aunt Petunia hadn't pointed him out. "There's that awful boy," Aunt Petunia told him. "My dad?" Harry asked. No, of course not. He was the one that started it all. Your mother met him, and she was never the same afterwards. Started spending all her time with him, doing magic." "That boy could do magic," Harry interrupted. "The most vile sort. He dropped a tree branch right on top of me. Your mother loved spending time with him, talking about him all the time. It was always Sev this and Sev that. Never had time for me anymore. And of course, then they both went off to that school and I never saw much of her at all." "So they were friends?" Aunt Petunia sniffed, and that seemed to be all she was going to say about that. Harry smiled as he continued perusing the contents of the box. As he got lower, he found more papers other than pictures. He found drawings, some of flowers, playgrounds and two little girls, clearly done by a child, while others were more sophisticated drawings done by someone much older, of a lake as black as night, the tower of a grand castle, a cauldron of bubbling potion, and a boy with black hair that hung like a curtain around his face. In the corner was the name, Severus. This was clearly a drawing of the boy in the picture, his mother's childhood friend. "Why did you keep all these?" Harry asked, confused why his aunt would want to keep his mother's drawings of Hogwarts or that awful boy. Petunia merely shrugged, saying, "Many of those pictures, especially the drawings your mother made, were among my parents' things in their house. When they died they were given to me. It takes time to go through things, especially after a loss, and after she died 2 years later I took everything that reminded me of her and shoved it all away. For some reason I could never bring myself to destroy or throw any of it out. Sentimentality maybe. But I suppose it's good I've kept it until now. You can have it." "I can?" Harry asked, barely daring to hope that these pieces of his mother's life could be his. "Yes, I have no need for any of it, and I thought perhaps you might like them, seeing as you never got a chance to know her." "Well, yeah, thank you Aunt Petunia," she smiled slowly. "You're welcome Harry." Harry continued through the box as Petunia began making lunch for the two of them. At the very bottom of the box were a series of letters. Some were from Lily to Petunia. Some were from Petunia to Lily, which it seemed had never been sent since Petunia still had them. Some were from Lily to her parents, and one in particular was written in elegant handwriting that was very familiar. It was a letter to Petunia from Albus Dumbledore. Anger flared up inside of Harry. Why did this man seem to show up everywhere? The letter was a very kindly written rejection. It seemed it was a response to a letter Petunia had written asking to attend Hogwarts. The headmaster explained to her that only those that could use magic would be able to attend the school as the classes specifically involved the use of magic. As he read it, Harry felt as though the letter was rejecting him as well, telling him that he wasn't special like all of the other witch and wizard children who could do magic and attend Hogwarts. For the first time in his entire life, Harry felt a wave of empathy towards Aunt Petunia. Perhaps she was right. maybe they did have something in common. Harry buried the letter at the bottom of the box, not wanting Aunt Petunia to see him reading it. It felt very personal. He stood up from the box of happy memories and went to help his aunt in the kitchen. She smiled as she moved over at the counter, giving him space to join her. Unwanted guests. August 1993. News of Sirius Black's escape shook the wizarding world to its core. The institution they trusted to keep them safe from the vilest evil in the magical world could no longer be trusted to do its one job: not let prisoners escape. The Daily Prophet ran rampant with the story, each journalist finding someone else to blame. Rita Skeeter in particular had written quite a scathing article blaming Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge for the incident. Even the Muggle News was broadcasting Sirius' face and warning everyone to stay away from the dangerous convict. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, however, didn't need the Muggle News to hear about Sirius Black's escape, as they had a subscription to the Daily Prophet. After reading about the escaped murderer in the paper, Mr. Granger came to his final decision: Hermione Granger would not be going back to Hogwarts this year, even though they had recently announced its tentative reopening in September. Hermione screamed at her father for nearly an hour, with her mother trying to keep the peace between them, but ultimately siding with her father. When it became obvious that there would be no changing their minds, Hermione ran to her room crying. She pulled out 2 pieces of parchment and began writing letters to her friends Sally Ann and Faye, telling them what had happened and asking if this was even legal for Muggle parents to keep a witch back from Hogwarts. Unfortunately, Hermione didn't have an owl, so she would have to wait for one of them to write to her before she could send her letters to them. Meanwhile, in the office of the Minister for Magic, Albus Dumbledore was asked to sit down as Cornelius Fudge poured him a cup of tea. "Now, Dumbledore," he said very seriously, "we both know what Black's after. We cannot assume for certain, Cornelius. However, what we do know is this escape from Azkaban has taken place eerily close to the return of the young Tom Riddle. It would be unconscionable for us not to speculate that it may be more than mere coincidence." "Oh, enough of that, Dumbledore. I don't want to hear any more of this you-know-who business. It's Black we ought to be worrying about. Now, I've asked you here today to inform you of a new emergency policy I've put through in light of this emergent threat." "A new policy?" "Yes, and since we know where Black will be going, also considering we may still have a murderer wandering about Hogwarts if your Hagrid is indeed innocent." "Hagrid is innocent. The courts have declared it as of last week." "Yes, well, he will not be allowed back at the school, I'm sure you know, just for precaution's sake. But regardless, the Guardians of Azkaban have most graciously agreed to this new policy." "The Guardians of Azkaban? Cornelius, you cannot be telling me that you have made some sort of deal with the Dementors?" "And what if I have?" Fudge asked, his face going red. "They're furious, and it seems to me the ones most likely to capture him, so we must send them to where he's bound to be, Hogwarts." "No, absolutely not. Cornelius, you cannot send dark, soulless creatures that devour happiness and souls to a school full of children. You have been around them. They will not discriminate between the one they are after and the ones they deem in their way. I will not stand for this. You have no choice, Dumbledore. I am the Minister for Magic, not you. I am the one that makes the policies and the decisions. Do not mistake my seeking your counsel to mean you wish for Hagrid to be allowed to remain free and Hogwarts to be allowed to open. Then we must take the necessary precautions." Albus sighed. This was why he hated politics, and why Hogwarts. "Cornelius, you say that's where he will be heading. How can you be so certain?" "The guards have heard him talking in his sleep for days, saying, 'He's at Hogwarts, I'll get him at Hogwarts.' And of course you and I both know he's out to finish what his master started, to kill Harry Potter." "Ah, but there's one flaw in your logic, Minister. Harry Potter is not at Hogwarts. Are you prepared to send Dementors to a Muggle neighborhood as well?" "Poppycock, Dumbledore, don't play your silly games with me. He might not be there now, but he will be for the school year." "No, Cornelius, he won't be. The rumor has made its rounds. I'm surprised you haven't heard. The Quibbler certainly has been having a field day with it this last year." "Oh, just spit it out, Dumbledore. Stop talking circles around me. Harry Potter is a squib. He has not been and will not be at Hogwarts. If Sirius Black is indeed heading to Hogwarts, he will not find the boy who lived there." "Nonsense. Harry Potter? A squib? No, there must be some mistake. It's not possible." "Cornelius. No, you're not talking your way out of this one, Dumbledore. Squib or not, Harry Potter will be at Hogwarts this year, and that is where I will be sending the Dementors, to keep everyone safe. Meanwhile, in Private Drive, Harry found life to be going reasonably well, all things considered. He spent half of his time with Mrs. Figg, some time practicing football with Noah and Edward, preparing for the first match of the season in early September, and the rest was spent at number 4. Dudley had been given a new TV for the kitchen, as he had been complaining about the long walk between the fridge and the living room, so now Harry often had the living room TV to himself. He found he enjoyed watching football. He had learned so many new moves that he had been practicing with Noah and Edward at the park, and Saturday morning cartoons weren't bad either. Even his birthday this year had been quite nice. Mrs. Figg had thrown him a little party in her backyard, and they had invited the entire football team to celebrate. Harry walked away with more gifts than he knew what to do with, including many new outfits that would actually fit him, a new set of football studs, 4 sets of good grip socks, and a hairbrush for the messy hair he now had, as Aunt Petunia hadn't cut his hair embarrassingly short for a while. Then when he had gone home for dinner that day, Aunt Petunia had taken him out to a restaurant, just the two of them, for a birthday dinner. She had given him a gift bag with a few nice picture frames, for him to frame the favorites of the pictures she had given to him. He was quite shocked, as the most he usually got from the Dursleys was a coat hanger or an old sock, but he was grateful all the same. Even Dobby had found the time to leave him a plate of cookies on his nightstand at the Dursleys. He smiled as he took a bite and got ready for bed. He was in a good mood as he came downstairs the next morning, only to get truly terrible news. Uncle Vernon's awful sister, Aunt Marge, would be coming to stay with them for an entire week. She didn't come to stay often, but each time she had stood out vividly in Harry's mind as particularly horrible. Between her hitting his legs with a walking stick to make sure Dudley won a party game, giving him dog biscuits for a Christmas present, and her dog Ripper chasing him up a tree, and her refusing to call him off until past midnight, Harry was absolutely not happy that she would be staying with them for a whole week. But come to stay she did, and she was just as terrible as Harry thought she would be. He tried to spend much of his time out of the house, but Aunt Petunia asked him to be around a bit more, as she was putting up a fit about him being able to come and go as he pleased. So he stayed in the house, and she called him every name in the book. She insulted his parents and his breeding, poked fun at his messy hair, and that he attended Stonewall High instead of a reputable private boarding school like Smeltings, as Dudley and her beloved brother did. Anger as Harry had never felt before rose up inside of him, especially when she insulted his parents, calling them drunkards that caused their own deaths and burdened his poor aunt and uncle with an ill-bred runt like him. However, each time Harry was about to yell right back at her or storm out of the house, Aunt Petunia would change the subject, bring more wine and spirits, or even, a few times, she defended him. As if the rug had been pulled out from under him, all of his anger drained out of him when Aunt Petunia came to his defense. He could see it bothered Marge and Uncle Vernon, and yet she spoke up for him. It all came to a head on the final day of her stay. Marge had had quite a lot to drink and was going on again about the ill-breeding of Harry's parents, as if they were dogs. Vernon chortling and agreeing right along with her. Dudley was openly laughing at everything she said. Harry felt the anger rise up in him once again. How dare she speak that way about his parents? But once again, before he said anything, Aunt Petunia told her that was quite enough, that to insult Harry's breeding would be to insult her as well. Marge narrowed her eyes at Petunia, and very sternly told her that she wasn't speaking about her, but about her sister and the boy. Petunia once again calmly told her as she cleared their plates away from the table that to insult her family, however strange they maybe, was to insult her as well. Especially Harry, as he was her nephew. Marge was not at all happy with this, and she quite aggressively told Vernon to get a hold of his wife. Almost as if that was his cue, Uncle Vernon stood up, his face purple, and he began to shout. However, for once, it was not directed at Harry, but instead at Petunia. He shouted at her for how she had changed lately, ever since the boy hadn't gone off to the freak school. She'd been acting strangely about him, giving him all sorts of preferential treatment over Dudley. He accused her of being a bad mother for neglecting their child, and of being a bad wife for going against his wishes in the way he wanted to raise the children in his house. Marge rose up, pointing a thick finger in her face, reiterating all of what Vernon was saying, declaring that the boy needed to be reined in. He thought he had full run of the place now, and that simply wouldn't do. Nothing a good caning wouldn't fix. Harry had had enough, and, for the first time in his life, He stood up in anger to defend Aunt Petunia. All she had been to him lately was kind, but it certainly wasn't preferential treatment over Dudley. And he most certainly didn't have run of the house. Aunt Petunia didn't seem to appreciate his efforts, however, as she merely told him to go up to his room and that he wasn't helping. Harry stomped up the stairs amidst the shouting and screaming below him and shut himself in the bathroom, splashing his face with water. His hands were shaking, his whole body felt hot, he was just so angry at the injustice of it all. He looked up into the mirror, staring into his own green eyes, when he noticed something strange. It almost seemed as though he was glowing. A faint silvery light was emanating out from his skin, pulsating with the frantic beating of his heart. It reminded him of what he had seen in the Ollivander's shop in Diagon Alley all those months ago. He reached up to touch his face, but felt nothing there, and suddenly the silvery light was gone. Meanwhile, in the days since Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban, he had been making his way towards Hogwarts. It would take him many weeks to get there by foot, and he wasn't certain of what he would eat or drink, but he was determined to get there. In the possession of a Hogwarts-aged child, which meant that was where he would be. However, as he traveled, stealing food where he could, drinking from puddles on the ground in his dog form, memories began to come back to him. Memories of good times and people he loved that he had not been able to think of or remember for many years. He resisted it at first, fearing the hunger of the Dementors. But then he remembered, they weren't here. He was allowed to have happy thoughts and memories. So he let them come flooding back, little by little, the happy times at Hogwarts with Remus, Lily and James, especially James. His best friend that had always been there for him, that had cared for him like a brother. That had let him move in and live with him in his own home after he had been kicked out from his parents' house. James's parents, Fleement and Euphemia Potter, were more like parents to him than his biological parents would ever be. He cried as he traveled. Now he remembered why he wanted to kill Peter Pettigrew. He remembered what the rat had taken from him. Then memories from after Hogwarts began to pour into his mind. James and Lily were married. He was their best man. It was a beautiful ceremony and one of the happiest days of Sirius life. Remus was the ring bearer. James joked that they should have held the ceremony during the full moon so he could bring the rings down the aisle in his mouth. A year or so after they were married, Lily became pregnant. Sirius stopped for a moment. He had forgotten. How could he have forgotten? James and Lily had a baby. Little baby Harry. And since both sets of their parents had passed before his birth, they had named him Sirius, as Harry's godfather. They had trusted him to take care of Harry. He had failed them. How old would he even be now? Suddenly, for the first time in nearly a decade, something mattered more to Sirius than vengeance. He had to find Harry. He had to know that he was okay. Where was his godson? To go or not to go? August 1993, the day after Marge left, Harry made his way to Mrs. Figg's house. It had been days since he had been over there, and he missed it. It was like his second home. He made sure he brought pajamas and a change of clothes, intending to stay the night. On his way over, he saw a large black dog. It had no collar and looked very dirty. He tried to keep his distance, but the dog came right up to him. Fortunately, it seemed friendly enough, walking along beside him as he made his way to 1302 Wisteria Walk. Harry intended to get the dog some food once he got to the house, but the moment he opened the door, the dog was chased off by Mr. Paws, Tufty and two of the younger half-Kneazle cats. Mrs. Figg was worried about their response and wrote to Dumbledore immediately. Meanwhile, Hermione Granger received a response from her friend Sally Ann, who told her that her parents were not going to be sending her back to Hogwarts this year either. They were going to get her a private tutor for the year, just as a precaution after what happened last year. She suggested that Hermione could also get a tutor, and she gave her the tutor's information. Hermione went to her parents and told them that she would accept their decision on one condition. She wanted to get an owl so she could still stay in contact with her friends and other people in the wizarding world. They reluctantly agreed, but once they got to the magical menagerie, Hermione fell in love with a large ginger cat with a flat face, mats all over his coat, and a bottle brush tail. She was told that the poor cat had been there for a long time. Due to his temperament, nobody wanted him. However, she still needed an owl, so she begged her parents to let her have both. After all, they would be depriving her of her friends. She needed a companion, and a way to write to them. Out of guilt they gave in, and Hermione walked out of the shop with Crookshanks the cat and Barnabas the barn owl. Meanwhile, being unable to return to his home of 50 years at Hogwarts, Hagrid went looking for a new job and a new place to live. His good friend Tom, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, had set him up in the apartment above the pub temporarily until he found something else. He had been trying everywhere, but no one wanted to hire a half-giant with no OWLs or NEWTs that had just gotten out of Azkaban. If he had no job, he couldn't pay rent, and if he couldn't pay rent then he couldn't find a new home. Hagrid was venting about his struggles to Tom at the bar one night, looking to him for advice on what he should do. But Tom did something much better than give him advice. He gave him a job at the Leaky Cauldron. He would have to start paying rent for the apartment if he wanted to stay there once he started working, or he could use the money he made to move somewhere else. Hagrid burst into loud, grateful sobs, thanking Tom profusely. Meanwhile, after having received Mrs. Fig's letter about the strange black dog that her cats had chased off, Dumbledore decided that it was time to return to Private Drive. It had been many years since he had been to that street. The last time he had been there, the day after young Harry Potter had been brought to his aunt's home, he had tapped into the ancient magic that Lily Potter had used to save her son's life and had created a protective barrier. Drawing from Lily's ancient magic and her blood connection to her sister, he had created a barrier of protection against Voldemort or anyone else that would seek to find Harry on his behalf. It was essentially a Fidelius charm that only hid Harry from specific people, quite an ingenious invention, if he did say so himself. So long as Harry called the place where his mother's blood resided his home, he would be protected from Voldemort and the Death Eaters attempting to locate him. This of course begged the question, if that black dog had indeed been Sirius Black in his animagus form, a Death Eater supposedly trying to kill Harry, how had he found him? However, as he approached number 4 he found his answer. The barrier was weakened. There were holes in it, he could feel them. What could have caused this? He marched up to number 4 dressed in his tamest colored wizard's robes and rapped on the door. Petunia Dursley opened it and was shocked to see him. She began spluttering that there were no freaks in this house and attempted to close the door on him. Albus sighed, put his foot in the door and asked to see Harry, to which she replied, "He isn't a freak either, he's normal, I know, but I still need to speak with him. Is he home?" "No, he's staying at a friend's house." She didn't seem to know who these friends were, so Albus finally let her close the door. His next stop was Wisteria Walk to ask Mrs. Fig if she knew where these friends of Harry's might live. However, once the old squib opened the door, he saw that she was not alone. 13-year-old Harry Potter sat at her dining room table just past the living room, dressed in pajamas, and the unmistakable sound of a house elf's disapparation sounded through the home. At least he wouldn't have to break the news about the magical world to the boy. Mrs. Fig had a lot of explaining to do, but it seemed he had found the source of the holes in the barrier. He had never thought the relationship he had encouraged between the two of them could put Harry in danger. He must be more vigilant in the future. As soon as Mrs. Fig said the man's name, Harry knew who the old man at the door was. Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, the man that had rejected Aunt Petunia from going to Hogwarts, the man that had been keeping tabs on him for at least the last 2 years. The two older adults spoke in hushed voices in the living room, glancing over at him from time to time. It was clear they were talking about him and that made him angry. "So you're Albus Dumbledore," he said firmly, striding into the room, ignoring the fact that he was still in his pajamas. He stared confidently at the Strand. This was the first time he had met an actual wizard, and he certainly looked like one, with his long white hair and beard and robes that fell at his feet. "I see you've heard of me," Dumbledore said with a smile. "I do wonder how much you know." And he glanced at Mrs. Fig, who looked down sheepishly. "I know enough. But Mrs. Fig didn't tell me anything I hadn't already figured out for myself first." "I see, you must be quite a curious boy then, and very smart. With that in mind, I have an offer for you not afforded to most people of the non-magical community. I would like to bring you to Hogwarts." "I thought squibs and muggles couldn't go to Hogwarts," Harry interrupted. Mrs. Fig gave him a warning glance, but he ignored it. "That's what you said to my aunt in that letter you sent her. Are you just wanting me to come visit? To get a good look at the place I can never go to?" You really have done the thing right, haven't you? Even Mrs. Fig wouldn't have known about that letter. And no, Harry, it would be to stay. I'm not certain as to how long. Why would you take me to stay at a school I can't even attend? I can't do magic. The classes all require magic, don't they? The old man sighed. Yes, you're quite right, Harry. The reason I am to bring you to Hogwarts is not for you to attend the school, as you've said yourself, you can't. I am bringing you there for your protection. As you must know, there are certain people in the magical world who would seek to do you harm. Mrs. Fig shook her head. Ah, no, Dumbledore, that's the one thing he doesn't know about. I thought it would be the thing you most wanted kept from him, enough to make a boy's head spin and all that. He knows about the world, but he doesn't know who he is in it. Harry shot Mrs. Fig a look of betrayal, but she refused to meet his eyes. He knew she had been keeping more from him, but he had put it aside in favor of their relationship. But it seemed what she had been keeping from him was specifically about him, and she had been doing it for this man. Albus Dumbledore. As Harry seethed silently, the whole truth was told to him, who he was to the wizarding world, who the evil man that had killed his parents was, and how the war had ended. He had ended it. But that was impossible, he was a squib. So Dumbledore went further in explaining the protection his mother had given him and how the old man himself had used that protection to protect him further so long as he lived at his aunt's house and considered it his home. So you see, the time you have spent here has put you in danger in a way I did not foresee. The protection I gave to you has been damaged, which may have allowed followers of Voldemort to find you. Knowing this, I must bring you to Hogwarts, which has protections far greater than the one I placed around your aunt's house. So me sleeping over at Mrs. Fig's house sometimes means I have to leave my whole life. What about my school? My friends? I'm on the soccer team, our first game is in just a couple weeks. Your schoolwork can be delivered to you so you will not fall behind. Your friends you may write to. Unfortunately, you will not be able to leave Hogwarts until we know that you will be safe here once again. It is not your fault, Harry. You could not have known. He reached a wizened hand out onto Harry's shoulder, and Harry jerked back. No, of course I couldn't have known, he yelled, because no one told me anything. If I was really in so much danger, shouldn't I have known about it? You were just a child, Harry. Such a weight shouldn't be on your shoulders. But now, because it wasn't, you're going to rip me from my life. My friends, Mrs. Fig, soccer, all of it? I don't want to go to Hogwarts. I can't do magic. Do you think I want to just hang out there and watch all the kids that can? Of course not. Dumbledore closed his eyes. He looked genuinely sad, but Harry didn't care. This man was meddling with his life. Ruining his life. Everything he had found and built up for himself, he was stripping it all away from him. If there were any other choice, then I would leave you just as you are. But there is a certain individual who has recently escaped from prison who may be seeking you out to finish what Voldemort attempted when you were an infant. The Ministry has seen fit to protect you using dangerous, powerful creatures, which they are sending to Hogwarts. You will be protected there. And what little protection you have here has been damaged. You will be coming to Hogwarts, Harry, for your own protection. I will give you the day to say your goodbyes to your friends and your family, and to pack your things. I will be back for you at sundown. Before Harry could say another word, the man turned on his heel and vanished. Harry. Mrs. Fig reached out a hand to him, her face sorrowful. Unless you're going to give me a way to stay here, I'm not interested, he snapped as he marched over to the door, swinging it open with more force than necessary. But before he walked through, he glanced back over his shoulder at her. I'm sorry. I just can't right now. Harry spent the rest of the day with Noah and Edward. It pained him that he was doing exactly as the man said he should do, but if this was potentially his last day with them, he wasn't going to waste it. He wore his new socks and studs, and they kicked around his ball. He couldn't bring himself to tell them he was leaving. He was still hoping he could find a way to stay. When he went home to number 4, he stared around his room at his belongings in a suitcase that already lay open on his bed. He plotted in his head, trying to figure out a way to get out of this. Maybe he could pack everything and run away, someplace where Albus Dumbledore would never find him, bide his time and then return to his home. Maybe he could find a way to get his hands on a gun. Would that be enough protection against a wizard? If he could protect himself from Voldemort's supporters, maybe he wouldn't need to go to Hogwarts. Ideas turned over in his mind and he lost track of time. Before he knew it, the sun had begun to set and Albus Dumbledore had arrived. He smiled pleasantly and told him that he had explained everything to his aunt. He remarked jokingly that Harry still hadn't packed. The old man then offered to help, pulled out a strangely shaped stick, flicked it in the air, and at once all of his belongings rose up into the air, packing themselves into his suitcase, which then closed with a loud snap. He had seen Dobby use magic before, but it had always been fun in games. To see it used now, on his things, throwing them into the air, packing them for him when he certainly didn't want to go. To see his own belongings bend to the will of this man. It felt like a threat. All of his thoughts and plans evaporated. There was no hiding from this man, there was no defending himself. The disparity in power between them, after such a simple spell, became very evident to him. He grabbed his suitcase and followed the man out of the house, sending a look to Aunt Petunia on his way out, which he hoped communicated that he didn't want this. He had no choice. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts, August 1993. Harry arrived at a very empty Hogwarts castle after a very long train ride. The size of it was mesmerizing. The layout inside was confusing. He saw the wonder and magic of it with every step deeper into it, and yet he felt so totally out of place. He didn't belong here in this magical world when he had no magic of his own. He imagined what it would have been like to come here as a student, to be dropped off at the train station by his magical parents, and walking through the doors to learn magic. He had no doubt that's what they would have wanted for him. But being here, in this magical space, was just a reminder to him of what an utter disappointment am. He was shown to his quarters, a small room in the faculty tower. Of course he wouldn't be staying with the other students, he would be with the teachers, and yet he wasn't a teacher. The few other members of staff that were there for the summer gave him strange looks as they went by. He didn't belong there. It took Harry 3 days to finish unpacking his suitcase and put things away in his new room, even though he didn't have very many things, barely leaving his room the entire time. He didn't want to think that this was really where he would be living for the next year. He would be missing soccer, his friends, Mrs. Fig, whatever was going on with Aunt Petunia. He wondered if Dobby could visit him here. Harry had written letters to all of them, but he had no idea how to send them. He knew wizards used owls, but he didn't know where to get one from, and had no idea how to get around the massive school to look for one. During one of his ventures out of his room after over half a week of being at Hogwarts, he came across a cat. It had dust-colored fur, bulging yellow, lamp-like eyes, and was a comfort to Harry. He had grown quite fond of cats through Mrs. Fig, and after spending some time with the cat he realized that it was quite smart, just like the Kneazles, even though it certainly didn't look like one. He learned that the cat belonged to Mr. Filch, the cantankerous old caretaker that cleaned the school. He was grouchy and irritable, and yelled at Harry the first time he saw him spending time with his cat, who he called Mrs. Norris. After some time he seemed to realize that Mrs. Norris had grown quite fond of Harry and left him alone for the most part. Mrs. Norris was very smart, and she knew her way around Hogwarts very well. She even showed Harry where to go to send his letters to Mrs. Fig, Edward, Noah, Aunt Petunia and Dobby. Feeling more confident after having been shown some directions by Mrs. Norris, Harry ventured off a few times by himself, exploring the castle and its mysteries. Even though he was essentially trapped here, he supposed this was an opportunity not afforded to many squibs or muggles, and he should take advantage of that. He even decided to take a stroll outside one day but found it strangely cold despite it being August. He went back in to get a coat before going out again to explore the chilly, foggy grounds. As he walked further he felt a heaviness set upon him. A chill ran up his spine as his breath turned to white wisps before him. He felt it before he saw it as a great black being of despair descended upon him. He heard a woman scream and saw a flash of green light before everything went black. Harry awoke to Albus Dumbledore standing over him, a great white bird flying out in front of them. The old man told Harry that these were the beings meant to protect him from Voldemort's followers, and he was very sorry they had come after him. He told him it might be wise to stay inside from now on. The curiosity and wonder Harry was beginning to feel for the castle was squashed in an instant as he was reminded that it was his prison. Harry then took to rearranging and reorganizing his new room, trying to set everything up exactly as he liked it. He had the freedom to do that here after all. There were no broken toys. He had to make room for annoying rules about which wall each piece of furniture needed to be on. After Harry had organized and rearranged his room for the 4th time, he was so bored that he asked Mr. Filch if he could help him clean. "I'm not sure how helpful I'll be, as I'm a squib, sir, but I haven't really got anything else to do." The old man's eyes softened as he grunted for Harry to grab a broom. Real manual work and labor always cleans better than magic. That's why they have me clean. They knows I won't cheat. I'm a squib too, ye see. Mr. Filch, despite being a cantankerous, irritable old man, began to grow on Harry the more time he spent with him and Mrs. Norris. The man knew Hogwarts extremely well, including many secret passages and shortcuts Harry would have thought would only be accessible to wizards. Mr. Filch truly seemed to care about the castle and keeping it clean and orderly. He had real passion for a school he had never and would never be able to attend. Harry found it quite unfair that in a castle filled with witches and wizards they made the one squib clean the whole thing. However, Harry soon found out that Mr. Filch was not the only one that cleaned. He sent Harry on an errand to the kitchen, and after being led there by Mrs. Norris and tickling a painting of a pear as Mr. Filch had instructed him to, he was met with the sight of many house elves hard at work. He smiled as he thought of Dobby. He found himself scanning their little faces looking for him, but he knew he wouldn't be there. Dobby served a rich wizard family, not Hogwarts. The elves, it seemed, only cleaned at nighttime so they would be out of sight, while Mr. Filch cleaned during the day. They were quite excited to see him there and would not let him leave without an armful of cakes and other goodies. When the end of August came around, Albus Dumbledore pulled Harry into his office, and told him he was glad to see him spending so much time with Mr. Filch, and asked Harry, since he had taken to helping the man clean, if he would like to be paid for it. Harry refused at first, but then he thought about it. He had never had his own money before. Maybe it would be good for him to have something. He could buy things he actually wanted, and if he was going to clean anyway, he might as well be paid for it. Excellent, Dumbledore clapped jovially. Now, would you like to be paid physically, or should I send the money to your account at Gringotts? What account at Gringotts? Your parents left you with some money in a trust account. Why was I never told about this? Harry demanded. I really could have used that money when I was back at the Dursleys. How many more secrets are you keeping from me? Ask me anything you'd like, Harry. The old man stated calmly with open arms. I am not interested in keeping any more secrets from you. That is why I told you about your account. What else would you like to know? But Harry couldn't even think of what else he would want to know, as he didn't know what he didn't know. Instead, he told Dumbledore he wanted the payment physically, as he didn't want to risk his status as a squib somehow preventing him from accessing this wizard bank account his parents had supposedly left for him. Also, Dumbledore had made it quite clear that he was to stay at Hogwarts. Dumbledore agreed and paid Harry on the spot for the work he had already done, and despite his feelings towards Dumbledore, he was quite happy to have his own money for the first time in his life. September 1993, Hermione met Sally Ann's tutor for the first time. Her name was Olivia Green. Olivia currently worked for the Ministry of Magic, but a few years ago she had been a professor at Hogwarts, for half a year right before Professor Quirrell. Hermione was very excited to have an actual Hogwarts professor as her tutor, even if her stint as a teacher had been so short. She claimed she had a passion for the workings of the mind, which was why she had taken the job as Dada professor, and also why she had taken up tutoring now in the wake of parents holding their children back from Hogwarts after what happened to the poor Weasley girl. They began their lesson at the Granger kitchen table, after Hermione had finished classes at her Muggle school. They went over theoretical concepts, particularly what Hermione should have been learning under Professors Quirrell and Lockhart but didn't. Finally, Olivia said it was time for Hermione to show her an example of the spells she knew. They would start with charms, then move on to defensive spells, and finally transfiguration. However, Hermione had only managed to get through the first two spells when she received a letter reprimanding magic in front of Muggles. Hermione was very angry, as the only Muggles present were her parents and they already knew about magic. Olivia apologized and said she hadn't thought of the trace. In wizarding homes it isn't as detectable, so it had never been an issue before, but in a Muggle-born home they would know right away that it was her. Hermione felt this was a clear case of discrimination against Muggleborns and took to writing to the ministry about it. She also wrote a letter to Sally Ann letting her know what had happened. She sent both letters off with Barnabas. Olivia suggested going to her home to practice, but Hermione's parents wouldn't hear of it. The whole point of tutoring was that she wouldn't have to go off somewhere else to learn magic. Before the students all arrived at Hogwarts, Dobby came to pay Harry a visit. He would have been happy to see the elf if it weren't for all the new injuries he had arrived with. Dobby claimed he had done it himself, punishing himself preemptively for coming to visit Harry at Hogwarts. Dobby had let slip a little while back that the family he served was the Malfoys, a great and powerful wizarding family that was very wealthy. He asked Dobby if there was anyone from the Malfoy family attending Hogwarts right now, and Dobby told him there was, young Draco who was the same age as he was. Harry wished he could somehow free Dobby from the Malfoys, but house elves could only be freed by their own masters by being presented with clothes. Meanwhile, after Arthur had given Dumbledore the money he had won from the Daily Prophet, Albus had used the money to help procure a different location for the Order to meet. This gave the Weasley family the privacy they needed to grieve the littlest member of their family. Molly still cried, but now it was only at night or when something really reminded her of Ginny. Charlie had still not reached back out to his parents, but he had sent letters back and forth with Bill, and he often asked how everyone was doing. Percy still kept to himself most of the time and was certainly not back to his usual self, but he would utter a few words from time to time when he needed something. Bill had made peace with the guilt he felt over not knowing his sister that well, but he still was investing much of his time into his brothers' lives, ensuring he would not make the same mistake with them. Arthur's sole focus outside of work was on the Order. He attended every meeting and participated actively, even though they still didn't know very much. However, the Weasley twins were once again back to their mischief and pranks as they had once been, although they found that perhaps their inventions could have alternative purposes were they ever faced with the man that had killed their sister. Ron's anger had mostly subsided, and he was left with a strange emptiness that he didn't know how to fill. He still couldn't wrap his mind around the idea that he was now the youngest in the family. But to all around him it seemed he had returned to his usual self. Start of term began with Percy, Fred, George and Ron returning to Hogwarts. None of their classmates were quite sure how to talk to them. They felt uncomfortable, so they often avoided them. The only exceptions were Ron's best friends Seamus and Dean, the twins' best friend Lee Jordan, and Percy's girlfriend Penelope Clearwater. Despite the depressing atmosphere of a Hogwarts now swarmed by Dementors, the Weasley boys had supports that got them through the first few weeks. Fred and George were also quite pleased when they discovered that Filch had a new assistant, a fresh target for their pranks. They had been itching to prank someone other than their family members again, and they were looking forward to having fun with the kid, especially with the new stuff they had been developing. When term began and Hogwarts flooded with students, Harry tried his best to keep his hair patted down over his scar. The last thing he needed was for everyone to know that he was the famous boy who lived, who was now paid to scrub floors. Even without them knowing who he was, Harry was beginning to understand why Mr. Filch was so grouchy and miserable all the time. The students were ruthless and didn't seem to care about the work they did. The once clean floors and walls were now constantly a mess, and many times students, especially those in Gryffindor and Slytherin, would make a mess intentionally right in front of him, just to laugh as he had to clean it up. Peeves the Poltergeist was also a menace in this way, and once Harry learned that he was created from the emotions of the students, it made more sense. Occasionally, crueler students, mostly from Slytherin, would send spells and hexes his way, causing bats to fly out of his nose, forcing his legs to dance uncontrollably, tickle him to the ground, or flip him around in the air, and he had no way of defending himself against them. Worst of all were the twins, a pair who Mr. Filch had warned him about before the students even came back to Hogwarts. The two Gryffindors seemed to make it their life mission to torment them. Normal, innocuous-looking things would suddenly jump out at them, causing terrible messes. Harry more than once found himself strung up in some sort of contraption or substance, unable to move until some kindly teacher or prefect wandered by and let him out. Harry hated how utterly powerless he felt. This terrible school was filled with dozens of Dudleys looking to torment him just for existing. But while he could run from Dudley and his friends, he couldn't run from magic, try as he might. All he could do was hide, and he was very grateful to Mrs. Norris and Mr. Filch for teaching him where the secret passages were. The only students that ever found him there were the Weasley twins. They somehow always seemed to know where he was, no matter how many secret passages he took. He missed Mrs. Fig. He missed the soccer team. He hated that he had missed 2 soccer games already. He even missed Aunt Petunia somehow. He was trapped in this wretched castle, not even able to go outside because of those terrifying creatures. Mrs. Fig wrote back to him, but no one else had. He felt so lonely. He just wanted to go home. Exploding Strings and Invisible Things, October 1993. After a month and a half of either indifference or cruelty from the students of Hogwarts, Harry was of course on edge when a petite girl with long straggly blonde hair, protuberant silvery gray eyes, and a wand tucked behind her ear approached him as he was mopping the halls of Hogwarts. "It's quite nice he has help now. I've always thought he looked rather lonely." "Sorry?" Harry asked as he took a step back from the strange witch who seemed to have started a conversation in the middle of it. She stared through him with a dreamy expression that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Mr. Filch, of course. The Nargles seemed to be particularly terrible to him. "What's a Nargle?" "Invisible mischievous little creatures that are always up to no good. Just last week they stole all my ink bottles, and I was forced to write notes with beet juice. I've since found them, of course. They had hidden them under Holly Brocklehurst's bed, which I suppose was nice as they hadn't brought them very far." Harry thought it was probably far more likely that Holly Brocklehurst had just taken her ink bottles, but who was he to argue with a witch on what was real and what wasn't in the magical world? So instead he simply asked, "How did you figure they were under her bed?" "Oh, I was just hanging upside down on mine, and I saw them there. You should try it sometime. It really helps to get the rackspurts out. You'll think much more clearly." For the first time in a month and a half, Harry laughed, really laughed. Then he realized that was probably quite rude and ran his fingers through his hair nervously, but the girl barely seemed to have noticed, let alone minded. Suddenly her eyes were drawn Liz the mistake he had made. He quickly patted his hair back down over his scar. But it was too late. "You're Harry Potter," she stated. "My father thought you might not exist after I told him you hadn't come to Hogwarts. It was quite the conspiracy he wrote about. Then he thought you might be hidden in a bunker somewhere. Or maybe you were a squib. It seems he was right about at least one of those. Maybe two. You do appear to exist. Were you being kept in a bunker?" "What? No, I live with my aunt. You can't tell anyone." Luna stared through him for another moment as his heart rate quickened. The last thing he needed was for every terrible student in the school to find out who he was. Or some strange conspiracy writer. "My mother died when I was 9. Harry was startled by the drastic change of subject. She was an extraordinary witch who enjoyed experimenting with new types of magic and spells. I snuck in to watch her one day. The colors were mesmerizing. I asked her a question. She didn't realize I was there. She lost her focus. The spell backfired and she died." She looked directly into his eyes for the first time in their entire conversation. "I killed my mother." Harry wasn't certain what to respond to such an admission. All he could get out in a hoarse voice was, "It wasn't your fault." "Oh, I know, of course. But even my father doesn't know why the spell backfired. I'll keep your secret if you'll keep mine." She then left as suddenly as she had approached him. It wasn't until the following day that Harry realized she had intentionally given him blackmail to use against her, just to assure him that she would keep his secret. From that moment onwards, whenever Harry saw the strange girl, Luna Lovegood, as he learned she was called upon their second meeting, he stopped to chat to her. She always had some strange new story to tell him about what the Nargles and Rackspurts had been up to, or what her father had written about in his crazy magazine called The Quibbler. She made Hogwarts just a little more bearable than it had been before, and he began to consider Luna a friend. Meanwhile, Hermione had finally gotten her parents to agree to take her somewhere she could practice magic with her tutor Olivia. The Leaky Cauldron stood right between the Muggle world and Diagon Alley, as one of those in-between spaces her parents would have access to. While their Hermione reunited with Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. They had spoken a few times and she had always thought he seemed nice. It turned out after he had been falsely imprisoned for opening the Chamber of Secrets he had not been allowed to return to the school even after being cleared of all charges. Hermione thought that was terribly unfair and made a mental note to add this complaint to her next letter to the Ministry. She had been going back and forth with various levels of Ministry employees for the last month. It seemed to be going nowhere, but she was not one to give up when faced with difficulty. However, it seemed this was to their advantage as Hagrid had an apartment above the Leaky Cauldron that he said they were more than welcome to practice magic in. From that point onwards, twice a week, Hermione, her parents, and Olivia Green would come to Hagrid's apartment to practice magic, where the trace on Hermione would be hidden by the patrons below them. On the 31st of October, Sirius Black attempted to break into Gryffindor Tower. He had slashed at the fat lady's portrait and caused her to flee. This perplexed Dumbledore as the motive didn't make sense. If Black had indeed found a way into Hogwarts, past the Dementors, in order to go after Harry, would he not have realized he was not a student? Perhaps he hadn't and thought the boy would most likely be in the same house he had shared with the boy's parents. It was a reasonable assumption, of course. That must be it. Otherwise, why would he risk his newfound freedom, crossing through a barrier of Dementors specifically searching for him, just to get to Gryffindor Tower? It shook Dumbledore that he had come so far without anyone realizing. He informed the heads of house to beware of a great black dog lurking about. The same form which had once aided the Order of the Phoenix could now be their downfall. Black could be anywhere in the castle, and it had not slipped his mind that he could be there on the orders of the young Tom Riddle. Perhaps he was hiding out in the Chamber of Secrets, the location of which he was still uncertain of. Albus waved his wand to reveal the mirror of Verized, which still held the all-powerful philosopher's stone. He stared into the mirror at the pleasant lies it told, distracting him momentarily from the troubles he faced. His mother and father alive and well, his brother by his side, Gellert Grindelwald's hand in his, and before them all, Ariana, sane, in control, and grown to an age his true sister had never seen. The mistakes he had made, the sacrifices he had made, all he had lost stared back at him through the mirror. He could not allow himself to get lost in it. There was so much more left to be lost if he made another mistake. He was the only one that understood the stakes and the consequences, the only one who could bear what must be done. He returned the mirror's protections, hiding it from his sight. He must figure out what to do about Black and both Voldemorts, and he must find out how to stop them, alone. November 1993. Harry was shaken by the attack on Halloween night. He figured out quite quickly that this Sirius Black person that had attacked the Gryffindor portrait was obviously the same person that was after him. The Dementors outside were there to protect him from someone. He had to stay at Hogwarts because someone was after him. This man had just escaped from Azkaban, where the Dementors usually lived, and now there had been an attack in Hogwarts. Obviously this was about him. What bothered Harry the most was that he was told that coming to Hogwarts would protect him. He was told that the magic around Hogwarts would keep him safe. The terrifying creatures of despair that attacked him when he had tried to just go for a walk outside were supposed to keep this man out. Yet now, Harry was trapped in this castle with the murderer that was trying to kill him. What was the point of his continued imprisonment here? In his frustration he brought this up to the headmaster when he saw him for his bi-weekly pay, but the old man still insisted that Harry was safest here where he could protect him. So Harry tried to keep his mind on other things. He tried to focus on his job, on Mrs. Norris and Mr. Filch, on his new friend Luna, and on his schoolwork. Just as the headmaster had told Harry, all of his schoolwork, assignments and tests were sent to him to do at Hogwarts, so throughout the day, in between cleaning, that was what he worked on. Harry found schoolwork much harder when he had to do it all himself. He had never particularly cared for classes or instruction, but it was much harder to learn something by just reading out of the textbook. He found maths particularly tricky to figure out on his own. He tried asking some of the teachers a few times, but they hadn't been much help. The ones that wanted to help didn't understand the material as they had never learned maths like that. Others couldn't be bothered. Although there were a few that Harry didn't even dare approach. A very intimidating, gruff-looking man who was missing half his limbs. A strange woman with bug-like eyes whose mannerisms reminded him of the drug addicts at Stonewall. And then there were two male teachers that often looked at him strangely and made him uncomfortable. One was a man dressed all in black who looked at him either distastefully or what almost seemed to be a look of smugness. When that particular teacher came across him stuck in one of the twins' traps, he never helped him. While the other was a man with brown hair and tattered rovered in scars. He would stare at Harry for long periods of time with a look that Harry didn't quite understand, but he assumed must be pity. Harry figured both of them treated him that way because he was a squib, or because he was famous Harry Potter. But most of the other teachers at least had the decency not to stare at him. All the staring bothered him, so he did his best to avoid those two teachers. Meanwhile, Hermione Granger was becoming increasingly frustrated with her own education. She was grateful to now have a place to practice magic, but she was balancing both her Muggle and magical educations, while only being able to practice spells twice a week. It wasn't enough, and she told her parents so. However, it was already a lot for them to drive to London twice a week. Any more than that would be entirely out of the question. So around the first week of November, Olivia offered to connect the Granger's fireplace to the Flow network so that they did not need to take the time to drive her. Doing this, she could see Hermione 4 or 5 times a week and for long periods than her parents' schedules would allow for. After a week of this, they allowed Hermione to take the Flow there on her own. This was much better for her magical education but gave her much less time to focus on her Muggle homework. Hermione loved school, but even she had to admit that trying to keep up with 2 separate sets of classes full-time was too much, even for her. She had to find a solution. She needed to have a full-time education, and tutoring, even though she was still learning all of the same things they did at Hogwarts, did not count. And she was not interested in staying in the Muggle world, even though that was clearly what her parents wanted for her right now. She was a witch. She needed to be in the magical world with witches and wizards like her. If her parents thought Hogwarts was too dangerous, then she would just have to find another magical school. They were allowing her to go to the wizarding world on her own with Olivia now. Another school shouldn't be so different, should it? She began researching other magical schools and she found 2 other wizarding institutions in Europe, Durmstrang Institute and Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic. However, Durmstrang did not accept Muggle-born students at all, so that left Beauxbaton's as her only option. The school offered teaching in various European languages. English, however, was not one of them. The primary language spoken at the school was French, so on top of her Muggle schooling and homework and her magical tutoring, Hermione began learning French, with her goal to be fluent by next September. Olivia thought it was a bit ridiculous that Hermione's solution to having too big of a workload was to pile more onto herself, but she admired the girl for her drive. Olivia herself was currently working 2 jobs and that was almost too much for her. She certainly wouldn't want to learn a whole other language in a year on top of it. Hermione opted not to tell her parents her plan just yet. She wanted them to see how serious she was, and for that she wanted to be at least semi-fluent in French first. Meanwhile, Fred and George Weasley were pondering over the Marauder's map. Filch's new assistant had disappeared into a secret passage again, the sneaky little bugger. They had learned back in September that the boy's name was Harry Potter, as the map had revealed it to them. They had just assumed it was a coincidence. Harry was a pretty common name. They were fairly certain they had a second or third cousin named Harry, and while Potter was less common, they were sure that must be a coincidence. There couldn't just be one family with the surname Potter in all of Wizarding Britain. Once they had seen the kid, they were convinced they were right. There was no way that scrawny janitor was the famous boy who lived they had grown up hearing about. However, that was before Sirius Black had tried to attack Gryffindor Tower. They had overheard their parents talking about it. They knew that Sirius Black was after Harry Potter. Molly and Arthur Weasley were convinced that Dumbledore was keeping the precious boy who lived safe, hidden somewhere. But clearly Sirius Black thought he was here at Hogwarts. And the only Harry Potter that showed up on the map was that new Squib caretaker's assistant. Fred and George had a plan. They had modified their exploding string in a box so that it would specifically target the feet, causing the victim to hang upside down. This would allow them to get a good look under the boy's hair and see if he had the telltale scar that would reveal the boy who lived's identity. They watched as Harry Potter walked down the secret passageway he had snuck away into. That passage only had 2 exits, the one he had gone in, and the one they were waiting just outside of with their ESB disguised as one of those black pointed hats they'd all had to buy as first years, but no one ever wore. They sat crouched in an alcove, watching the map, ensuring that no one but Harry Potter would fall for their cleverly laid trap. Finally, it happened. The boy emerged from behind a tapestry and began his cleaning, sweeping dirt, crumpled papers and other bits of rubbish into a standing dustpan. He paused when he got to the hat, bending down to pick it up so it wouldn't get all dirty in the pan, only for it to explode into a tangled web of string, sticking itself to walls and ceiling in an instant, looping itself around his foot and dangling the boy in the air, causing his glasses to fall to the ground and his hair to stand on end. "Ha! We knew it!" Fred cried as he and his twin burst out from the alcove, victorious. The famed scar prominently etched across the boy's forehead. "You are Harry Potter." Gasps and shrieks echoed throughout the busy school hallway, as Hogwarts learned who Harry Potter was. No spells, no charms, no flick or swish. November 1993. After the twins revealed who he was to the entire school, Harry quickly found himself to be the subject of whispers, jeers and even a song. The young Malfoy heir, Draco, whom Dobby had told him about, had taken it upon himself to create a song expressing just how disappointed everyone was about the great savior of the wizarding world being a squib. Harry couldn't pass a group of Slytherins without lines of it being chanted at him. Harry Potter's lost his charm, once a wizard, now disarmed. Our darling savior, strong and bright, now he's useless, lost his light. No spells, no charms, no flick or swish, just a squib with an empty wish. No spells, no charms, no flick or swish, we need him like air needs a fish. Random students would come up to him now to speak their mind about how him being a squib made them feel. One older girl yelled at him that her parents claimed he was supposed to be an all-powerful wizard that would protect the world from the forces of darkness, and she was personally offended that he had no power. A young boy carrying a camera cried and sobbed in front of him, saying that he had read so much about him, he was supposed to be amazing, how could he be a squib? A group of girls sneered at him and said it wouldn't be long before you know who found out his greatest enemy was a squib and then they would all be doomed. While a red-haired boy his age that looked very similar to the twins, angrily strode up to him and blamed him for his little sister's death. If you had just been here she wouldn't have died, I know it. You weren't supposed to be like this, you were supposed to save everyone, and now my sister is dead because of you. Between the songs and taunts from the Slytherins, the bold accusations from mostly Gryffindors, and whispers from the rest, Harry had quickly become the most talked about and hated person at Hogwarts. However, through it all Luna Lovegood stood by him. He told her once that she would be better off avoiding him from now on or they would all start hating her too. Oh, I know they hate me all, read nonchalantly in her dreamy voice, at least now they'll have a good reason. When she wasn't in classes, Luna became his defender. The amount of students attempting to hex him dramatically increased after his identity was revealed, but he had not suffered for it as much as he thought would, because of Luna. After sending a Slytherin's growth hex back at them and causing their head to swell at an alarming rate, she laughed and said this was quite fun. However, Luna could not be with him constantly. Draco Malfoy and a group of other Slytherins cornered him one day in late November. Malfoy smirked as he closed in on Harry while he was polishing the frame of a painting. Did defeating the Dark Lord use up all your magic, Potter? He goaded, or are you just a fraud and had no magic to begin with? Harry refused to dignify his questions with an answer, ignoring him. But it seemed that was the wrong choice. Think you're too good to talk to me, you pathetic little squib? Malfoy sneered as he pulled out his wand. Harry flipped his broom around, pointing the larger end at the boy defensively, but he only laughed. You think I'm scared of a broom, Potter? You know, I've recently written a new verse, do you want to hear it? Not particularly, Harry muttered under his breath as the boy sang anyway, with the thugs behind him as terrible backup singers. Potter faced the Dark Lord bold, but now his magic's gone, I'm told. Now he's hopeless, scrubbing floors, while wizardkind is in an uproar. No spells, no charms, no flick or swish, just a squib with an empty wish. No spells, no charms, no flick or swish. We need him like, hey, get back here. No one said you could leave, Koloshu. Harry's shoes were suddenly stuck to the ground, he couldn't move. He was powerless against magic once again. No, this time he'd had enough. He slipped his feet out of his shoes and whacked Malfoy in the face with his broom, causing him to fall over. He flailed the broom wildly at the others and they scattered, leaving Malfoy alone on the ground. The boy stood back up and spells began flying his way. By the end of the encounter, Harry's arms were stinging, the end of his broom was burnt, and his knees were facing the wrong way, but Malfoy had sustained a massive nosebleed and had a large bump on the side of his head, which Harry counted as a win. His victory was short-lived, however, as Harry was called into Dumbledore's office the next day to discuss the incident. Dumbledore claimed Malfoy's father was a very powerful man and it would be best if Harry steered clear of his son. Harry couldn't help the anger that bubbled up inside him at the condescension in the man's tone and the apparent assumption that he had been at fault for the incident. It's not like I went after him, Harry shouted across the man's desk. Him and his goons backed me into a corner and when I tried to leave Malfoy stuck my shoes to the ground. He turned my kneecaps backwards. Ask Madame Pomfrey. I don't have magic, What else do you expect me to do when people attack me? Just stand there and let it happen. I don't care who his father is, if you and the teachers aren't going to do anything. When the students hex me, then I need to defend myself." He stormed out of the office before the man could say another word, slamming the door behind him. After he had calmed down, he felt guilty for his outburst, but not guilty enough to turn around and apologize. He had meant what he said, and he felt good about what he did. The students weren't untouchable. Maybe he couldn't do magic, but he could still fight. Brooms and mops were as good a weapon as any. He began practicing in his room in between. Cleaning and studying, swinging brooms and mops, spinning them around, whacking his wardrobe over and over again, causing dents and holes. He didn't care. He refused to be so completely powerless. Meanwhile, since arriving at Hogwarts, Sirius had realized something was wrong with Harry. He had gone to Petunia's place first and found him there, the spitting image of James, but with Lily's eyes. He was perfect. He hadn't wanted to take his eyes off of the boy. He wanted to apologize, to tell him everything. But then he was chased off by the Kneazle cats. It had reminded him of who he was, what he intended to be. He was far too dangerous to really be in Harry's life, especially when he still planned to commit the murder he was imprisoned for in the first place. But he couldn't help watching him, wishing things could have been different. His attempt at getting into Gryffindor Tower to steal the rat away had failed miserably. He remembered the fat lady was strict, but never that strict. He hadn't expected her to stand in his way so firmly. It angered him. He just needed to get in there. Then this would all be over with. Since then, in his time around the castle grounds and secret passageways, he had taken to watching Harry when he could. It wasn't often that he caught a glimpse of him, but the little he saw disturbed him. He thought at first he was just a goody-goody, helping Filch clean. Him getting into fights didn't bother him, but the level of passivity he had did. Why didn't he defend himself? Was he some noble pacifist? Then that strange girl started defending him. Then he started waving his broom at people. It finally clicked. Harry didn't have magic. He wasn't some goody-goody helping Filch. He basically was Filch. The thought repulsed him. The idea that James and Lily's son would become Filch 2.0, an old cantankerous squib cleaning up everyone else's messes. No, he refused to believe it. But the more he watched, he realized he couldn't deny it. His heart ached. This was so wrong. Something must have gone wrong. There was no way that James's son was a squib. It just wasn't possible. He tried to think back if the boy had shown any accidental magic when he'd known him, but he was too young for that. How would James feel if he had lived to see his son like this? Sirius couldn't bear the thought. It was almost better that he couldn't see it. Sirius wished he could unsee it. He wished he didn't know. He stopped looking for Harry in the halls. It made him too sad to see him like that, in such a pitiable state. He focused on the rat. He focused on his vengeance. It would all be over soon, and then he could join James in the afterlife, once there was nothing left for him here. December 1993. Harry was becoming much more adept with his weapons of choice now. A broom and mop were near lethal in his hands. The students still whispered, sneered and sang at him as he walked by, but they bothered him less now that they knew he wasn't afraid to turn his broom around and whack them in the face. He had needed to demonstrate that a few more times after the incident with Malfoy before everyone got the point, but now they did, and usually left him to work in peace. Luna loved spinning the brooms and mops with him. One time when she was spending time with him, some Gryffindors came to bother them and she had left her wand behind her ear, picked his mop up out of the bucket and spun it around in their faces, splashing them all with disgusting mop water. It was hilarious. Harry hadn't stopped laughing about it until lunchtime. Dumbledore was not at all happy with the way Harry was choosing to conduct himself. He had pulled him into his office multiple times to talk about his treatment of the students. He had written him up, docked his pay, even threatened to stop paying him altogether as he couldn't have a member of staff abusing the children. However, Harry didn't care about any of that. None of those threats meant anything to him when he didn't want to be a Hogwarts staff member in the first place. He didn't even want to be at Hogwarts. And the old man had no response when Harry said he would stop defending himself when they stopped attacking him. The teachers were doing nothing to help him, so he needed to help himself. A's approached and Harry began looking forward to the vast majority of the students going home. He began to notice that the man with tattered robes and scars on his face was staring at him even more than usual. A few times he had even caught the man following behind him. It creeped him out, and he would usually duck into a secret passage to get away from him when he saw him. But a few days before the students would be leaving, Harry found the man following after him as he entered the faculty tower. There was no secret passage here, and ultimately they could both just be going to their own separate rooms. He wasn't necessarily following him. "Harry," the man said suddenly. Harry whipped around, broom tight in his hands, ready to swing if the creepy man came at him. "I've been wanting to introduce myself to you for a while. I just haven't quite known what to say. I'm Remus Lupin. Your father was once a great friend of mine." Harry's hands loosened. "Really? You knew my dad?" The man smiled slightly, looking down. "Yes, we went to school together. You look very much like him, you know. Except for your eyes. They're the same as your mother's." Harry felt his face grow warm and his eyes stung. He had never been told that before. He had seen pictures of his mother, but he had never looked at her eyes too closely. He had never seen a picture of his father before. Harry wanted to be happy after hearing this new piece of information about his parents, but he couldn't help the shame that coated the moment as he stood with a friend of his late parents. "They would have been disappointed with me, wouldn't they? Being a squib and all," Professor Lupin hummed. "I won't pretend to know what they would have thought about that. But I understand what it feels like to be different. There have been many people in my life that have looked at me the same way they look at you now." "But why?" Harry asked. "You can do magic. You're a professor at Hogwarts. There are many people that would be upset if they knew that something like me was working here. Professor Dumbledore has been very good to me in offering me this job. Many would not have. I would tell you why, but I would prefer to keep it secret for a while longer. I trust you understand." Harry nodded. Thinking of his own secret he would have preferred to keep to himself. "My point in saying this is, your parents knew what I was, and they accepted me. Especially your father, he was there for me when no one else wanted to go near me. And your mother was always kind and lovely to me as well. They might have been saddened that you didn't have magic, but I do think they would have moved on and accepted you, just as they accepted me." Harry looked down and wiped the growing wetness from his eyes, a small smile creeping onto his lips. He thanked Professor Lupin before he went to his own room. He no longer found the man creepy when he passed him in the halls, and now he understood why he had stared. He waved when he saw him now, glad to have found another decent human being in the halls of Hogwarts. The Christmas holidays came as a relief to Harry, as well as to Mrs. Norris and Mr. Filch. The crazy students that dirtied up the halls were mostly gone, and they could relax. As a pleasant surprise, a few days into the holidays, Mrs. Fig arrived at Hogwarts Castle. Harry had been messaging her back and forth for the past few months, and she hadn't mentioned she was planning to come visit. He was still uncomfortable with her connection to Dumbledore, but he was beginning to realize that her loyalty to the man was not unique to her, so he couldn't fault her for it. The man just seemed to have a way of collecting people's favor. The two spent Christmas together, and Harry was able to introduce her to Mrs. Norris and Mr. Filch. She loved Mrs. Norris, and once she realized how smart of a cat she was, she bombarded Mr. Filch with questions about how he had obtained such an intelligent feline that wasn't part Kneazle. Mr. Filch merely grunted and avoided her questions, to her chagrin. They had a lovely, quiet Christmas together, and even though he wouldn't say it and didn't act like it, Harry knew Mr. Filch appreciated the company. Of friends and apologies. January 1994. As the winter holidays progressed into the first week of January, Mrs. Fig went back home, and Harry found himself missing her, and also Luna, who had gone home for the holidays. He roamed the halls and secret passages with Mrs. Norris, but there was only so much time one could spend with a cat before he started to miss having conversations. Mr. Filch wasn't much better, even though he was in a better mood since the students were gone. He wanted to spend most of his time cleaning as much as he could before they came back. Harry didn't see the point in cleaning a clean castle, so he found himself frequently stopping to talk to Professor Lupin, asking him questions about his parents and what they were like. His father had played Quidditch, a complex wizard sport played on brooms with 4 balls. His mother was very gifted and intelligent, especially in charms and potions class. They both seemed like perfectly lovely people, and Harry felt bittersweet reminiscing in Professor Lupin's memories of them. He wished he had some of his own, other than the sound of his mother's scream when the Dementors came near. When Harry told the professor about how the Dementors affected him and that he couldn't go outside, the man offered to take Harry for a walk around the grounds, assuring him that the creatures couldn't come near him whilst he was there. Sure enough, while outside, two of the black, skeletal creatures approached, but a white blur of wisps erupted from Professor Lupin's wand and they flew away. Harry breathed in the cold winter air, gazing around at the vast grounds of Hogwarts. Soaking in the trees, the snow, the beauty that surrounded him, and the relief he felt at being free from the walls of Hogwarts where he had been stuck for the last 4 months. This became a daily routine for them until the students returned, but even then they would still go for the occasional walk a couple times a week. On one of these occasions, Harry had fished through his belongings to find the photo and drawing of his mother's friend and brought it with him. He showed both to Professor Lupin. "My aunt gave me loads of old photos and drawings of my mum. She said this was a friend of hers. Did you know him?" Professor Lupin looked at the pictures and laughed, the first time Harry had heard the man do so. "That I do, Harry. And you likely do as well." "I do?" Harry asked. "Yes. Severus Snape was a friend of your mother's at Hogwarts, although I do understand they had a bit of a falling out in the later years, but he works here now. He's the potions professor." Harry's eyes grew wide. The other man that had been staring at him for months, the man clad in black with a curtain of black hair around his face. The man that refused to help him when he was stuck in the twins' traps, and who looked at him with that terrible look of smugness, was in fact his mother's friend Severus. If they had had a falling out, he supposed it made sense. He must really hate his mother now to look at her squib son with such a look of smugness and contempt. Harry stashed the photos at the bottom of the box when he was back in his room and continued to avoid the man as much as he could. After the students returned, Harry had needed to establish his ability to fight back against their attacks once again. This time Dumbledore seemed to have turned a blind eye to the scuffles he found himself in. His pay remained full, and he was no longer called into his office after an incident. Despite Harry's frustration at the return of the messes and cruelty, he was glad for the students' return as it meant he had his friend back. Luna was just as wonderful and funny as ever. She came back from holiday with armfuls of ongs, jewelry made from beets, radishes, dirigible plums, butterbeer corks, and odd rainbow-colored glasses that looked like kaleidoscope lenses. She told him to pick a few that he liked and would wear so that he could be protected from the Rackspurts. While he searched through her assortment of oddities, she told him about the Rotfang conspiracy her father had recently written another article on in the Quibbler. According to Mr. Lovegood, there was an ongoing conspiracy to bring down the Ministry of Magic from the inside. A group consisting of ex-followers of you-know-who and other dark wizards had infiltrated multiple levels of the ministry, including the Aurors, the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, and the higher-ups working directly for Cornelius Fudge himself. They were using a combination of dark spells and potions that inflict the drinker with gum disease to systematically root out their political opponents and allow others of their group into higher ranks, with the goal to inevitably destabilize and take the ministry down from the inside, because they disagreed with the way it was being run. Which Luna admitted was fair, since the leader, Cornelius Fudge, was a very greedy, money-driven man. In fact, he was so greedy and desperate to bring Gringotts Bank under wizard control that he had murdered multiple goblins in many terrible ways, including cooking them into pies. Harry, of course, had no idea if what Luna told him was true or not, but he smiled and nodded along, enjoying the story nonetheless. Eventually he settled on a butterbeer cork necklace, which he tucked under his shirt. Luna beamed at him as she rattled off all the protective qualities that particular charm had and how much safer from the Rackspurts he would be. The next time Harry went for a walk with Professor Lupin, Luna tagged along. Harry was worried what he would think of her, but the professor calmly allowed her to tell him all about blibbering humdingers with a small smile on his face. While on their walk, Dementors swooped down upon them, and Professor Lupin used the spell that made the white wisps once again to get rid of them. After seeing him do that, Luna asked him to teach her that spell so that she could go for walks with Harry outside too. He agreed, scheduling her first Patronus charm lesson for that coming Saturday. Unfortunately, along with Luna, the twins had also come back from holiday, so Harry was on his guard. He was cautious whenever he found random items laying on the ground. He peeked around every corner before walking past, and he stopped going into that one passage they had ambushed him outside of. However, strangely, the twins seemed to have altogether left him alone. When he saw them in the hall, he immediately walked the other way, but they never followed him as they used to. Until one day near the end of January they cornered him, and Harry readied his broom, stick end facing out. "Whoa, whoa, slow down there, mate," one twin said. "Yeah, we aren't gonna do anything to you," the other continued. "What do you want then?" Harry asked, hands still firm on his broom. They looked at each other and sighed. "Look, there isn't another way to say this, we might have gone a little far with that last prank. Yeah, we shouldn't have done it in the middle of the hallway, now everyone and their mother knows who you are. We should have done it more in private. Maybe inside the secret passage instead of outside of it. Or maybe you shouldn't have done it at all." Harry shouted at them, anger building inside of him once again at the sheer nerve of these boys that had made his life so terrible. "Oh come on Harry, don't be like that, now you sound like our mum. We're trying to apologize here, most people would be more appreciative." "More appreciative?" Harry asked through clenched teeth. "Do you have any idea what my life has been like since your little prank? Everyone in the school hates me now. I am ridiculed behind my back, to my face. There's a song about me, random people I don't even know come up and attack me. Well, and that's just after you told everyone who I am. Did you ever think for 1 second what I might be going through already before you went and did that to me? I'm some famous person. Every single person in this castle knows who I am, because of something that I can't even remember. And what am I? I'm a squib. I can't do any magic, and everyone expects that I'm supposed to be some great hero. Well, I'm not, I'm just a stupid squib stuck in a magic castle I'm not allowed to leave because some murderer broke out of jail to kill me. And then people like you think it's funny to follow me around and humiliate me. Oh look, it's the stupid squib. Let's string him up and see how long it takes for him to get down. The two of you and your stupid pranks came into my life and made it 1,000,000 times worse. And you think I want your sorry? You think I should appreciate that you apologized after making my life hell? Well, I don't. You can both shove your apology and just leave me alone." Harry looked around. He hadn't realized his shouting had drawn a crowd. Many of the onlookers stared at him sadly. It was too many eyes, too many students. He rushed past the twins and left. February 1994. Since his outburst at the twins, Harry found the halls of Hogwarts relatively more peaceful. The occasionally lines of no spells, no charms, no flick or swish, drifted to his ears, but the outright attacks stopped. The obvious whispering and gossiping stopped. The confrontations from random strangers about how much him being a squib impacted them personally also stopped. Harry was able to clean in peace once again, and it was quite strange. He wondered if it had more to do with his outburst or with his ability to defend himself. Perhaps it was a mix of both. After over a week of relative peace, Harry sighed when he heard the telltale sounds of insults and ruckus. He knew it was only a matter of time. However, he soon realized it was not directed at him. He looked up the staircase next to him and saw a group of Slytherins picking on a round-faced boy whose legs had been stuck together. Harry acted without thinking, running up the stairs, getting there just in time to catch the boy before he tumbled down. Harry held his broom out to the group of Slytherins defensively as he helped the boy down to safety. "You so weak you need a squib to defend you, Longbottom?" The Slytherins laughed from above them, and shame burned in the pit of Harry's stomach. "Sorry, I'll leave," he muttered in the boy's ear. "Wouldn't want to ruin your reputation by associating with me," and he left. Later that day the same boy came to find him. Hi." The boy waved at him. "I'm sorry about earlier. You didn't need to leave." "No, I just would have made it worse for you," Harry mumbled as he turned back to his mopping. "I shouldn't have even tried to do anything. Sorry. You probably didn't need my help." "No, I mean, I did need your help. Without you I would have just fallen down the stairs. I was lucky you were there. To tell you the truth, that sort of thing happens a lot, on account that I'm not very good at magic." "Well, at least you're not a squib," Harry said more bitterly than he'd intended. "You know, my whole family thought I was going to be a squib. It took me a long time to show magic, but even now I'm not very good at it. Nothing seems to work right for me. Sometimes I think I might have been better off a squib than a failed wizard." Harry narrowed his eyes. "That's ridiculous. You don't know what it's like to be an actual squib. You're lucky you're a wizard, even if spells are hard for you. I would love to have even a little bit of magic. Any squib would give anything to be like you. I know Would much rather be a bad's biggest disappointment. Oh, sorry, I never really thought about it like that. I didn't mean to. No, don't worry about it. Harry sighed, regretting getting so offended. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for your help earlier, anyways. I'm Neville, by the way. I'm Harry, but you probably already knew that. Well, yeah, Neville chuckled nervously. You know, you're a bit different than I thought you would be. Oh yeah? Harry grit his teeth, preparing himself for being a disappointment to yet another person. Well, you're a lot nicer than I expected. Harry smiled in surprise. I thought such a famous person would be a bit full of themselves. And then I heard rumors that you beat people with brooms. That part's true, Harry laughed, but only to defend myself against people like the ones that tried to push you down the stairs. Neville laughed as well. Maybe you could teach me how to do that too then. The two of them laughed together as Luna wandered down the hallway towards them. Harry introduced the two of them to each other. They got on surprisingly well, so the three of them spent the rest of the afternoon together. Troubles of the Heart, February 1994. When the next Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw took place, the school was abuzz with anticipation. The Gryffindor team was solid, but their current seeker, a fourth year named Cormac McLaggen, wasn't very good, even though he was miles better than the last one they had, Melvin Renwick. Meanwhile, the Ravenclaw team was all right. Their teamwork wasn't up to par with Gryffindor, but they made it work. However, their new seeker Cho Chang was said to have done amazing in their last match, and everyone was excited to see if she could pull it off again. Now that Harry knew his father had played Quidditch, he was very interested in seeing the sport, and he asked Professor Lupin to take him to the match. Luna and Neville came along as well, with Neville explaining much of what they were doing to Harry. He said he had never played and never would, as he was terrible on a broom, but he had grown up watching the game and knew it quite well. Throughout the match, Harry found himself watching that amazing new Ravenclaw seeker, Cho Chang. Her movements through the air were flawless, as she zipped through the other players on her search for the snitch. Not that Harry would know what flying on a broom should look like, but it looked much better than the stiff, clunky motions of Cormac McLaggen. Harry was especially disappointed in the male seeker when the snitch he was supposed to be catching flew right next to him and he didn't even notice. It's right there, Harry found himself shouting in exasperation. When Neville looked at him in confusion, he continued, "The snitch, it's right next to McLaggen's head." "Those must be very good glasses you're wearing, Harry," Luna remarked as she watched the bludger fly across the pitch. "I couldn't see that at all." Harry was confused. His glasses weren't good at all, they were the wrong prescription, and the wireframes were slightly bent out of shape around the lenses. But before he could think any more on it, Cho Chang flew across the pitch, narrowly missing McLaggen's head by inches as she swooped in and caught the snitch. Harry stood and cheered with the members of Ravenclaw House. Cho Chang landed on the ground and Harry finally got a good look at her face. She was beautiful. He felt his heart skip a beat as he watched her walk. Between her amazing skills on the pitch and her beauty, Harry was immediately smitten. Over the next few days, Harry couldn't help thinking about her and stealing glances at her from the corner of his eye when she walked by. But he knew it was hopeless. What would a witch like her ever want with a squib like him? He tried to put the beautiful seeker out of his mind, but he just couldn't, and he felt all the worse for it. However, that was not the only thing that Harry's mind was preoccupied by. That night after the Quidditch match, Sirius Black shredded the curtains and blankets of a bed in Gryffindor Tower. The bed had belonged to the twins' younger brother Ron Weasley, the same boy that had blamed Harry for his sister's death. After the man had attacked the fat lady, the Gryffindor common room had been defended by the painting of Sir Cadogan, who had let the man in with no issue once he demonstrated that he knew the current password. Ron Weasley and his friends Seamus and Dean kept giving Harry dirty looks in the hall, as they seemed to believe it was Harry's fault that Ron had almost been murdered by Sirius Black. Harry couldn't help but think that this murderer that was supposedly after him was either insane or quite stupid, as Harry had never even once set foot in the Gryffindor dormitories. He had no idea what would possess the man to go in there at all, let alone slice up Ron Weasley's bed. Regardless of the lunatic's reason, Harry was certain that it was not his fault. Since the incident, however, security measures in the castle had been increased. Sir Cadogan was fired from his position in front of the Gryffindor common room. The fat lady returned, but with added protection. A bunch of surly security trolls had been hired to guard her. They paced the corridor in a menacing group, talking in grunts and comparing the size of their clubs. Harry did not like the trolls. They smelled disgusting, left dirt everywhere they went, and often caused things around them to topple over and break, which Harry and Mr. Filch of course then needed to clean up. Neville was quite upset after the attack. Harry tried distracting him and cheering him up, assuming he was just scared that his own room where he was meant to sleep had been attacked by a lunatic murderer. However, nothing quite seemed to be working. Harry was at a loss over what to do until Luna said, "Everyone makes mistakes, you know. My mother always said that mistakes are just stepping stones on the path that take you where you need to go." Harry was confused, but Neville responded, "But someone could have really been hurt, all because I did something so stupid." "But they weren't," Luna stated dreamily. "The only ones hurt was that poor bed and the house elves that'll have to fix it up." "What are you on about?" Harry asked. "I'm the reason Sirius Black got into the Gryffindor dormitory," Neville admitted gloomily. "I had written down all the passwords Sir Cadogan was using since he kept switching them up all the time, and I lost it somewhere. Sirius Black knew the password, he must have found my list." "Luna's right," Harry told him. "That's not your fault, it was an accident, you couldn't have known. And Sir Cadogan's been fired now, so it's not like it'll happen again." "But still," Neville protested, "I feel awful." Harry sighed. "Well, think of it this way. Apparently the guy's here after me, so you dropping that list for the Gryffindor common room could have possibly saved my life." Neville gave a small smile. "I suppose so." Meanwhile, Sirius Black was frustrated after another failed attempt to kill Pettigrew. He had him this time. The rat was right there on the bed, but he had jumped around and skittered away too fast and he lost him. It wasn't without trying though. The mess he had left behind in his mad murderous chase with the knife was proof of that. It wasn't enough. Dumbledore was extremely confused by the second attack on Gryffindor Tower. There was no doubt in his mind that it was Sirius Black, but he couldn't understand the motive. Surely if the man had been hanging around in the castle since October he would have realized by now that Harry Potter was not a Gryffindor? That he wasn't even a student? The boy didn't hide himself. He was out in the hallways constantly, cleaning. Something wasn't right, and dumb theories, but he didn't want to jump to conclusions until he had proof. In the meantime, he assigned Remus Lupin to keep a closer eye on the 4 Gryffindor boys whose dormitory had been attacked. If anyone would be able to ascertain what Black might be after, it would be Remus. After nearly getting trampled by a security troll while trying to clean around it, Harry decided it was time for a break. He went to rest in Filch's empty office but was intrigued by a letter lying open on Filch's desk. He felt badly for it, but was unable to help his curiosity as he inched close enough to read what it said. It was regarding a program called Quickspell, that claimed to be able to help those that struggled with magic to perform it better. If Filch was taking this sort of a program, did that mean it was possible for Squibs to do bit of magic? With his interest piqued and hope beginning to blossom in his chest, Harry hungrily read through the rest of the letter, and the program contents behind it. Most of what it suggested required a wand, although Harry doubted he would be able to get one of those. However, it reminded him of 2 unexplainable events that had happened to him which would make a bit more sense if Squibs were capable of even just a little bit of magic. On Dudley's 11th birthday, Harry had an entire conversation with a snake, and just last summer he had seen himself glowing after he had yelled at Aunt Marge. Harry left the letter exactly as he had found it, and left to find Luna and Neville. Their classes should be ending soon. When he did find and tell them what he had discovered, they were wary about how well something like this would work. Squibs were not known to be able to produce magic at all, but they told Harry they would support him in his attempts all the same. Especially after he told them about the 2 incidents he had experienced in the past. Neville exclaimed that he didn't know Squibs could be Parselmouths at all. He thought it was done using magic, and dark magic at that. Harry asked what a Parselmouth was and Neville explained what his gran had told him about it. Knowing that it was an actual magic ability filled Harry with confidence that he could figure this out. He would learn to do magic. March 1994. The Weasley twins had begun bothering Harry again, but not in the way they used to. They had taken to offering their prank items to him, telling him they could really help him out if anyone tried to mess with him. It was very strange to him for the twins to do anything even seemingly nice for him, and Harry didn't trust it. He was convinced it was just the build-up towards a larger joke and he refused to fall for it. Neville agreed with him that it was better to play it safe and not take them. However, Luna thought perhaps the twins were trying to make amends and thought it might be fun to try them out. Harry told her that after being stuck in them so many times, he wasn't interested in using them himself. Meanwhile, Percy Weasley's life had taken a turn for the worse. He had been falling behind in his classes lately, he stayed holed up in his room most of the time, and he had even started stealing potion ingredients from Professor Snape. He had taken to experimenting with the elixir to induce euphoria. It took him away from his own mind temporarily, from the raging thoughts of guilt and loss. He had not told anyone, but he blamed himself for his sister's death. Earlier in the day, before she had gone missing, she had been trying to tell their brothers something important. Percy had overheard and thought she meant to gossip about having found him and Penelope snogging in a broom closet the night Penelope had been petrified. He stopped her from saying anything to them, and she ran away with tears in her eyes. That was the last time Percy ever saw his little sister. He realized now she was probably looking for help. He had stopped her from getting it, and now she was dead. He could barely speak for months after the incident, the guilt of it all plaguing him. He didn't want to tell anyone else what had happened, not even Bill who had spent time with him. Anyway, despite his condition, lest they also blame him for her death. His perpetual state of guilt and depression was only alleviated by the potion, however it did have some embarrassing side effects of excessive singing and nose tweaking, so he opted to use it alone in his dormitory while his dorm mates were away in class. Unfortunately, his girlfriend Penelope found out what he had been doing when she skipped class to check on him one day and found him tweaking. She was upset, and rightly so. This was not the person she had started dating, not the person she had imagined spending her life with. The ambitious, studious prefect and head boy was gone and had been for months. She had tried to help him, tried to support him, all year, but he barely spoke to her at all anymore. He didn't respond to any of her attempts to help him. She had been giving her all into this relationship and getting nothing in return, and now she found out he was stealing potion ingredients and skipping class to brew them just to forget about his problems. They were in their final year at school. She had to think about the future and where her career was heading. She loved him, but he was holding her back, and she couldn't afford to allow him to do that any longer. Her marks were suffering because she spent so much of her time helping and worrying about him, and his had been down the toilet all year. She had had enough, and while she felt terrible about it, she needed to choose herself, or else he would only bring her down with him. She said goodbye, and left him alone in the mess he had made of his life. In late March, Luna skipped merrily over to Harry and Neville to tell them that she was now able to create the same white wisps as Professor Lupin, and so she would be able to protect Harry from the Dementors just as he could. The three went for a walk that afternoon around the grounds together. Harry felt even more free walking around outside with only his friends as companions than he did with Professor Lupin. He smiled as he thought about what an odd grouping they were. The useless squib savior of the wizarding world, a crazy conspiracy theorist that everyone called loony, and a wizard boy whom many thought might as well be a squib. As they walked past the Quidditch pitch, Harry thought of the beautiful Cho Chang once again, and his smile faded. He might be accepted by his little group of misfit friends, but he would never be good enough for the popular Quidditch player. Being a squib, he couldn't even fly a broom, or could he? Harry turned to his friends and told them the idea that had just crossed his mind. In his attempts to perform magic, he had borrowed Neville and Luna's wands on a few occasions, and he had actually managed to produce sparks with them, although they found out from their research that even an ordinary muggle could produce sparks with a wand, as the wands themselves were inherently magical. That made Harry think, were the brooms inherently magical? Did one need magic to attempt to ride them, or could a squib ride one as well? Luna was excited at the prospect. While Neville told them to do whatever they wanted, but that his feet would be remaining firmly on the ground. So Luna helped Harry to break into the school brooms and steal two out. They were in rough shape with scratches and chips in the handles, and many of the twigs on the end were bent out of shape, but it was a broom, and Harry was excited to try it out. To their shock and surprise, Harry mounted the broom and took off into the air. He whooped and hollered as he soared into the sky. Slowly he grew accustomed to the feel of it, learned to direct the broom where he wanted to go, going faster and slowing down at his whim. It was exhilarating. He was experiencing something truly magical, and even being a squib couldn't take that away from him. He wished Cho Chang could see him now. As he soared higher and higher, looking Bay Arts, he thought about leaving. Flying away and going somewhere Albus Dumbledore and Sirius Black could never find him, if there even was such a place. He drifted closer and closer to the gates as he played with the idea of leaving this wretched castle where he had been imprisoned since September, trapped within its walls with the very man it was meant to protect him from. He barely noticed when the air became foggy. He didn't notice that he could no longer see Luna. His breath became visible, and then he saw them. The black spectral beings cloaked in tattered black, swooping down upon him. He heard the scream, and suddenly he was transported to a house. He was held in a woman's arms, her red hair draped across his body, as she screamed and protested against a man who laughed high-pitched and cruel. There was a bright green light and then nothing at all. Confessions and Confrontations chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. March 1994. Sirius Black had followed Harry and his two friends as they traveled the grounds. He had noticed Lupin hanging around the boy recently, and it made him curious. His status as a squib still deeply bothered him, but Remus' attempts to grow closer to him made him feel guilty for avoiding him. He was glad he had followed when he saw the boy rise up into the air on a broomstick. His heart leapt as for the first time since learning he was a squib, he saw James in his son. He came closer, more than he likely should have as he watched the boy soar, carefree. He didn't even know squibs could ride broomsticks, but it made his heart swell to see it. Even if the boy couldn't do magic, if he could play Quidditch, James would have loved him. Then the Dementors began to approach, likely sensing Sirius there below. He was about to leave when his heart dropped. There, falling through the air, was Harry, James's son, his godson. Without thinking, Sirius transformed back into a man and positioned himself to catch the boy. The impact of the falling teenager hit him like a ton of bricks, and he might have broken his wrist, but the boy was alive and safe, though unconscious. Panic set in as he looked ahead and saw one of the boy's friends staring at him. He put Harry down and ran into the Dementor's mist, turned into a dog and sprinted to the forest. Neville and Luna carried Harry as fast as they could to Professor Lupin for help, who gave Harry chocolate when he woke up. Neville insisted over and over again that he really had seen a dog turn into a man and catch Harry from falling. Luna cried when Harry woke up and apologized profusely for not being there to help him. Harry was off-put by her demeanor, not at all like the Luna he knew. He told her it wasn't her fault. He was the one that had flown away from her. "You could have died," she told him, staring through him without an ounce of dreaminess in her voice. "You are the first real friend I have ever had, and I almost let you die." Harry tried to assure her again that it wasn't her fault, while Lupin assured Neville that he believed his story, however strange it seemed. He knew exactly who that dog was, and he would be going straight to the headmaster once he knew that Harry was okay. He only knew of one man that could turn into a dog, but it made no sense that he would save Harry's life. When he was pressed further, Lupin admitted to them that the man that had saved Harry was likely Sirius Black. Harry, Lupin and Dumbledore had no idea why Sirius had saved Harry. His motivations made no sense to any of them. Dumbledore and Lupin began to wonder if they had been wrong about why Sirius was there. Nothing about anything he had done all year made any sense if he was truly out to kill Harry Potter, and yet they had no other evidence to act on, so they didn't know what to do. April 1994. Since the day he had gone flying, Harry continued to see glimpses of the black dog around the castle. He would see him sitting in secret passages and wandering the grounds. Every time he saw him, Harry would turn the other way and report it to Professor Lupin, but no matter how much he, Dumbledore or the other teachers scoured the castle and grounds for him, they never found him. It was strange and unnerving, and Harry still had no idea what the man wanted. Especially now that he knew he had been the dog that the Kneazle cats had chased away in the summer. If he had truly wanted to kill him, he could have done it any time during that walk to Mrs. Fig's house. Harry had not gotten back on a broom since the incident, but he had continued to attempt to learn magic, although it had been to no avail. Sparks were fun to make with Luna and Neville's wands, but he had not seen himself glowing, been able to talk to a snake, or done anything else. Harry had tried searching the grounds for a snake, and he had even asked Professor Dumbledore if any of the Slytherins perchance had a pet snake at the school, but he was told that that particular type of pet was not allowed at Hogwarts for many reasons. Meanwhile, Hermione Granger, after having studied French for many months and even gotten herself a pen pal in France to talk with, finally mustered up the courage to ask her parents if she could attend Beauxbatons next year. She laid it all out to them as they sat on the couch in the living room. She told them about how tiring it was for her to do 2 different sets of classes full-time, and how much she missed truly being a part of the magical world. She understood that they thought the magical world, and Hogwarts in particular, were dangerous, but that was the world she belonged in, that she longed to go back to. She understood their hesitations about Hogwarts, so she had researched other wizarding schools in Europe, and she had found one in France. A beautiful school filled with ice sculptures and forest nymphs, that she was certain would not have any of the dangers Hogwarts had. She had even been learning French for months just to prove how much she wanted to go, and she spoke to them in French to demonstrate. Her parents were moved by her passion, although they wished she had come to them about this before she had taken the time to learn a second language for it. They were still hesitant but agreed that they would look into having her go there for only 1 year, just to try it out. If there were any signs that it would be the same as Hogwarts had been, they would be pulling her immediately. Hermione thanked and hugged her parents. The Easter holidays had arrived and many of the Hogwarts students had once again gone home, but not as many as had left during Christmas. Just as during the last holiday, Mrs. Fig came to visit Harry, however he found that she spent just as much time with Mr. Filch as she did with him. They sat and laughed together, something Harry was not used to seeing Mr. Filch do, sharing stories of woe from their lives as squibs, stuck between 2 worlds. However, in between their stories Mrs. Fig would pester Mr. Filch over and over again about where he had gotten Mrs. Norris. She even shared with him her career history and the reason she cared to know so much. She told him about Little Bean and her mission to breed a more intelligent cat that would pass for a Muggle cat. Mr. Filch simply brushed her questions off and changed the subject for most of the holiday. However, the night before Mrs. Fig was set to leave, she and Mr. Filch had broken out the fire whiskey, while Harry and Mrs. Norris sat between them with butterbeers, Mrs. Norris's in a dish. Mr. Filch's face was quite red by the time Mrs. Fig began her tirade of questions once more. However, this time Mr. Filch turned to Mrs. Norris, who very clearly nodded. "Oh fine, yay old bag, I'll tell ye. When I was a young man I lived in a wizard apartment building. As you could guess, the other residents weren't particularly fond of me. All except one. My neighbor across the hall, Fidelia, a lovely witch. She was always kind to me. Had no right or reason to be, she just was. If I was being entirely honest, I had started to fancy her, stood no chance with her." Harry was distinctly reminded of Cho, and sat forward to hear how this situation had played out for Mr. Filch, especially since she lived there with her husband Charles. But Fidelia had a terrible blood curse that had been passed to her from her mother. As we grew to know each other better, became friends even, I began to take care of her when the curse was on her. Now, her husband had married her thinking the curse wouldn't fully take over, till she was old. After all, her mother had the same, and it still hadn't taken her fully, but Fidelia's curse got worse fast, much faster than her mother's. Charles was not interested in Karen Fair. Her once it fully took her, and he left her, finding a new wife quite quickly if I remember. Well, I wasn't about to leave her to fend fair herself out there, so I took her in, and she's been with me ever since. As ye might have guessed by now, Fidelia is Mrs. Norris. Fidelia Norris. I always called her by her surname when I knew her, out of respect. Still do. The blood curse she had was. She's a maledictus. Mrs. Fig gasped with a hand clasped over her mouth. I've read about such a terrible curse, but I've never met. Oh, I'm so sorry. No wonder she's so smart, I never would have thought. Mrs. Norris put her paw over Mrs. Fig's other hand and looked into her eyes with a look that was very, very human. Harry saw Mrs. Norris very differently after that conversation, and he stopped thinking of her as merely a cat. After the Easter holidays were over, the following weekend was one where 3rd years and up were able to go to Hogsmeade Village. Neville got back from his trip Sunday afternoon, bringing back an armful of sweets. Harry found himself longing to explore this village as well. He had an idea, and he asked if his friends would be up for it. They would be safely on the ground, and he would make sure to stick close to Luna this time. They agreed, although for Neville it was reluctantly. Harry told them about a secret passageway that led from the statue of Gregory the Smarmy to the village Neville had just returned from. He had learned about it from Mr. Filch, He often patrolled that passage to keep students out of it. The following day, after classes were done, Harry led his friends down the passage. They walked for quite a long time until they came out from behind a portrait in the basement of a potions shop called J. Pippin's Potions. They scurried out of the shop, only to face Dementors flying through the streets of the village. Luna cast her wispy Patronus charm as they made their way through the dark streets, the sky overcast by the Dementors' mist. Harry finally had the opportunity to spend some of the wizard gold he had been earning all year, as he bought all sorts of magical items. Potions, joke items, magical candies and treats, writing quills and more. All magical items he wanted to see if he could use to some capacity, just as he could make sparks with a wand and fly a broom. He ran through the village streets with his friends behind him, keeping his hair firmly over his scar so no one would know who he was. None of the other students were in the village as their weekend was over. Everyone would be none the wiser. With their arms filled with magical items for Harry to try and their legs tired from walking and running, they made their way back towards the potion shop. Before they entered, Harry glanced at the village gates. He wondered what would happen if he simply left, ran away from Hogwarts and never came back. Then he looked to Luna and Neville. If he left, he would have nowhere to go, and he had no guarantee that Dumbledore or the Dementors or Sirius Black wouldn't be able to find him. Hogwarts was not so terrible now as it was before. He had friends now, who had somehow become even closer to him than Noah and Edward ever were. While he hated Dumbledore and the twins and Draco Malfoy and many others in that school, there were many things to love about it as well. It could never be home to him after being his prison for so many months, but he was not ready to leave it just yet, especially not in a manner such as this. So they entered the shop and snuck down into its basement once again when the shopkeep wasn't looking, clambered back into the passage behind the portrait and began to make their way back to Hogwarts. However, before they made it back to the castle, Harry happened upon the black dog once again, but this time he had nowhere else to go. As the dog stood up and began approaching them, Harry regretted not bringing one of his brooms or mops with him. He felt defenseless. Neville was frozen. Luna was staring dreamily at the approaching canine, so Harry grabbed Luna's wand from behind her ear and pointed it at Sirius Black. The dog transformed into a man and said, "Why don't you put that down, Harry? We both know you can't use it." "Stay back," Harry ordered the thin, dirty, gaunt-looking man as he created sparks. "With Luna's wand, what do you want with me? Everyone says you're trying to kill me, but then you go and save my life. What do you want?" "I want to talk to you," Black sighed, resignation plain on his face, "and introduce myself, properly that is. I would have preferred to do so in private." He glanced at Luna and Neville warily, but this seemed the only opportunity I might get. "You want to introduce yourself? So, do you not want to kill me then?" "No, Harry, of course not. Never. Then what do you want with me?" "Harry, before your parents died, they were very good friends of mine. Your father especially, he was like a brother to me. I knew you as well, held you when you were a baby. Your parents even made me your godfather, but that was a lifetime ago, before everything went terribly wrong. I've missed much of your life, but I wanted to meet you, to see the young man James's son had become. Of course, I wasn't expecting you to be a squib working for Filch, but I saw you ride that broom, and you look just like James." Harry felt a thick lump grow in his throat as the man spoke. He swallowed hard in order to speak, but his voice came out little more than a raspy whisper. "Professor Lupin said he was friends with my parents too. Did you know him as?" "Well," Black smirked, "of course. James, Remus and I grew up together at Hogwarts. James and I helped him out with his furry little problem." The man gave a bark-like laugh. "We were thick as thieves in those days. But I'm sure he hates me now. I don't blame him. Though, I would hate me too if I thought I did what they say I did. I hate myself anyway and I know the truth. Harry, what happened to your parents? I blame myself. I let someone into a position that allowed them to betray your parents to Voldemort." Neville flinched at the name. "I hate myself for not realizing what a slimy rat he was, but don't worry, I'm going to make it right." Harry didn't know what to say. This was a lot to learn all at once. He had so many questions. He now realized there was so much he didn't understand. But there was one thing that stood out to him the most. "You said, my parents made you my godfather. They must have really trusted you." "Yes," Black bowed his head, "they did, although whether I'm deserving of that trust, I may not have done what they imprisoned me for, but I don't think they would be happy with the choices I've made. That I still plan to make. I don't think I would make a very good guardian. It shouldn't have taken me this long to talk to you for starters. I'm sorry, Harry, for everything. It's all right, Harry muttered as the man told him he shouldn't stay too long. He was still a wanted man after all. He then turned back into a dog and wandered off down the path. Away from Hogwarts. Luna seemed entirely unfazed by the encounter, but Neville was quite shaken, and once they were back in the castle he kept going on about how they were Cornaby, a convicted murderer. Harry reminded him that the man said he hadn't done what he was convicted for, and he seemed genuine about it. But Neville told him that wasn't exactly evidence, and any murderer would say that. Be that as it may, Harry felt the man's actions were evidence enough. He had saved his life, had never tried to kill him at all, even when he had clear opportunity, and he took the time to talk to him and even apologize. Of course, in hindsight he now wished he had asked why the man had been trying to break into Gryffindor Tower, but he hadn't thought to ask in the moment. After that day, Harry saw the great black dog from time to time. He never did get to ask him any more questions about what he was trying to do, but he did wave to him when he saw him, and his tail would wag happily. Harry didn't tell anyone what had happened. It was a secret Harry, Luna and Neville swore to keep between themselves, even keeping it from Professor Lupin. If the man was indeed innocent, they didn't want to be the reason he got caught. Chapter end notes: there won't be a chapter next week as I will be going on vacation, but when the next chapter does get posted it will take us to the conclusion of the third year in Sirius. Confrontation with Peter, and how that all goes this time around. Thank you all of you for following along with this story and your patience as we explore the years when Harry doesn't have magic. There is one more to go, and it should take about half the time to flesh out than this one did. Keep the comments coming. I love to hear from you all, and I'll respond to you when I get back the week of July 7th. Finding the Rat chapter notes: see the end of the chapter for notes. May 1994. Fred and George Weasley had not pulled a prank on anyone for over 3 months, a personal record if they did say so themselves. Harry Potter's outburst had affected them more than they would care to admit, and until they figured out how to move forward from it, they had collectively decided to take a break from the pranks. They chose to instead focus more heavily on the new goal of their inventions: creating weapons to fight you-know-who and his followers. Their sister would be avenged. However, with their abstinence from pranking, the only people they were able to try their inventions out on were themselves, which was less than pleasant. They had taken a break from their experiments one particular weekend and had taken up one of their other hobbies: people watching on the Marauders map. They stood in an alcove watching the little labeled dots walking around. Harry Potter was with Luna Lovegood and Neville Longbottom once again. They were glad he had made some friends after everything. Peeves Dot was chasing a group of students they knew to be this year's first years. Fred laughed as he pointed at Ron's Dot. He was being followed by that ghost. Again. The ghost of someone named Peter Pettigrew, or at least that's what they assumed it must be. That name used to follow around their brother Percy, and now it followed Ron around, when it wasn't haunting the Gryffindor boys' dormitories. It weirded them out their first year with the map, and they had tried to sneak up on Percy when the other Dot was on him to try and figure out who it was, but no one was ever there. And the Dot moved independently of him at other times, so they knew it must be a separate being. Full of curiosity, they had done a bit of research and found out he used to be a Gryffindor student, but he had died in the war shortly after he finished Hogwarts. So they had assumed it just must be a ghost that had the ability to turn invisible. It was a rare ability, but not impossible, that had taken to haunting his old dormitories, and for some reason had a fixation on their brothers. So now when they saw the name Peter Pettigrew next to their brothers they thought nothing of it, and just laughed that Percy and Ron both still seemed to have no idea that a ghost was following them everywhere. Absolutely hilarious. As they were laughing they heard footsteps and checked their location on the map to see a teacher approaching. Mischief managed, they said quickly, causing the map to become a blank piece of parchment once again. "What's that you've got there?" Professor Lupin asked as he turned the corner into the alcove. The twins smirked to each other as they told him it was just a bit of parchment. They handed it over when they were asked and waited for the map to begin insulting him. But to their immense surprise Professor Lupin declared softly, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." And the map reappeared on the parchment once again. "How did you know to say that?" Fred demanded. Of course I know how to activate the map, the professor scoffed. I helped create it. The twins stared at each other in disbelief. You're one of the marauders, yes. I'm Moony. Fred and George were starstruck and began asking question after question, their curiosity getting the better of them, not even giving Lupin a chance to answer before they asked another. Now, boys, Professor Lupin raised his hands. I'd be glad to answer all of your questions, but right now, I need to take my map back to my office and study it. As I'm sure you're aware, there's someone I need to find. Now hold on there, Professor, Fred began. We stole that map back from Filch Fair and Square, George pointed out. You lot are the ones that lost it to him. We don't think it's quite fair for you to up and take it. That map's been quite useful for us. If you're going to take it from us, you should be offering something in return. And what is it that you want? Professor Lupin smirked. I promise you I'll answer all your questions. Is that a fair enough trade? Nearly, said George. Of course we want you to answer our questions, Fred told him with a deviant glint in his eye, but we need to know you'll be willing to answer the important ones. And what would those be? If you're going to take that map from us, we want you to teach us how to make our own. Professor Lupin thought about it for a moment, staring down at the map in his hands, the key to finding Sirius Black. Then he smiled and looked back up at the boys. I think the other marauders, particularly Prongs, would be glad our legacy was being passed down to the next generation of pranksters. Yes, I'll teach you how to make a map. The twins cheered and thanked him, but Lupin left once they started asking him who the other marauders were, telling them that was an answer for another time. He took the map to his office and pored over it every day between his lessons, searching for Sirius, until he found him. Far too close to Harry and his friends for his liking, with his wand grasped tightly, he made his way to face the man that had betrayed Lily and James. June 1994. Ron was not doing well in defense against the dark arts class, not because he couldn't do the spells, although those were tricky as well, but because of the creatures they were studying in class. Since his sister's death, Ron's fear of spiders had evolved into something much more terrible. He wasn't certain what type of monster it was that had killed his sister. He had heard rumors that it was a giant spider, an acromantula. Faye Dunbar insisted that it was a giant snake, a basilisk, but no one was quite certain. That uncertainty haunted him, and every creature in class induced either petrifying fear or unbridled rage whenever he saw them. Worst of all was the boggart, which would transform into what he feared most. Not only would it become great monstrous beasts, combinations of snakes and spiders and other hideous things, but those beasts would be devouring a broken, bloody copy of his sister, or his mother, or his brothers, or his friends. After having seen that, Ron didn't come back to defense class for over a week. H's throughout the year, and when the exams arrived the first week of June, he knew he failed that one. So when Professor Lupin offered him some extra credit to make up some of what he had lost on the exam, of course he agreed to follow him. He wasn't quite sure why he had asked him to bring Scabbers or why they were walking through the castle grounds, but he was sure Professor Lupin had something interesting planned. He was probably the best defense teacher they had ever had. Even though Ron had hated the class this year, he could at least acknowledge that it wasn't the professor's fault. As they drew closer to the Whomping Willow, Ron began to worry that he would need to fight the violent tree. But then Lupin grabbed a long stick, hit a knotted root at its base, and the tree froze just long enough for them to crawl under it into a tunnel. They walked a long way before they emerged into a dusty old room filled with moth-eaten linens and broken furniture. On the far end of the room was a great black dog, the Grim. Ron froze as fear came over him, and before Lupin could do anything, the large dog charged at Ron, knocking him over onto the floor, towering over him, snarling. No, Sirius! Lupin roared, raising his wand. Not like that. Suddenly the dog on top of Ron had become a man, thin, dirty, gaunt-looking, pinning him to the ground, nearly squashing Scabbers between them. Ron screamed as he tried to wriggle free, but the man was stronger than he looked, and he couldn't move. He's going to get away, Remus! The man bellowed inches from Ron's face. He can't, we won't let him. Remus reassured him, his wand pointed at Ron. But let's at least be civil about this. Ron was good enough to bring him all the way here, now he deserves an explanation. Sirius begrudgingly backed off of Ron, but not before he Stole the boy's wand. Scabbers hid himself in Ron's robes, shaking. Sirius? Ron said weakly. You're Sirius Black? The murderer? I'm going to be murdered. Help, help. No one will hear you here, Sirius said ominously before he turned to Lupin. Remus, can't we just do it now and explain afterwards? I've waited a very long time for this, and now you keep asking me to wait longer, first until after the full moon, and now as we have him in our grasp, you want to talk first? He's been his pet for years, he doesn't understand. I don't want to traumatize him any more than we have already. Make it quick then, Sirius snarled. I want to commit the murder I was imprisoned for. You're working with him? Ron demanded. You've been helping him get into the school? He cut up my bed. No, Ron, I haven't, Remus assured him with as sincere a look as he could muster. He did that part all on his own. No, it was only recently that I sought him out. With the help of this map, he produced the Marauder's map from out of his pocket. I had intended to capture him, or kill him. I wasn't quite sure with all I believed he had done. But then he used the map to show me how we had all been fooled. Sirius Black did not betray James and Lily Potter. He did not murder an entire street of muggles. Peter Pettigrew did. Well, that's good for you. What's it got to do with me though? Lupin smiled. It hasn't really, but it does have to do with your rat. What? What's Scabbers got to do with anything? He's not Scabbers, he's Peter, Sirius bellowed, barely containing himself from lunging at Ron and the furry, quivering thing hiding in his robes again. Peter Pettigrew, an animagus that can turn into a rat. What? No, he's been in my family for years. 12 years to be exact. Don't you think that's a rather long life for a rat? We've taken good care of him. Ron, why don't you give him to me, and I'll show you. Remus offered, holding out a hand. What are you going to do to him? Ron demanded. If he's just a normal rat, nothing that would cause him any harm. But if he's not, it will force him to reveal himself. Sirius grinned manically as Ron reluctantly reached into his robes and pulled out a wriggling, squealing Scabbers, who clawed at Ron's chest, neck and hand in his attempt to escape. Lupin took him, grasping him firmly by the tail as he continued to thrash. Sirius and Lupin both pointed wands at the rat, Lupin with his own and Sirius with Ron's wand. A flash of blue-white light erupted from the wands, and with a blinding flash the rat quickly and strangely grew into a very short, balding man with small watery eyes. Well, hello Peter, Remus said pleasantly, long time no see. Sirius, our Remus, the man said in a squeaky voice, his eyes darting towards the door. My friends, my old friends. Remus, you don't believe him, do you? He tried to kill me, Remus. He's come to try and kill me again. He killed Lily and James and now he's going to kill me too. You've got to help me, Remus. Lupin merely shook his head. Don't even try it, Peter. Sirius has already explained everything to me. Of course he would, Peter said shrilly. He's a very good liar. He was the spy. How dare you? Sirius growled. A spy for Voldemort. When did I ever sneak around people who were stronger and more powerful than myself? But you, Peter, you always liked big friends who'd look after you, didn't you? It used to be us, me and Remus and James. We did everything for you. I was the one that suggested to Lily and James to use you as secret keeper. A bluff. Voldemort would be sure to come after me. Would never dream they'd use a weak, talentless thing like you. It must have been the finest moment of your miserable life, telling Voldemort you could hand him the Potters. Remus, Peter squeaked, writhing imploringly in front of him. You don't believe this, do you? I'm afraid I do, Peter. There's nothing you can say to me now. A dark glint entered Remus' eyes, nearly matching the manic shine in Sirius. Shall we kill him together? Sirius asked as they both rolled up their sleeves. Yes, I think so. You won't, Peter gasped, then he scrambled around to Ron. Ron, haven't I been a good friend, a good pet? You won't let them kill me, Ron, will you? You're on my side, aren't you? But Ron was staring at Pettigrew with the utmost revulsion. I let you sleep in my bed, kind boy, kind master. Pettigrew crawled toward Ron. You won't let them do it. I was your rat. I was a good pet. If you were a better rat than a human, it's not much to boast about, Peter. Sirius said as he and Lupin strode forward, grabbed Pettigrew, threw him backward onto the floor and pointed their wands at his face. He burst into tears as Sirius roared and yelled at him, reiterating everything the wretched man had done, to Lily and James, to him, to the Order. "He would have killed me, Sirius," Peter whined desperately. "Then you should have died," roared Sirius, "died rather than betray you friends, as we would have done for you." Sirius and Remus stood shoulder to shoulder, wands raised. "You should have realized," Lupin said quietly, "if Voldemort didn't kill you, we would." "Goodbye, Peter." And in a flash of green light, Peter Pettigrew's body lay lifeless on the floor of the Shrieking Shack. Lupin apologized to Ron for the loss of his pet as he walked him back to the castle. He also apologized that he would not really be able to give him that extra credit as he would now be a wanted man alongside Sirius. Ron was quite speechless on the walk and waved weakly to Professor Lupin as he ran back to the shack, saying he needed to make sure Sirius didn't do anything stupid now that Peter was dead. There were still Dementors lurking about after all, and might lure them in. Ron found Professor McGonagall almost immediately, who demanded to know where he had been, considering it was now past curfew and Sirius Black was still on the loose. He managed to get out just a small amount of what happened before she rushed him to Dumbledore, where he shared everything that he had seen and heard. Dumbledore was quiet and contemplative for much of it, and once Ron had finished, the headmaster and all the heads of house went out to find Peter Pettigrew's body. It was still there. Ron was brought to the hospital wing, just to ensure that everything was all right. Dean and Seamus came to see him while he was there, and he told them everything that had happened as well. Soon afterwards, word had spread through the school, and everyone wanted to hear what had happened in the Shrieking Shack. By his fourth and fifth retellings of the events, some of the details had changed and shifted, painting himself in a much better, less helpless light. He fancied himself as a bringer of justice. Once he knew the truth that Sirius Black was innocent and the guilty party was his own pet rat, he turned the traitor over to them, fighting the rat man himself to do so. Soon even news reporters wanted a piece of him, questioning him for every detail. His face plastered across the front page of the Daily Prophet the next morning. Hogwarts student uncovers murder mystery. Back to life and dead again. Ron was basking in the glory of it all. He didn't even care that he had failed defense against the dark arts and would have to take remedial lessons next year with whoever replaced Lupin. He finally had what he had always wanted: fame, glory, and to rise above his brothers. Bill was working a desk job. Charlie didn't talk to the family anymore. Perfect Percy had failed every one of his newts and would have to retake his entire last year, and the twins hadn't pulled a funny prank in months. While Ron was a nationwide hero, having uncovered a decade-old murder mystery and brought a traitor and murderer to justice. Chapter end notes: we have finally finished year 3, just 1 year more before Harry gets his magic. And we will stop going through a month or so a chapter. The pace will be slowing down, but I don't think anyone will mind that once Harry gets his magic. And I am thinking that year 4 will need about half the amount of chapters that year 3 did, since year 3 focused on Harry going to Hogwarts, how he was treated as a squib and his new relationships with Mrs. Norris, Mr. Filch, Luna, Neville, Cho, Lupin and Sirius. And just to clarify the changes from the night of the confrontation that resulted in what I've written here. Lupin got the map from the twins earlier than he got it from Harry because he overheard the password words he helped to invent. Sirius is spending more time around the castle because Crookshanks is not at Hogwarts, and he also feels bad for distancing himself from Harry and wants to see him. Lupin saw Sirius on the map much earlier and went to confront him privately, not during the same confrontation with the Golden Trio and Pettigrew. During this private confrontation, Sirius managed to explain everything to his old friend and then used Pettigrew's name on the map as proof. Lupin and Sirius then worked together to come up with a plan to get Pettigrew, which included waiting until after the full moon so Lupin wouldn't have to worry about transforming, and then finding a way to convince Ron to come to the Shrieking Shack with Pettigrew, which was made easy when he failed his Dada exams. Hermione was not there to tell everyone that Remus is a werewolf because she was pulled out of Hogwarts. Harry was not there because there was no reason for him to be there if he's not friends with Ron who owns Scabbers. Snape was not there because this confrontation was planned in advance. Lupin didn't rush out of his office leaving the map open, and it wasn't the full moon, so Snape didn't come looking for him with the potion. Because Harry was not there to tell Sirius and Lupin not to kill Peter. They do kill him, as they almost did in the book if Harry hadn't jumped in the way. Lastly, Because Ron did not break the law in any way, no one saved anyone, Sirius or Buckbeak, with a time-turner, and Ron was more than willing to share the story. The world found out what happened that night and Ron became famous. Also for the time being, Sirius and Lupin are now on the run together until the law can decide what to do about this situation. All of this resulted in the scene you just read, and Ron achieving his greatest desire of fame and glory and becoming greater than all of his brothers who are not doing as well as he is. We will see if this fame and glory is all it's cracked up to be. Thanks for sticking with me and continuing to read. We're on to book 4 now. Stuck between two worlds. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. June 1994. Harry heard about what had happened with Ron Weasley, Professor Lupin and Sirius Black from Neville, who heard it from Dean, who heard it from Ron himself. The Weasley boy's name had spread throughout the school, and people were talking about him more than Harry, which was a relief. Harry was a bit disappointed that Professor Lupin and the man that claimed to be his godfather had left without even saying goodbye, but if they were on the run from the law, then he supposed he understood. He was glad in a way that the truth had come out, that Sirius was just as innocent as he claimed to be, and now everyone knew it. However, they had ended the night by killing someone. It was understandable why they did, but it certainly didn't help Sirius any, and now Professor Lupin was on the run too. He now understood what Black had meant when he said Harry's parents would not be happy with the choices he intended to make. He didn't think his dad would be too happy that his friends had become murderers. As the school year came to a close, Albus Dumbledore called Harry into his office once again. Harry tried to think if he had done anything wrong in the last week. All he had been doing was trying out the various magical items he had bought in Hogsmeade, many of which still worked for him even though he was a squib. However, that wasn't what he had called him in for. Apparently the headmaster had had a meeting with the Minister for Magic, and while Sirius was now cleared of murdering Peter Pettigrew and the Muggles 12 years ago, he had now killed him again, so the Aurors would still be after him, as well as Professor Lupin. But they now knew for certain that he was not trying to kill Harry at all, so the Dementors would be leaving the school grounds and Harry would not have to stay at the school anymore. He could go back home. Harry had mixed feelings about this as he left Dumbledore's office and informed his friends what would be happening. At the beginning of the school year, Harry would have been thrilled to go home and never look at Hogwarts again, but things had changed. He had friends here now, a girl he liked, people he cared about. He was figuring out more about magic and what he was able to do, and now he was just expected to leave it all. To just go back to how things were before. Regardless of Harry's mixed feelings, once again, he knew he didn't have a choice. Once again a major decision in his life was being made for him. Whether he liked it or not, once again he would be leaving his new life and friends behind. All because of Albus Dumbledore. The old man at least allowed Harry to take the Hogwarts Express back with his friends, getting to spend time with them one last time. He didn't know if he would ever see them again, but both Neville and Luna assured him that they would write to him. And they did, but they were not the only ones. Shortly after Aunt Petunia picked him up from King's Cross Station, he also received letters from Professor Lupin and Sirius, apologizing for not being able to say goodbye and explaining what had happened, but Harry already knew. They said they would continue to write to H2, he could just send a response back with the bird they had sent to him. July 1994 Private Drive was just the same as Harry had left it. Despite all the changes that had happened in his life, it had remained the same. What had changed, however, was that Harry was no longer allowed to spend nights at Mrs. Figg's house. He could stay there late, but he had to leave when it was time for bed. No doubt because of Dumbledore's interference. Aunt Petunia had been pleasant since he had come back, but Uncle Vernon and Dudley kept giving him strange looks and glares whenever he was around, so he tried to be around as little as possible. One night after Harry came back late from Mrs. Figg's once again, he found himself in a very strange dream. He had no arms or legs, but that was quite normal, and he was reading a newspaper, feeling very angry. Hogwarts student uncovers murder mystery. Back to life and dead again was the headline. He's been alive this whole time, he heard himself hiss, that ungrateful little rat. He turned to face another snake, but if he has been in hiding all this time, perhaps there are others. Harry woke up in a cold sweat and tried to put the strange dream out of his mind. But it had reminded him that he had talked to a snake once, and he still hadn't had a chance to see if he could do it again. With his birthday coming up, he gathered the courage to ask Aunt Petunia if he could go to the zoo for it like Dudley had before. 2 years ago such a request would have been unthinkable, but after all the changes that had taken place in their relationship last year, he hoped she might be more willing. She agreed to take him, but made him promise not to tell Dudley or Uncle Vernon. He promised. On July 31st at the zoo, Aunt Petunia told Harry that she wasn't in much of a mood to walk around a bunch of smelly animals. He was 14, old enough to take care of himself. She would pay for him to go in, but then she planned to go to the mall. She would come pick him up in about 3 hours. Harry agreed. He was glad she was paying for him. His wizard money was useless here, and he would prefer if she wasn't there anyway. He was sure her goodwill would only stretch so far if he started talking to snakes in front of her. Harry went straight to the reptile section, and just as he had hoped, he could understand every hiss they uttered as if it was plain English. He talked with each of them quietly in turn, including the same snake he had spoken to 3 years ago. Time passed by quicker than he realized. He spent his entire 3 hours talking to the snakes, and when he had to leave, they all begged him to stay. He apologized to them all and said he had to go, but it was nice to meet them. Harry was excited and giddy as he climbed back into the car with Aunt Petunia. He could really talk to snakes. He might not be able to cast any spells, but he could do something magical, and it was wonderful. Aunt Petunia had a few bags in the back, and she told him the story was that she had brought him shopping with her so that he could carry her bags. There would be no talk of zoos or anything of the sort when they got home. "Why did you let me go then?" Harry asked, hoping he wasn't pushing his luck by asking questions. If Uncle Vernon wouldn't like it. "Well, it's your birthday, isn't it? What Vernon doesn't know won't hurt him." August 1994. The Quidditch World Cup was held in late August, with Ireland versing Bulgaria. The Weasley family, minus Molly, attended the match, courtesy of the Minister for Magic, who insisted that Ron Weasley's family should be honored for his actions in the pursuit of justice. They sat in the minister's box alongside the Malfoy family, Ludo Bagman, and Bartemius Crouch's house elf Winky, who was saving an empty seat beside her for him. Charlie Weasley attended the match as well, but not with his family. Instead he went separately with his dragon tamer friends and co-workers. Bulgaria's seeker Victor Krum caught the snitch, but Ireland won the match due to the sheer amount of points they had gained. After the match the Weasleys left to retire to their tent, running into Charlie on their way out of the stadium. Bill went after him, followed by Ron and the twins, who caught up with their brother after not having seen him for a year. Arthur looked after them longingly, but without Molly there he wasn't sure if it would be right to attempt to make amends with his son without her. Meanwhile Lucius Malfoy and others who had once served within the ranks of the Death Eaters drank the night away. Dobby served them fire whiskey and other spirits as they reminisced on the good old days when people feared them, and they had real power. When Muggles and Mudbloods were put in their place and they were free to do what they'd like. Then Lucius had an idea. Why not live out the olden days once again? So they conjured masks and cloaks similar to what they once used to wear and left their wives and children behind to sow chaos into the celebrations. To celebrate in their own way. Little did they know, someone was watching them, someone who had remained unfailingly loyal to the Dark Lord even after his demise, confined by the imperious curse. However, when he saw those that had betrayed and besmirched the name of his lord, acting in a mockery of him, a great rage filled him, and he broke free from the curse that had held him prisoner for over a decade. In the chaos, concealed by his invisibility cloak, Barty Crouch Jr. managed to steal a wand, as his house elf Winky searched frantically for him. He pointed at the sky and cast the one spell he knew would humble those traitors who dared to march in his lord's name, after having betrayed him for comfortable lives. Morsmordra, he shouted, throwing off his cloak as a swirling snake around a skull took form in the sky. The traitors scattered and he admired his work, as the house elf caught up with him. She wrenched the wand from his hands and insisted that he put the cloak back on before anyone saw him. Instead, he ran, leaving Winky holding a wand standing beneath the dark mark when her master, Bartemius Crouch Sr. found her, soon followed by Ludo Bagman and the minister himself. Due to her carelessness in watching his wayward son and being in possession of the wand that had cast the mark into the sky, Crouch immediately fired the elf. A scathing report was written in the paper the following day by Rita Skeeter. She criticized the ministry for their lack of security after the match and Crouch for his cruel firing of his elf, the same way he had sent his son to Azkaban and in doing so ruined his public reputation. After the chaos had settled, Ron, Bill and the twins returned to their father so they could go home, saying goodbye to Charlie, uncertain when they would see him again. September 1994. Hogwarts, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, the three wizarding schools of Europe, had always shared a strange and tumultuous relationship throughout the centuries. It had been in the works for years that strides should be made to bring these three schools together in a friendly competition, known as the Triwizard Tournament. As with most things in the wizarding world, the ancient tournament was known for being quite dangerous, but the Department for International Magical Cooperation, headed by Bartemius Crouch, had been pushing for a return of this competition, with some additional rules added for safety. Albus Dumbledore tried hard to push for Hogwarts to be the host school for the competition. However, after the death of Ginny Weasley and the monster having never been found, not to mention that another murder had been committed on school grounds by a teacher just that summer, the suggestion was shot down. This left either Beauxbatons or Durmstrang. However, Dumbledore vehemently declared that Hogwarts would not be participating if Durmstrang hosted, so it was agreed that Beauxbatons would be the host school. Hermione Granger was excited to begin attending return to the wizarding world after an entire year of being away, to experience a new culture and learn new forms of magic not taught at Hogwarts. Hermione and her parents would have had to take a plane to get to the pickup point for travel to Beauxbatons if it wasn't for her tutor Olivia Green, who made up a portkey for them. Together, Hermione, her parents, Olivia and Hagrid traveled to the pickup point where a magnificent carriage arrived. The powder blue horse-drawn carriage the size of a large house was pulled through the air by a dozen winged horses, all palominos, each the size of an elephant. Hermione put on her powder blue hat, a part of her new uniform of the same color, and joined the queue to board the carriage. It was enormous, but the amount of students boarding it seemed like it would be far too many, even for its size. That is until Hermione made it to the front of the line. The inside of it was a beautifully designed, elegant ballroom, nearly as big as the Great Hall at Hogwarts, with tables and chairs spaced throughout. There were 4 levels of balconies on each side with stairs leading up to them, that had even more seating. Crystalline statues of various magical creatures, some Hermione recognized and some she didn't, were scattered throughout the ballroom and engraved into rippled pillars in the walls. The student behind her nudged her sharply to keep moving as she had stopped to take in the beauty of it all. Hermione continued into the carriage and could already see the other students forming clusters and cliques around the tables. Not knowing anyone yet, Hermione made her way up a flight of stairs, her fingers tracing the elegant designs along the handrail, which moved and swirled beneath her touch. She then found herself a 2-seater table next to one of the windows on the side that allowed her to see her parents, Olivia and Hagrid. She waved to them as the rest of the students climbed on board and the carriage began to move, being carried into the sky. The ride was a peaceful one, with beautiful scenery, and refreshments and small snacks provided to them by creatures that looked like house elves, but with little nicely braided beards and hair, who wore silky clothing that matched the color of the carriage, rather than rags. Unlike on the Hogwarts Express, where the other students simply couldn't seem to keep to themselves, not a single other student bothered Hermione the entire ride. Which, while it was nice, was quite lonely, but she took the time to read through her French school textbooks some more, translating the pages into English for herself to make the information easier to recall. After a rather dramatic landing that caused many dishes to crash onto the ground, the carriage stopped and the students were able to file out the doors, all of them moving in an orderly, organized manner without even having to be directed. Hermione's heart swelled. This must be where she belonged, much more than in the chaos that was Hogwarts. She followed the line seamlessly towards a spectacular, brilliant crystalline palace surrounded by clouds and fog, perched high in the Pyrenees Mountains. The very lawn they stood on swirling in and out of existence at the edges, fading into the clouds from which it was clearly made. The dining chamber they entered was even more beautiful than the inside of the carriage had been, with a theme of powder blue and crystalline elegance that ran throughout. It felt like she was walking into an establishment of fine dining or a royal palace rather than a school. She was relieved when she was able to simply be seated at one of many circular tables around the chamber and did not have to be sorted into any sort of house. The other students at the table gave her strange looks, but she tried to ignore them. Suddenly every student in the room stood to attention as the largest woman Hermione had ever seen waltzed into the chamber. Her long fur robes, bearing a pattern like that of dragon scales, flowed in an elegant train behind her, that magically did not touch the ground. The woman was taller than even Hagrid, and Hermione wondered if the woman might be part giant as well. She gave a long announcement in French, which Hermione was very pleased that she could understand, and not a single student sat down throughout the entire thing, until the headmistress, Madame Olympe Maxime herself, sat down. They were then greeted with more little bearded elves who served them a 5-course meal of exquisite French foods, rich in flavor and variety, none of which Hermione had ever tried before. As they ate, they were serenaded by live music performed by a group of what Hermione realized were the wood nymphs she had read about. The creatures were like a cross between bowtruckles and Cornish pixies, but with a feminine elegance that neither creature in Britain had. They looked like fairies out of a fairy tale but made of leaves and vines, with little black eyes. Hermione had never seen, or heard, anything like them. They sang with high, solemn notes that rang through the chamber. Not a word was uttered, but the emotion of their song was felt by all. After dinner they were all escorted to their dorm rooms by their year. Unlike the wide circular dorm at Hogwarts she had shared with 4 other girls, at Beauxbatons she had one dorm mate in a smaller, rectangular room. The beds were draped with silk linens and blue silk pajamas were folded neatly at the end of the bed. She tried to greet her roommate when they entered the room, but the pretty blonde girl merely stuck her nose in the air and ignored her, as she turned around and changed into her nightwear. Hermione gave the girl the benefit of the doubt. It had been a long day of travel, she might just be tired. Hermione took her pajamas into the bathroom to change, brushed her teeth and went to bed, looking forward to whatever this new school had in store. Meanwhile, Harry had had a hard time reconnecting with his old friends Noah and Edward when he started school at Stonewall High again. They were upset with him for leaving for an entire year without even saying goodbye. The captain of the football team, Archie Bancroft, had to replace his position with very little notice before their first game, and they had done poorly all season. Harry told them that he had tried to write to them many times, but they said they hadn't received any letters from him. Harry realized what had happened when he asked if they'd seen any more owls than usual lately. Noah gave him a strange look as he told him that multiple times throughout the year, owls had relentlessly rapped on both their windows, and he asked him how he knew. Harry merely sighed, knowing he couldn't tell them. Not only would they not understand, but it was illegal for them to know. As far as they were concerned, Harry had abandoned them without a word last year and suddenly had the gall to reappear this year and assume they were still friends when he hadn't even written to them. Edward coldly told Harry that if he wanted back on the football team, he would have to try out like everyone else, and Archie had graduated last year, so there was a new captain he would have to impress. When the day of the tryouts arrived, Harry did his very best, showcasing every move he knew, and he did manage to impress the new captain, but not enough to play. Harry was put on reserves. He still came to every practice, but he was often ignored. Even his old friends were cold to him and refused to use his ball. The first game of the season was the first Saturday of September, and Harry was relegated to the bench the entire game, watching his teammates play without him. He wrote to Luna and Neville that night, feeling lonely and friendless. They responded back to him about the exciting tournament that would be taking place this year. The 7th years and some of the older 6th years would be traveling to France for the year, and one of them would be participating in the competition. Their response only made Harry feel worse. He had wanted to go home so badly. When he thought the place he had returned to was not what it had been. He almost wanted to return to Hogwarts, to see the exciting, magical things that were going on, but he was bullied and terrorized there. He felt like he didn't belong anywhere, stuck between two worlds. Such was the plight of a squib. Chapter end notes. Hi everyone. So this chapter may have come as a surprise to some of you. I got a few comments expecting Harry to be in the Triwizard Tournament, and not only will he likely not be in it, but it isn't even taking place at Hogwarts. That being said, with the next 4 to 5 chapters taking place partially at Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, I would like to ask a favor from you, my lovely readers. There is only so much information that is known about Beauxbatons, about its culture, the magic it teaches, the traditions it upholds, and how it reflects French culture. What little we do know about the school from the Harry Potter wiki, I've already presented in this chapter, along with some things I've created. So now I would like to open the floor to all of you. Please share with me your favorite headcanons about Beauxbatons, its culture, the magic they teach, the traditions, the attitudes of the students, and how French culture and medieval history can be incorporated into the school, just as British medieval history is a big part of Hogwarts. I am not French by any means. I am from Ontario, Canada, and so I am especially looking for anyone who understands French culture more than I do, to give me some ideas as to how to represent Beauxbatons in this story.